where's the volume here? Alright, let's lower that down. Leave it to there. Hey, sweet Vampy, thank you so much for joining us. Or joining me. I want to say maybe it's just me and you in the chat right now, but that's okay. Let me quiet that down. I forgot to do that. I also wanted to mod you up, so let me do that right now. Add moderator. Okay, cool. Have you seen day 5 yet of this case? I know we're on day 6, but I'm a day behind because I didn't want to show the same. I didn't want to be too much on time, if you know what I mean. Oh, thank you, sweet Vampy. You're such a sweetheart. I hope you're doing well. I hope everybody's good on your end of things. Excuse me. You missed a lot of it? Okay. Well, I don't know. Do you do panels, sweet Vampy? If you want, we could chat about it for a little bit before we get started. I'll go ahead and drop the link if you feel like coming up, and maybe we can have a conversation and get you up to speed. Or who knows, maybe you know a little bit more than I do. I know there's some stuff that I missed, or I feel like I did. Maybe I didn't. But I kind of like to look ahead, and I also like to read articles and stuff like that just to see what's going on in real time. And sometimes I get the information a little bit mixed up from the court dates and stuff like that. It happens. But we're gonna watch day 5 today. Yesterday we covered day 4. I had Preach on the panel, and we were talking about the case. And from what I can recall, there was a lot of submitting evidence. We saw the sheet that Nathaniel used to cover up the blood that was in the car. We also saw the little shoes that his girlfriend at the time wore when she stepped on the blood. Let's see what else. We saw the girlfriend's visor hat from her job at McDonald's, and that had blood on it. One thing that really disturbed me, oh, by the way, I'm MissRaeMoody. I need to start introducing myself. I keep assuming that everybody that's in the chat knows who I am, and I forget that sometimes somebody might come across this channel and I don't properly introduce myself, and I need to start doing that. But one thing that I can recall from yesterday's court date, or it wasn't yesterday because yesterday was Sunday, so Sunday they don't have, or Saturday and Sundays they don't have court, but we caught up and watched day 4. Today we're covering day 5, but on day 4 they showed her bra, which was covered in blood, and also a bralette that she wore, that Samantha Josephson wore, and that was really disturbing. That really broke my heart to see what she was wearing at the time that she was murdered. This case is really important to me because I feel like as a woman that's of a certain age, you know, that goes out, has fun with her friends, you know, I guess you could say parties maybe, you know, goes out to have a good time is probably a better way to say it. I feel like, you know, I've been there so many times where I, you know, drank and came home, and I even stumbled home sometimes, but I still made it. And it's just really disturbing to know that this woman, Samantha Josephson, did the right thing, in my opinion, and called an Uber ride to take her home because, you know, she felt like she couldn't drive, and unfortunately she stepped into the wrong vehicle, and after that it just got really bad. She turned up stabbed to death out in the country and was found by turkey hunters, and her roommates had broke into her laptop, and they saw that her Uber ride had been canceled, so they called the authorities, and therefore an investigation took place. They saw surveillance, and that's where they released a bolo for a black Impala. From what I understand, they stopped several black Impalas, and um, Nathaniel Rowland, they caught up to Nathaniel Rowland, and they asked him about the smell of marijuana coming out of his car. They asked him to step out of the car. He then gave chase. They caught up to him. They had him on the floor. He was just looking up, like, at the sky. I feel like when he did that, he was thinking about everything that led up to that moment. And after that, he was arrested, and now we're covering day 5 of trial. Sweet Vampy said my friends would be there standing beside me and wouldn't let me out of their sight. Yes, on day 2, I believe, her roommate took the stand, and that was one of the questions that they asked her, was if it was, normal for them to go somewhere and drink and have fun or whatever, hang out, and split apart and not really keep track of each other. And she said that, yeah, that was actually a pretty normal thing for them. But yes, that's something that I would do for someone, for my friend. If they were expecting a ride, I would want to be out there and make sure that she got into the car okay. And after that, I would tell her, message me when you get home. I want to hear from you. Make sure that you're okay, and and hope that everything is fine after that. I had made the comment, that I felt that the friend probably did feel guilty for not having done that, for not having been out there with her, waiting for her ride, made sure that it was the correct car and everything like that. But things happen, it's not anybody's fault, I want to say. But I want to say that as an individual, when something like this happens, you tend to backtrack and think, like, what could I have done differently? And before you know it, you're just kind of giving yourself the blame and stuff like that, which I think is normal if you're a good person, by the way. I feel a bad person would have just been like, oh well, I mean, things happen, it wasn't my fault, well, what am I supposed to do? Hold her by the hand. And there's people out there that have that kind of attitude. In fact, Steve Ampy, when we were in the chat for watching day 6, I want to say that there was some people there that were saying that it was Samantha's fault for what happened to her. They said, if she would have been paying attention, she wouldn't have gotten into the wrong car. But I don't feel that way at all, because in the end, Nathaniel Rowland had a choice. He could have told her, I am not your Uber ride, please exit the vehicle. Some people in my chat said that they've had people attempt to get into their cars thinking that they were the Uber ride, and they were like, get the fuck out of my car. Like, even that's okay. But what he did is he turned the child lock on, and I'm not sure if he attempted to molest her or if this was like a attempted robbery. I know that he attempted to sell her cell phone, so that made me feel that maybe he intended to rob her. I think today we're actually going to look at surveillance of him attempting to, or using her debit card or her credit card at an ATM to take money out. So that makes me feel like he might have done this before. Maybe this is the first time he got caught, because he let's see, Sweet Vampy said, exactly, I'm not putting it on her friends if they do this all the time. And then Sweet Vampy says, I don't either. He was going around the parking lot at least 10 times. Yeah, from what I understand, they caught him circling the building like 5 times or something like that. Like, he was just waiting to see like what was gonna happen. He showed up probably around the time that the bar was gonna close. He had no intentions to go in, pay for a drink, maybe buy someone a drink. Like, he was looking for someone to take advantage of, in my opinion. So, I'm sure I'm forgetting a few other things. We've covered a lot in the past 4 days. Now we're going to look into day 5, and I'll probably just try to be a day behind from here on out. I'm not too sure how long this trial is expected to last. I want to say most trials are about 2 to 3 weeks. So we'll see what happens. Alright, so let's go ahead and get started with day 5, and I just want to mention that this is courtesy of News 19 WLTX. Sweet Vampy said, I think he's attacked people but not killed them because he was way too messy. And I feel that this case was so popular, maybe not popular is the correct word, but it was covered so much that if somebody did, if he had left any surviving victims, if you know what I mean, I think they would have come out and said so. I think somebody would have recognized him and said, you know what, oh, let's see. Sweet Vampy says the state closed its case today and defense had nothing. They really didn't. They so far have not. Hey, Urban Disciples, how you doing? Hope all is well. I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're still making videos. I haven't heard from you. I hope everything is well. But I'm not surprised that defense had nothing, because so far they've had nothing. If you've been paying attention, prosecution has been presenting the evidence, and then the defense has been basically verifying the evidence. They've hardly put any doubt into it. I want to say there was a moment where they tried to imply that his girlfriend might have helped with the cleanup, because defense made a comment and they said, well, would it surprise you to find out that your DNA was on the cleaning products? And she was like, they came from my house. And she gave them like the dirtiest look ever. And I'm not looking down on that at all. I think that was how she felt, and I totally get her, because they did try to kind of implicate her, but not even for the murder itself, but more about like the cleanup afterwards, since she claims that she saw the blood in the car but didn't say anything. In fact, she saw the blood in the car and then let her daughter ride in the car, which was kind of weird. I personally find it difficult to believe that she was scared. She seems to me like someone that has a lot of attitude and is very outspoken, maybe even loud. I feel like maybe she saw that blood and was just like, this isn't my problem. I didn't do anything. I know I didn't do anything. That's whatever, because I don't get fear from her. Let's see. Sweet Vampy said, I don't think she did because she was scared. So, yeah, some people say she was scared. I don't think she was scared. I think she just felt like it wasn't her problem in a way. I don't know. That's just the feeling that I got. I'd be giving that tone and look too. Yeah, definitely, because I don't feel like she had anything to do with it. I don't think that she... There was one theory that in the chat last time where we were talking about perhaps this was something that he would regularly do, because before we were kind of thinking that maybe this was like an attempted molestation case. A pretty girl at the bar and has been drinking, and then she gets into the wrong car. This guy had a habit, in my opinion, of picking up girls that needed rides. In fact, his girlfriend at the time, he met her while she was working at McDonald's, and she was standing outside smoking a cigarette, I think waiting for a ride or something. They started talking, and he's like, well, do you need a ride? And she said, like, well, yeah. And then she got in the car, and they got to know each other, and then they developed some kind of relationship after that. So maybe he just felt that, like, any girl that needs a ride is good to go. And that's what I was thinking. But after finding out that he attempted to sell her cell phone and then he used her debit card, I'm kind of, and on top of that, he wasn't employed, and then he had to have had money to kind of support himself some kind of way. I know he was staying with his girlfriend, but he had to have had some kind of spending money. Where was that coming from? So that's kind of why I feel like this isn't the first time that he had done this. And Sweet Vampy says, yeah, I was angry as heck at her for letting her child sit around the blood. It's insane. Exactly. It's crazy how demonic he is to me. I feel that too. if he's done this before, I really wish that, you know, those victims get justice as well. I want to predict that there's going to be a guilty verdict in this case. I think prosecution has done an excellent job so far presenting the evidence, and putting together a timeline. It's been slow going, I think, but that's because of how much evidence has, you know, there was, and that they had to present. They showed pictures, they showed articles of clothing, the cleaning products that he used. He didn't even really try to discard anything. I want to say that all the stuff that he used, he kept at his girlfriend's house, and the investigators were able to go in and just grab everything. So I think they got him dead to rights. I want to say that they also found Samantha's footprint in his vehicle. So, I mean, it's just really insulting to me when it's so obvious when somebody is guilty and they still have the audacity to claim not guilty and put the family through a trial. However, going through a trial would give the family just more information about what happened. Otherwise, nobody would have ever seen all of this evidence, and maybe people would still have some kind of doubt that maybe something went wrong with interrogations. You know, that there's always, no, not always, but sometimes the police sort of lead their suspects into saying things that aren't correct, things like that. So I mean, this to me is a fair trial. I can't wait to see the verdict and also sentencing. We're also going to have to go through that as well. And my condolences to the family and to the friends. Samantha Josephson, this is a very tragic case that I've covered, that I've ever covered. It's been really tough finding out all this stuff, because again, like, I relate to her in ways. I've been out before. I've been out with my friends before. We all were able to get home safely, thank goodness. But things happen, and the reason I cover cases like this is because there is always something to learn. We don't always have to learn things personally and the hard way, for ourselves. Sometimes we have to see what other people go through and apply them to ourselves. So let's go ahead and take a look. And by the way, I did speed this up to, I want to say, like 1.5, so it's gonna be a little fast. Let me know if it's hard to understand. I could slow it down to 1.2. The reason for that is because this is a 10.5-hour video. There are breaks. I definitely, you know, scroll past the breaks, but most of it is testimonies. So if it sounds a little bit too fast, just let me know. I can go ahead and slow it down a little bit. I just want to get through this. Sweet Vampy says, this is a hard part for me. I'll never get that for my uncle's murder, but I do have peace that we aren't searching. Yes, I hope whatever happened there somehow comes to the light, and whoever is guilty of your uncle's murder, let's face it, that's what happened, either grows a conscience, or somebody grows a conscience. Maybe they talked about it with somebody, or, you know, something happens where the evidence comes to light and people can investigate it correctly, and then justice can be served, because nobody deserves to die that way. No one deserves to die. No one deserves to be murdered, is what I mean to say. We're all gonna die. That's a fact. That's something that we're never gonna be able to avoid. Oh, Sweet Vampy says he killed himself after. Yeah. It's a very serious situation. I can't imagine. I've never. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, your uncle's killer killed himself. Exactly. See, so it should, something like that should weigh on your conscience. You shouldn't be able to just live with yourself like day after day, having no problem. And that's what's appalling about the suspect. Is, you know, he knew what he did to her. He dumped her out in the country, and then he attempted to sell her phone for $300. That was okay to him. He used her debit cards, and then who knows what else we're gonna find out. I want to say, Sweet Vampy, was it today or was it day 5, where they showed the surveillance of Samantha getting into his car. See, because sometimes this is what happens when I look ahead. I get kind of mixed up, and then I can't remember if it was like the day that we're on or if I had looked ahead where I saw certain things. But I know they're gonna show specifically the footage where she stepped into his car. It was today. All right, so then we'll be looking at that tomorrow. So alright, so let's go ahead and take a look. Thank you very much, Sweet Vampy, for that information. So let's go ahead and get started with day 5 of the Samantha Josephson case. Also let me know if it's not loud enough or whatever.
Watch your step up, sir. Do I have to keep this on?
No, that's me.
Okay. Danny Conyers?
Good morning, Mr. Conyers.
Good morning.
Tell the jury a little bit about your occupation.
Retired?
Prior to the retirement, and congratulations on that retirement. But prior to retirement, tell me the
I want to say that it's turned up all the way, unfortunately. What I could do is slow it down, and maybe it'll be easier to hear. I'll just slow it down to 1.25. Hopefully that works. But yeah, I have it all the way up at this point.
what you did before.
I started off with South Carolina National Bank as a corporate fraud investigator, and I ended up with Wells Fargo as a financial crimes investigator.
And how many years were you with between South Carolina National and Wells Fargo?
44.
All right, so that went from South Carolina National to Wells Fargo and a couple spots in between?
Yes, sir. There was a couple of Wachobies and First Unions in there.
All right. And before that...
Hi, Reef Wilson. Okay, thank you for stopping by. I hope you're having a great day. Hope you have a good week, too.
Were you in law enforcement?
Yes, sir. I worked for Richland County Sheriff's Office from 1970 to 76.
All right. And so, so tell me a little bit about your duties as you were working with the bank.
When I first started off, I did it all, physical security and fraud investigations. You know, I investigated all the crimes against the bank.
And as time wore on, did you kind of morph into a different kind of role?
Well, they split it up. We got bigger, and they had people specialized in the physical security, and then we specialized in the investigations department.
All right. And you talked about fraud investigations?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would ATM use or misuse of ATMs be a part of that
yes,
department you worked in?
A big part.
All right. So can you explain to the jury a little bit about how when a person accesses an ATM at Wells Fargo, just what the process would be for security or what security measures were in place?
Well, anytime you use a credit card, it's a daily procedure. I mean, there's a system that takes in the time, the date, the location, the amount, and all that. As far as the ATM, we try to keep the lighting, and we pretty well got cameras in all our ATMs now. Yes. There are a few that don't have them, but the biggest majority of them all do.
All right. And did you have an opportunity, let me ask this, when you have that ATM video, does it record?
Yes, sir.
How does it record?
It 24/7.
All right. So just a continuous recording all
right.
the time? All right. And as it relates to the paper records of people trying to access ATM
right.
cards, explain how that part of it works again?
Well, anytime you access it, you know, it prints out, you know, it goes into a database with the time, the date, the amount of the transaction, or what you did, whether you were just checking your balance or making a bank transfer or making a deposit.
Yes, sir. And are those records that are kept in the normal course of business?
Yes, sir.
All right. And those are records that you would have access to based on your employment with Wells Fargo at the time?
Yes, sir.
All right. And more specifically, back in 2019, March of 2019, were you employed by...
Sweet Vampy says this guy is a good witness. Yeah, it sounds like he is some kind of expert having to do with ATM transactions and stuff like that. So I'm not too sure if he was in charge of the surveillance. It looks like that's going to be the next thing to see, so I guess he's going to talk us through that. So I'm really excited to, not excited, but I'm very intrigued.
Wells Fargo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during that employment, did you have an occasion to become involved in an investigation that dealt with the murder of Samantha Josephson?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you tell us a little bit about what you remember about your involvement?
I remember the detective calling me and asking me about you know, was the card used was the card used, and I told him it was used at two locations, one in Sumter and one here in Columbia.
And you were provided a search warrant sometime?
Yes, sir. He provided the search warrant for the photos.
Okay. And pursuant to that search warrant, did you provide certain information? Did you give certain information?
Yeah, I told him where the transactions took place.
Okay.
Because he needed that for the search warrant.
All right. No, sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked at this point for State Exhibit number 335 for identification purposes.
Yeah.
Can I show that to you, sir?
Yes.
All right. And what is that?
This is a list of the transactions that took place at trying to think of the location there. The one in West Wark and the one here in Columbia.
Okay. And did you have a chance, that's a list of the videos?
Yes.
Recording? And did you have an opportunity to review those?
Yes.
Okay, and are those your initials on the back?
Yes.
To show that you, in fact, do them?
Yes.
And, let me, I can have that back
Yes.
a moment, please. Let me also show you what's been marked as State Exhibit number 336. You recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's a time and date report for West Wark and Hampton Hills.
Okay. And you said time and date report, what is it?
This is a time and date report for ATM usage.
Okay. And again, that's kept in the normal course of business?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. I'd like to enter State 335 in evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
Admitted without objection. It is admitted without objection.
Thank you. I'd also like to admit State 336 as well, Your Honor.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Thank you. No, sir, what I'm going to show you, if you'd like to step down, you may, is State's Exhibit number 335. And I'll ask you questions about this, please. Is there an audio recording of what happens at these ATM machines?
Audio?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
All right. So can you explain to us the ATM area that we're talking about and just what you're seeing briefly?
Yeah, that's West Wark Plaza drive-through in Sumter.
All right. And what are the streets that it's closest to in Sumter?
I think the main drag, Broad Street.
Okay.
And then if you're going back towards this way, then it runs into 378 and 521.
Okay, so kind of that apex of 378, 521 and Broad Street?
Yes.
All right.
That machine has 2 cameras.
All right. And so the camera that we are looking at right now, what would that represent?
Well, it would be the overall view.
Okay.
Or you'd walk up to it and it's a real good camera. That's why you get so much footage.
Okay. Now, as this video plays, it's about a 4-minute video, but since there's no audio, I'm going to continue to talk to you.
That's fine.
Show this. Now, as that video plays, I'm going to show you what's been marked in State Exhibit number 336.
Yes, sir.
All right. So may I hand that to you, sir?
Yes.
All right. Are you able to tell what took place by way of transactions during that time?
Yeah, he attempted to make withdrawals on it, but undoubtedly he didn't have the right PIN number or something.
Okay. How many withdrawals were attempted during that period of time?
2.
And that's the Sumter location?
Yes, I'm just going by this.
Okay. And is there a time that's listed as to when those?
Yes, sir. It's saying 0545.
Okay. So 5:45 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about time a little bit. There are occasions when sometimes the ATMs may read in Pacific time.
Right. The biggest majority of them are all on Pacific time. If I remember right, they had put a new machine in this one, and when they set it up, they left it on Eastern time instead of putting it on Pacific.
Yes, sir.
But as you can see, he disguised himself pretty good.
All right. Is this when he's walking off?
Yes, it looks like he parked his car up on Broad Street.
Okay. So parked his car on Broad Street, walked back to the car?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to play a second video for you, sir,
Okay.
and I'll ask if you recognize that video in just a moment.
Yes, sir. That's the overhead.
Okay. So you talked about possible 2 camera views
Yes, sir.
that will exist. You know, some more, but at least at this location there are 2 camera views.
Right.
So one was direct on you,
Yes, sir.
and the other was overhead.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's in color as well. Is there anything that you reckon that looked particularly interesting about this
Yeah,
video?
one thing that usually I don't spend much time on overhead, but I wanted to make sure that the detective seen the shoes this guy had on, or this person had on.
Okay. What's interesting about those shoes based on your view?
Well, you don't see too many people walking up to the ATM with those on.
Don't see too many people walking up to the ATM with those on. So those look like the slider shoes that Preach was talking about yesterday, I want to say, or the other day. So this part is very suspicious, obviously. You know, has his whole head covered. He's got his face covered. And it's just appalling to me that somebody could just do that. No soul whatsoever. I mean, sometimes I say to myself, if this world isn't hell, we're close to it, because somebody just should not have that type of audacity. That's just crazy to me. But let's keep looking to see what happens.
They look like bedroom shoes.
And again, is that particular transaction captured in the record that you have in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In fact, it's the same transaction that we
Right.
just spoke about?
It's just a different view.
And again, unsuccessful transaction.
Right.
And it's noted as well on that business record.
Right.
All right.
Okay, so I'm assuming that the transactions are unsuccessful because he probably doesn't have the debit code. So I'm sure we'll find that out.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the next video.
That's disgusting. He makes me sick.
Now, you have a record that shows that transactions occurred in attempted transactions took place in the Columbia area as well.
Right, Hampton Hills.
Okay, explain to us, to the best of your ability, where Hampton Hills is.
Right over by, I get all my tech schools mixed up anymore since I moved to Charleston, but I think it's Midland Tech.
Yes, sir.
Sweet Vampy says, guess how many times he did that? Really? Not more than 20, did he? How many times was it, Sweet Vampy? He's such a dumb idiot. Yeah, he is. He's cold-blooded. And one of his beanies said cold-blooded on him. That was crazy to me. That made me sick.
It's close to there.
Okay, so would that be near the corner of Sumter Highway and Rosewood?
Yes, sir. We've got 2 branches, one on Sumter Highway, we call Garner's Ferry branch, and then the Hampton Hills branch.
Okay. So the bottom of that Garner's Ferry Hill?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what do we see here, sir?
The same person, they attempted to use
12 times or a little more, that's still a lot. I mean, he didn't know anything about her. That's what it was, right? That's why he wasn't able to successfully take the money out, because he didn't know the key code or the pass. What do you call it? I don't know. I have such an issue with words when I'm live streaming. I don't know if it's because I get nervous or whatever it is, but you know, the passcode to withdraw money and things like that. Is that what it was? Was he trying to guess? Hi, Danielle Williams. Thank you so much for being here. So we're watching the continuation of the trial that we've been watching, and at this point, it turns out that Nathaniel Josephson, who is the suspect, had attempted to withdraw money using the victim's debit card. Now, if you recall, yesterday we watched him attempting to sell her cell phone for $300, and that didn't work out for him either.
the ATM machine.
And based on the record that you have in front of you, can you tell us how many attempts were made?
Looks like it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Okay. So 9 attempts?
Yes, sir.
Were they successful or unsuccessful?
Unsuccessful.
And you talked about camera views with the Sumter location when that person tried to use the branch in Sumter.
Yes, sir.
What are the camera angles for Hampton Hills?
We have 2 cameras there also.
Okay.
We have a straight on one like that right there, and then we have an overhead. And this was black and white.
Okay. And this is a 5-minute video. I don't intend to play the entire video right now. But again, this is a fair and accurate representation of what you turned over.
That's okay. You were close. We were just like 4 attempts off. Not a big deal. That still is a lot. 9 times. I mean, what could he even be possibly trying to guess. You know, he doesn't know her date of birth. He doesn't know her social, most likely. He doesn't know, like, what else could be a passcode. You know, the year of your favorite movie that came out. You know, he doesn't know anything about her, so he's not going to be able to get it. That type of thing makes me think that maybe this was the one and only time that he tried this. You know, you would think, like, okay, the odds of me being able to figure out the passcode are not going to be very good, but he still tried it.
Over to the investigator after you receive the search warrant?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm going to show you a different camera angle, sir.
Okay.
I will attempt to show you a different camera angle, sir. There we go. So, again, can you talk to us about that particular angle of the Hampton Hills branch?
Yes, it's the overview camera. If you get, you look, you see the same shoes that really stand out.
And would this reflect the same set of 9 transaction attempts that we just watched?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but just from a different angle?
Yes, sir.
All right. And again, color camera?
That one is, yes, sir.
All right.
Sweet Vampy says you're gonna need some tissues for tomorrow. Oh my gosh, I believe it. I've had my moments already. Like when they showed what she was wearing, covered in blood, I almost lost it.
And the times over here are going to be Pacific time,
Okay.
which would, they're showing 0347, which would be, I think, 647.
Okay, so adding 3 hours would be 6:47.
Yeah, they added 3 hours.
All right. So in Sumter, attempting to use an ATM after 5 a.m.,
Yes, sir.
and in Columbia, attempting to use an ATM after 6 a.m.
Right.
All right. Both on Sumter Highway.
Yes, sir.
Now, after you provided these videos and provided that report, does that end the,
My part?
yes, sir, your part in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, sir, at this point, that's all the questions that I have. I'm going to pause this video, and then please answer any questions that the defense may have for you.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Bennett? Yes.
Good morning.
Is it Connors?
Conyers.
Connors, good morning, how are you?
Okay.
Good. You were contacted by which investigator?
I think it was McCracken.
McCracken? Okay. And when you spoke to Investigator McCracken, he told you what they were looking for, the information they were looking for?
Right. He gave me the card number and everything.
Yes, sir. He told you the reason why?
Yes, sir.
And
At the time, I mean, when I,
Amanda Brick said this is why I stopped going to ATMs at night without my gun. Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely doing this at night. I'm not too sure what time. Sweet Vampy, have you heard around what time this was? Because me and Preach were having a discussion about the timing about some of what happened. Because they showed a surveillance footage of him at Wendy's at the drive-thru. We're trying to figure out what day it was and the time and things like that. So I want to say that even either prosecution or defense had some issues clearing up, like if it was Thursday night or Friday morning, you know, that kind of thing. But I feel you, Amanda Briggs. I wouldn't either. Sweet Vampy says I can't remember. I'm sure he will say it. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna listen out for that. But yeah, I wouldn't either. That's just way too dangerous. People would do, as we can see, about anything for money. Just no, it's not worth it to take a risk and not be careful out there.
yeah, I get a lot of different cases, but yeah, he don't.
okay. So you had a conversation with him prior to getting search warrant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you guys got the search warrant.
Yes, ma'am.
Over the years,
Yes, sir.
and you would have.
Yes, sir.
Did you watch the video prior to turning over?
Well, I did the video. I mean, I didn't do the actual disc, but yeah, I looked at it all. I did all the video.
Okay, so you watched the video
Yes, ma'am.
from the colonial station,
Both ways.
and you can't see who's at the ATM, correct?
One more time?
You cannot see who is at the ATM.
No, ma'am.
Okay. You watched the subchurch location video.
Yes, ma'am.
You cannot see who's at the ATM.
No, ma'am.
You testified that the same person is trying to use your card, but you don't have that video.
Well,
Do you know if it's the same person who used the card those times?
I can't, well, wearing the same clothes, but as far as being the same person, no.
No, you can't tell. So you're just assuming that it's the same person using the card.
Yes, ma'am.
Second question, open. Thank you, another question.
So, sir, you were asked if you were assuming that that's the same person using the card, correct? The question that was just asked was,
Right.
you were assuming?
All I can say is, they had on identical clothes on.
Okay. And when you say identical clothes, you're talking about those shoes?
Objection,
Those...
Your Honor, completing.
No, don't leave her. Don't leave him.
Yes. Thank you. What identical clothing did the person who used the ATM in Sumter have that was identical to the clothing that the person who used the ATM in Columbia had?
Those bedroom shoes.
Okay.
Those stood out more than anything.
All right. Thank you, sir. That's
Yeah.
all my questions. All right. That's all I have.
Step down.
Thank you, sir. May step down. Next witness.
State call Destiny Casino.
Come forward, be sworn. Raise your clerk. Place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about giving this case will be truth, no truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Please have a seat, state your full name for the record.
Okay. Step up. Chair. State your full name for the record. Come up to the microphone. Let's speak loud.
Destiny Catino.
Good morning, Ms. Catino.
Good morning.
I'll ask you to speak up just a little bit more so we can ensure that all of the jurors are able to hear you. All right? And one other thing, and this is not to bug you, but I will need you to give a verbal answer, a yes or a no, because we don't want to guess what you're saying. We want to make sure that we understand that you're saying yes or no.
Okay.
Okay, then you'll have plenty of time to explain your answers. All right? Now, your head. All right. So tell us how old you are.
I'm 26.
A little bit about your educational background.
I graduated from Irma High School. I went to Fortis College for dental assisting, and that's it.
All right. And are you presently, well, let's a little bit about your work history.
I worked at FedEx. I worked at Sunoco, driving forklifts. I currently work at Schneider Electric.
And let me ask you this, how long were you at FedEx when you worked there?
I'd say 3 years, I want to say.
All right. During the time when you were working at FedEx, did you have an occasion to meet an Nathaniel Rowland?
Yeah, I met him. We met.
All right. And did you come in contact with him frequently when you worked at FedEx?
Before we actually met, no.
After you met, let's talk a little bit about when you met. What took place after you met? Did you have any type of relationship?
Yeah, after we met, we were just friends, and we eventually started dating.
All right. Can you tell us about when you started to date?
Like, a specific date?
No, just the time period, time frame.
We started dating about, I want to say April
Okay.
2019, I think.
All right. And if you began dating, could it have been any time before 2019?
It could have, yeah. I can't remember exactly.
But you clearly dated in 2019?
Yeah.
All right. Now, did you have a chance, when you were hanging out, to just go places and hang out with him from time to time?
Yeah. We've hung out at his family's house, his sister, his mom's house. We've hung out at 5 Points before.
So let's start from 5 Points. Where in 5 Points did you hang out?
We've been to Breakers a couple times. I forgot the name of the other place, but
frequently in 5 Points?
not that many times, but yeah.
And you said you hung out at his sister's house?
Mm-hmm.
What did you do when you went to his sister's house?
Say it again?
What did you do when you went to his sister's house?
Just hung out.
What side of town does she live on?
Off Rosewood.
And so, and do you know where he was living at the time?
With his sister,
And, was anyone living with the sister?
her kids.
And, you said that you also had a chance to meet his family.
Yeah.
How did that take place?
Just from hanging out at his sister's house, and I met his mom,
Where did you meet his mom?
his sister's house.
All right. Did you have a chance to travel with him anywhere?
Yeah, we went to his mom's house,
Where was that?
in Zion.
So, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I want to say it was New Zion, I can't remember the name of it.
But, was it his family home?
His mom, dad.
And do you remember how you would get there?
Yeah, take Garner's Ferry, go through Sumter Highway, and straight shot.
Straight shot. And about how long did it take to get there?
I want to say an hour, maybe.
Okay. Who would drive?
He would.
Okay, what kind of car was he driving at the time?
His car, yeah, it's his car, his Impala,
Okay. Was it what color was it?
black.
All right. Was it relative, do you remember, was it an old Impala?
I don't think so.
Okay, relatively new?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Did you ever have a chance to get behind the wheel of it?
Yeah,
Anything interesting ever happen when you were driving it?
I hit a deer.
Okay, who was with you when you hit the deer?
He was.
Did you ever drive his vehicle without him in it?
Maybe to go to like the corner store, but that's it.
Where was the corner store?
Up the street from his sister's house, off Rosewood.
Okay. And together, you guys were together, and you hit a deer?
Yeah,
All right. Damaged the car pretty good?
the front, yeah.
And, after that, was the car fixed?
Yeah, it got fixed.
Okay. And you continue to go back and forth to New Zion with him?
Every now and then, yeah.
All right. Now, was that a place, was it a city like Columbia?
No, it was like the country, you know what I'm saying?
All right. And, how often did you, if you can remember, would you have had a chance to go there?
How often?
Yes.
Not that often. I've probably been about 3 times, 3 or 4.
Okay. Now, do you see the person, Mr. Rowland, sitting in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Can you point him out to us? Okay. Tell us what he's wearing, if you would, please.
Button up.
All right. Now, you said you were around him, a period of time when you all were working at FedEx. How did y'all contact one another?
I'm gonna text.
And, what, do you know what kind of phone he had?
Yeah, he had my old Alcatel phone.
Okay. So you gave him a phone?
Yeah, eventually, I gave him a phone so that we could contact each other.
Why did you have to give him a phone?
He didn't have one.
And, let me ask you this, in seeing him, you had an opportunity to, like I said, be in his car from time to time?
Yeah.
Did you ever see him with any kind of, tools or anything interesting in the car?
It's something you could use to open something, but, like,
I'm sorry.
I can't really describe it.
I'd like to show you something that's been marked as safety exhibit number 225. Is this something that you've seen before?
Not exactly that, but something like that. Yeah.
Something like this in his car?
Yeah,
And you've seen him with something like this?
something like that.
And you said he had it and he was opening things in the open package?
Yeah, you use it to open something. That's it.
Now, dressing-wise, have you ever seen him wearing head coverings or anything like that?
He wear a hat, and yeah, I've seen him wear a bandana.
Okay. Any particular kind of bandanas you remember him wearing?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what's marked as safety exhibit number 11. Have you seen this before?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's this?
Yeah.
Okay. And how would you wear this?
Just run it.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as safety exhibit number 19. You seen these before?
No.
Have you seen shoes like this and wearing slides or anything like that before?
Yeah, but not those.
Okay. Now, did you guys have an occasion to end your relationship?
Say it again?
Did you break up with one another?
Yeah, we did.
Okay. About when did that happen, if you remember?
I don't remember.
Did he keep the phone you gave him?
Yeah.
Court's indulgence? And let me just be clear, you were working at FedEx?
Yeah,
Was he working at FedEx as well?
yeah,
Okay, so y'all were co-workers at some point in time?
we were,
Gotcha. And that's where you met?
yeah.
All right. So the questions I have at this time, guys?
Right at the center. Yes.
Come on.
Excuse me. Do you remember how long you knew Nate before you started dating?
It wasn't long, it wasn't, maybe a month before we started dating, yeah. A month or two.
And you said that you had driven his car
I know,
and you wrecked his car.
yeah,
But that wreck was in January of 2019, right?
I can't remember.
Okay. And it was in the shop for a while?
Yeah,
Because there was pretty significant damage on it.
Can't hear you, ma'am.
Oh, sorry, you have to answer out loud.
yeah,
And you also told the investigators when you met with them that you knew that other people had driven Nate's car also, right?
maybe, I know his cousin,
Mm-hmm.
maybe go to the store, but not really, no.
No? Okay. You went to his parents' house, you said?
Yeah, I've been before,
To his sister's house?
yeah,
Y'all would hang out at the house, you'd spend time together. You would go to the Five Points area, but you said it wasn't that frequent, right? That's
yeah, not that many times,
Okay. So that was not the normal hangout, hey, we're gonna go do something, let's go to Five Points.
yeah, no.
Okay. And how, did you say how long the relationship was?
It was maybe 4 months, I wanna say, but it wasn't long.
And during that time, you described him as a sweet person,
Yeah, to me, yeah.
kind-hearted,
Mhm,
giving,
mhm.
never gave you, oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, yes, yes,
A giving person.
yes,
If you ever had any concerns, you would walk away, right?
yeah.
Begging for indulgence. And just, do you remember exactly when you gave Nate that phone?
No, I don't.
But y'all would be communicating prior to him having that phone, right?
Yeah,
So he had a different device that you were able to
Yeah.
contact him on. Okay, thank you.
yeah.
No further questions?
I'm sorry, no further questions.
Thank you, Miss, step down. Next witness.
Face the clerk, left hand on the Bible, raise your right.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat, state your full name for the record.
My name is Eric Gradsky.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you tell the jury where you are currently employed?
Yes, I work for a company called Invista Forensics, and I work as a digital forensic examiner specializing in cellular location analysis and mobile forensics.
And how long have you been there?
I've been there since May of 2019.
And where were you previously?
Previous to that, I worked for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, otherwise known as SLED.
And how long did you work for SLED?
I was at SLED for a little over 3 years.
And what did you do at SLED?
At SLED, I was assigned as a special agent to the State Surveillance and Intelligence Unit, which operated as a fugitive apprehension team. So we would get calls from local agencies requesting assistance in apprehending violent felons or people with warrants. And my area of expertise specifically on that team was to track cell phones in real time, as well as map out historical call detail records in relation to major crimes.
Did you receive any training in order to do that?
I did.
What is your training?
I've received over 250 hours of training in pen register trap and trace device training, and I probably should explain what a pen register trap and trace is. We've probably all heard of a wiretap. So a pen register trap and trace is a bit of a scaled down version of a wiretap. So you get a target number, and we initiate a wired pen register. Basically what's going to happen is we're going to be able to see all the incoming and outgoing phone calls and text messages, but we're not going to be able to hear anything as far as voice conversations or see any text message content. And what this did is it allowed us to analyze the cellular, location analysis of a phone in real time, because we would see on the pen register, we would see the towers that were being used, the locations of those towers, as well as date and time and other particulars regarding that. So I've received training in pen register trap and trace device collection and analysis, advanced training in call detail record analysis, wireless communications theory, and since being employed at SLED, I'm now a certified telecommunications network specialist, certified wireless analyst, and I've received additional training in that as well.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert in court?
I have
In what field?
cellular location analysis and mobile forensics.
This time, Your Honor, I'd ask that Mr. Grabsky be certified, qualified as an expert in the field of cellular location
Analysis.
cellular location analysis, Your Honor.
He's so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, you said a lot of definitions when you were just talking. Can you explain to the jury, how do you get cell phone information? Let's start there.
So I'm going to say call detail records a lot probably, and that's what we refer to as the records that come from the major providers for cell phone companies. So Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and Sprint.
And how do you get these records?
I get these records through, when I was at SLED, through legal process. So we would send in a search warrant or a court order to obtain those records.
And what kind of records do you receive?
So we receive call detail records, often in digital format, so Excel, spreadsheets, that kind of thing. And we'll receive basically records of incoming and outgoing calls, text message transactions, internet or data transactions, subscriber information, as well as precision location records. There's several types of call detail records, and that's what we'll receive from the carriers when we make our request.
And are the records you receive the same, whether it's Verizon, AT&T, the provider, or does that matter?
I'm sorry. So the records do differ in not only the way that they are provided, but the way that they are recorded by the provider. So essentially, they're all very similar, but they're provided in different formats, and some carriers may store certain information, whereas another carrier may not store the same information.
And I guess what I'm getting at, do you always get the same information from each provider, or is it different depending on the provider?
It's different depending on the provider.
All right. And so I'm going to draw your attention to this case. How did you become involved in the murder of Samantha Josephson?
I received a call from my lieutenant at the time, inquiring about this case and requesting our assistance.
And what assistance did they need at that time from you?
They needed cellular location analysis on a known phone number.
And how do you know what phone numbers to get records for?
It just depends. In this case, we received information from investigators and special agents who had already been working the case prior to.
And what information are you given, or are you just given the phone number? Are you told it's to this person or that person, or are you just given the phone number, or does that vary?
It varies, but ultimately we receive information as far as the phone number and who it's associated with, the person that it's associated with.
And what do you mean by associated with?
Meaning who possibly had possession of that phone during a given time period.
So in this case, you got information about some phone numbers, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what did you do based on that?
I obtained search warrants for the call detail records, specifically containing historical cell site location information, in order to map out the records and determine where these phones were possibly located for a specific time period.
And were you able to get the information?
I was, yes.
I'm going to start with certain records. I'll show you what's well, excuse me. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 38, and that's what you recognize.
Yes.
And what are those?
These are call detail records for 609-658-5123.
Is that one of the phone numbers that was provided to you?
Yes.
And does that exhibit fairly accurately depict the records that you received?
Yes.
Have they been changed in any way?
Not that I can tell, no.
At this time, Your Honor, I think you sent Exhibit 338 into records, into evidence. That's what it says.
Very good.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I'm going to show you 337. I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 337. Ask if you recognize it.
I do.
What is that?
These are RTT records, type of call detail record for 803-566-3692.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you received? Or a fair and accurate copy of what you received?
It is.
Has it been changed in any way?
It is not.
At this time, I asked to introduce Exhibit 337 into evidence. Prior to. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as 339. And ask if you recognize those.
I do.
And what are those?
These are the same RTT records for that previous number, for the Verizon number.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the records you received for this data?
They do.
And have they been changed in any way?
No.
At this time, Your Honor, I ask to introduce Exhibit 339 into evidence. Oh, I'm sorry. And you just used what I will say the term of art, RTP. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Yes. So RTT is what Verizon describes as their precision location records. So as I mentioned before, there are several types of call detail records, one of which is precision location records, right? And Verizon calls them, they use the acronym RTT, which stands for Range to Tower, or Real-Time Tool. Essentially what these are records that show tower information regarding the health of their network. So what we're going to see on these records is a date and time of when the phone contacted a tower. The tower then, if it's equipped with one of these tools, will actually time the amount of time that it takes for the signal to get to the phone and then return back to the tower. And when they do that, they estimate a distance that the phone could be from the tower, and it's an estimate. They also include the estimated latitude and longitude of the device. And this is not to track phones or to maintain locations of their subscribers. These records are produced and maintain information regarding how that signal is seen by the actual handset, so by the phone itself. And this is a method for them to oversee the health of their network, because the whole point of all of these networks is for us to continue to subscribe to them, right? They're a business. And so they need to maintain the health of their network so that they can maintain subscribers, they can maintain their customers. And this is a way that they do that, to be able to see basically in real time how the network is interacting with various cell phones.
Now, you said something about the latitude and longitude, and that I believe you said it's not accurate. What do you mean by that?
So along with these, or included in these records, is an estimated latitude and longitude of the device, and there's a confidence level associated with it: high confidence, medium confidence, or low confidence. And again, these are not created to actually determine the location of the device. What they're trying to do is see where various towers' signal overlaps, because where that signal overlaps, you're going to get better signal for the device. So that's really what they're looking at. And for purposes of the this report and my testimony today, those estimated latitude and longitudes were not included. But you will see an estimated latitude and longitude in these records, and we just need to make sure that you're aware that those are not what was used today.
And just to be clear, if something says the latitude and longitude is, say, downtown Columbia, does that mean the phone is in Camden?
No, it's and again, it's going to be associated with an actual tower. So what we're going to see is the tower that was used for connecting to the network.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint that would help assist you in your testimony today?
I did.
And was that provided to myself and everyone that needed it?
Yes.
You can sit down now. Is this what we were speaking of that you prepared? So this has a lot of information. Can you talk about the background of what this presentation deals with, which numbers?
Yes, so I created a cellular map report
Speak up.
Sorry,
Or how about this, switch with me, so the court can hear you better.
So I created a cellular analysis report which maps out the towers that were used by 2 target phone numbers. That's going to be 803-566-3692, as well as 609-658-5123.
And were you given any information about what the 609 number, who it was associated with?
Yes, I was told that that was associated with Samantha Josephson.
And what about the phone number, the 566-3692?
That was associated with Nathaniel Roll.
In here you have methodology. What is this speaking of?
This is just basically telling you what I just spoke about, which is we conducted analysis on the call detail records and documented where the locations of those towers are, as well as the sector location on those towers.
And what is cell site location?
So cell site location simply means location of a tower. So cell site simply means the site of the cell, and that is how we describe location of the tower.
And you use all of this information to make some determinations that we're going to talk about, is that correct?
That's correct.
So, this is a sample, as it says, a sample of a 3-sector tower. Can you explain to the jury what is a 3-sector tower?
Yes, so the majority of towers that are used by these networks, and specifically in this report, all the towers that we saw are what we call sectorized. And that's just a fancy way of saying that they're broken up into different sectors so that you're able to determine, when you analyze these records, what side of the tower that a phone call could have originated from, or some type of connection to the network could have been from, right? And so when we see these towers in real time, the next time you see a tower, and you see that what looks like a kind of a triangular looking rack there at the top, that indicates that the tower is sectorized.
And so, does a tower like this, does it project out one way or another, or is it a 360?
It's essentially 360, but each of those sectors projects out, 120-degree beam width, right? And that, 120 degrees times 3 is 360, which, encompasses a circle.
So, can you explain to the jury what this means?
Right. So this is like a bird's eye view on a cell site or a cell tower. So if you think of a Mercedes-Benz symbol, the very center of that symbol is going to be where the tower is located. And each of those kind of triangular-looking shapes that come out, that span out from that center, represents a sector. And that's how we're able to determine, if the call originated potentially on the north side of the tower, or the east side, or west or south.
And so, again, the first target number is the one associated with Mr. Rowland, is that correct?
That is correct.
And who was his provider?
Verizon Wireless.
Okay, and so what time frame did you analyze?
The evening of March 28th through March 29th.
And what was the second target number?
609-658-5123.
And again, who was this associated with?
Samantha Josephson.
And who was the cell phone provider?
Verizon Wireless.
And again, what were you asked to analyze?
March 28th, 2019 through March 29th, 2019.
So, why is this significant, or what information were you given?
I was given information that the incident originated at the Bird Dog, which is a bar in Five Points.
Okay. And you said given information. Were you part of the investigation, or are you just receiving information from different people?
I'm receiving information from investigators.
And what is this?
This is the coordinates of where the body is located.
So this is where it says 33, I believe it's degree 48.472. What is that?
Seeing these images is so heartbreaking because I know what this is all leading to. They're talking about the cell phone locations. The dates were between March 28th and March 29th, and so that was going to be the time that Samantha was out with her friends, and then when she was missing. And then seeing also where the location of the body was. Another thing that I forgot to mention from yesterday's court hearing, or from day 4, of court hearing, was that they showed some of the pictures of the crime scene, and they didn't directly show the camera the pictures, but sometimes you could still get a glance of what they were talking about and what they were showing, and it was just really heartbreaking to see her injuries, what some of them were. So yeah, this is usually the part where I'm kind of quiet because I'm just taking in the information and putting myself in the situation as well, just trying to really understand what happened. So that's why I'm kind of quiet at this time. So my apologies if I'm not, stopping it all the time and commenting. It's a lot of information that I feel that I need to take in to really understand what happened.
That's the actual coordinates on Earth of where the body is located.
And so is this for lack of a better word, a Google map of that?
Yes, it is.
What is this?
This is a location of interest that I was provided.
And do you know anything about this when you're provided, or are you just told this is an area of interest?
I was told that's an area of interest.
Okay. And so 7525 Mount Brook.
That's correct.
And this is again just an aerial shot?
That's correct.
What is this one?
Another location of interest.
So 802 Henfield Street was one you were given as a location of interest?
That's correct.
Again, were you given information as to why this was a location of interest, or that it just was?
It's I believe it was associated with a family member. That's what I remember.
Family member of whom?
Nathaniel Rowland.
What about Memorial Stadium?
I believe this was in reference to some of the GPS coordinates that were extracted from the device originally by Lieutenant Britt Dove. I believe it was potentially, this may have been an area of interest at the time that this map was created.
And you brought up Britt Dove. What your talents sort of overlap, would that be fair to say?
Sure.
And so he was here yesterday and talked about cell phone records. Do you have the same records that he does, or are your records different?
So actually, I had the records and he had the possession of the physical devices. So it's important to understand that that's two separate sources of information, right? You're going to be able to get actual content of text messages, internet activity. You're going to actually see the content of that phone from the physical phone itself. From the provider, from the carrier, as far as the records go, we're just going to see basically contact with the towers and incoming and outgoing phone calls and data transactions.
So is it fair to say that the information you receive and the information he gets are not always the same?
That's correct.
This is just another point of interest?
That's correct.
All right. So let's get back to this. So you're analyzing 5663692. What did you get in terms of helping you just analyze that number?
So I looked at all the records that were provided by Verizon when I made my request. And the records that were used for this report are the records that I have here. We have call detail records that I was provided, and specifically I used RTT records that were provided by Verizon, as well as the cell site listing, which is the Carolina tower data that was provided. So Verizon, I should explain this, Verizon, they record the tower number in their records, right? So, they'll say, hey, this number uses tower number 1. But they don't really specify, at all where tower number 1 is located. So you have to look at their cell site listing, which is a database that says, hey, tower number 1 is located at this latitude and longitude. And that's how we determine where those towers are that were being used by any target phone number.
And to be clear, latitude and longitude is just a way to say the address, basically, because the tower doesn't have an address.
Towers do have addresses, yes. So a tower has an address, but it's more accurate to plot the latitude and longitude because that's going to be the exact point on Earth as to where that tower is located. If you plot an address as the tower, you may have varying degrees of distance as far as where that tower is located and where that address is. Because an address is going to be on a main road, but I'm sure all of us have seen towers that are way back in the woods somewhere with through a little cut or a little trail, and it's going to be more accurate to show that latitude and longitude.
So when this says Carolina's tower data, that's providing the data for the tower as far as the location.
That's right.
So what does this signify for you?
So this is the RTT explanation form. We include this just so that we can reference it for these purposes. We have a date, we have an access time. Release time is going to be the time that the tower saw that phone leave that tower, basically, when it's disconnected from that tower. We have a call length, a technology type, dial digits.
And do you get all of this information in the report?
I do.
Okay. This is a continuation of that?
Correct.
Can you explain that to the jury?
Sure. We have various device identifiers, the ESN, the MID. We have
You're going to explain. What is it?
electronic serial number. The MID is essentially the actual phone number itself.
What is it? You said it real fast. Say what ESN is again.
ESN is the electronic serial number. So that's going to be the electronic serial number associated with a specific device.
Okay, so that's like the serial number on the phone.
Essentially, yes.
Okay. And I interrupted you. MEID or MIN, are those the same?
They can be. This is going to be just the mobile identifier to the network.
And so that's another problem. What's entry type?
Entry type is going to be where we see if it was originating or if it was incoming. So originating meaning outgoing, and then incoming meaning obviously incoming to the device.
And again, because I'm smart about this, it's my 3-year-old. Outgoing is you using the phone to call something or text something out from your phone?
That's correct.
And incoming is somebody, or inbound is somebody sending you or calling you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then what's the next column?
The access CDSC, that's going to be essentially the switch specific to the RTT record. So it's a lot of complicated stuff here, but really what it is it's a group of towers that are essentially given a number, and it's by geographic location. So you'll have, like, in this case especially, we have the Columbia switch, and so that's going to be all the towers that Verizon signifies as the greater Columbia area. We'll have the Charleston switch, which is kind of more toward Charleston, toward the coast, and there's various other switches. So this is the identifier that identifies what group of towers correspond to these records.
And so say something came up with the Charleston tower, you wouldn't be looking at the Columbia tower.
That's right.
And what's access BTS?
This is the actual, the cell site itself. This is the cell site number, which is what we then go reference in the cell site listing as to the location of that.
And does BTS stand for something?
It does, base transceiver station, which again is a fancy way of saying cell tower.
And what about access sector?
This is going to be the sector that will be used. So as I mentioned earlier, think of the Mercedes-Benz symbol. It's going to signify sector 1, sector 2, or sector 3.
And so all this information is on one long generator report?
That's correct.
Is this still the same thing?
That's correct.
All right, so continue. What is this called?
Access distance is going to be the estimated distance from the tower that Verizon estimates that phone to be from the actual tower. The last RF1 is going to be if potentially multiple switches were used. That's going to be your second one if the phone rolls into another switch.
And what's a multiple switch? Again, what does that mean?
So it's just like a tower. If you go from one tower to the next, sometimes we will see the first tower that was used and then the last tower that was used. And this is the same thing for the switch. You might see it go from a switch that has switch number 1, and then you might see that the last switch essentially goes to switch number 2.
Now, switching towers, does that mean you're moving?
It can. It's not always indicative of movement, but it can be indicative of movement.
And so I interrupted you. Were we here?
The last RF1 BTS, again, is going to be the last time that tower was used, the last tower that was used during that time transaction.
And what's call-location confidence?
So this is going to be in correlation to the estimated latitude and longitude of the device, which is not GPS location information and was not used in this report.
Okay. And last call.
Call latitude, call longitude, again, this is that latitude and longitude of the physical device, not the tower, that is estimated by Verizon, which again, was not used in this report.
And so you have a little disclaimer here. Is that what you've been talking about?
That's exactly right. This is everything that's provided from Verizon. They are aware that these coordinates can be confused as GPS coordinates, and it's important for anybody who's looking at these records to understand that that is not the case, which again is why they were not used in this report.
But they were provided to you.
Yes, they were provided in these records.
So it's a little hard to see, but what does this signify for 5663692?
These are the RTT records. And what we're seeing is we're seeing a date and time associated with various transactions that are occurring as the device is connected to the network.
So in general, does this mean the device is working?
Yes.
Okay. And so is there anything in specific in this one that you used to reference anything? This goes from March 28th through March 29th.
Yeah, these are the records that I began to analyze.
And what are you looking for in this particular record?
So specifically in all of these records, what I'm looking for is the actual tower number, and that's going to be signified in this column right here where you see that number 8. That is going to be the access BTS. It's going to be the tower that was used. And then I'm looking at the sector, which is going to be the very next column over, which in this on this slide you can see is sector number 1. I'm not looking at the latitude and longitude of the device, and then I'm also looking at the dial digits column.
What is that?
So,
Just didn't see you there, my bad.
It's alright, man.
Alright, cool. So, they're talking about the cell phone towers, yeah. Where the cell phone pinged and all that stuff.
Alright, cool.
You sound a lot more clear today. So whatever you did today.
Yeah. I've been struggling with audio issues. That's why I bought a new headset. And it does better, but like it's 4 different options I can choose for my mic. And it never defaults to the right one. So I have to like manually switch it. I gotta go in there another time and make sure it's set to default. But yeah, man.
Sounds fancy.
Yeah, it's annoying. I thought getting a powerful enough PC to do what I wanted was gonna be the hard part. But no. The hard part is freaking is the audio. That's the most difficult part. It's the audio.
Hi Rain, how you doing? Rain is in the chat.
What's up, Rain? Rain show up to all my lives, and I don't even know who that person is.
Mystery.
It's scary.
Oh. Well, we're happy to see you here, Rain. Steve Ampy said, that's good. I'm glad I see him around sometimes. I still love all you. We love you too, Sweet Vampy. You're welcome to come into our chats whenever you can. Preach also goes live if you want to check him out. Sometimes he games or talks about different types of topics.
Yeah, so. But not for 2 weeks because I'm banned. So.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So I got like 10 more days.
Preach is taking risks on his channel.
Yeah, I'm taking big risks.
Rain says I'm harmless.
Okay, that's good to know.
Okay. Alright, let's see what else they have to say.
Pound 77.
Oh yeah, you missed. So apparently the suspect attempted to use the victim's debit card at the ATM.
Okay. Yeah.
So they showed surveillance of him doing that. He's wearing all black. He was wearing those slider shoes that we were talking about the other day. And he had his face like all covered up because he didn't want to be seen because I'm sure he knows that there's going to be surveillance cameras all over that ATM machine. But they were able to somewhat identify him mainly because of the shoes he was wearing. Well, that's what they were presenting anyways.
Yeah.
On the stand. Let's see, Emmanuel Briggs says, damn, that mic is clear as hell. I thought Preach was in my house.
Yeah, that's why I bought it, because it was people reviewing it on YouTube, and they were like, it's really good, and then people were still telling me there were issues. So I just was looking through the different options. I was like, oh, it's on the wrong output option. So I fixed it, and now we're good.
Awesome. Alright, so let's push play and find out what else they have to say.
Cool.
So dial digits is going to show you if there was a call associated with any of these transactions, right? So we access cellular networks for really three main reasons: calls, text messages, and data. Data refers to our internet plan, right? And that's how our providers these days are making more money, right? They used to be charging 10 cents a text, but they wouldn't make any money if they tried that now because no one would be willing to pay that much, right? So they put more emphasis on data. So they're now starting to track and make sure that they keep tabs, obviously, when data transactions occur. So specifically in these records, what we're seeing is #77 being used. That is simply Verizon's code for a data transaction occurring on your network.
And we have talked about this, but can a data transaction occur if, let's say, your phone has not been paid for and so the bill is off?
It's not likely, no.
Is there any other way to access data if you're not paying on your plan with Verizon?
I don't know.
What about this call from March 29th? And are these times accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So it starts at 0:40 and this one ends at 4:10.
That's right.
What does this mean?
That's from 12:40 a.m. to 4:10 a.m. and these are the transactions that are occurring that we're seeing. Basically the towers that are being used by this phone to access the network.
So what does this mean? The phone is being used?
It means the phone the phone is accessing the cellular network.
And there's got various times. So at 2:06 it's using it?
Right.
And at 2:22?
That's right.
And 2:38?
Right.
And can you tell on this where those locations are at that time?
I cannot.
Not with this particular.
Right. I have to join this with the cell site listing to determine where those specific tower numbers are located.
And it's 305?
305, yes.
And then 320?
Yes.
339?
Correct.
355?
Correct.
410?
Correct.
So it's being in some manner.
In some manner, it is accessing the network specifically for data connection.
And then you have, this is more of the same?
Correct.
And 413, 415, 417, 426, 445, 451, 452, 501. So it's being.
Correct. And what we see here is actually this change from the Columbia switch to the Charleston switch, which means that the phone moved from one large geographic area of networks to towers to another switch, right? Another geographic area where more Verizon towers are located.
And how do you know that? Can you tell that on this or is that on another report?
Both. So you can tell specifically by this access number right here, the 602, the CSVSE. That's going to show you that identifier, but also just simply from obtaining those records from Verizon, we'll be able to see what switches were being used.
So I'm going to go back. You said it switched from 602. So at 410, this is the column?
That's right.
And then it switches at some point.
That's right. We see just a number change. That's right.
And then this is just more of the same?
That's right. And then what we see is the phone went from the Columbia switch to the Charleston switch, and then as the time continued, it went back to the devices using towers that are associated with the Columbia switch.
Can you tell on here when it went back to the Columbia switch? Or is that in a different report?
No, well, yeah, so it looks like at about, I can't tell, I think about 410 is when it came back to the Columbia switch, if I remember correctly.
And is it fair to say the tower range is large, so at some point you could not be in Columbia but still be on the Columbia tower switch?
Potentially, yes.
All right, and then this is still more of the same.
That's all the records are used to display what.
So on March 29th at 10:20, when the phone is being accessed, is that the Columbia switch?
It appears so, yes.
So explain to me what this map is an example of.
So this map is an example of how we're going to see where the device is located and what towers were being used by this device. And specifically, I shouldn't say where the device was located. I should say what towers were being used by the device, right?
So explain, okay, so you have locations of interest. What do those mean again?
So those are the locations of interest that we discussed previously, various areas of interest that were pertinent to the case. And then we have a tower that is being used by the phone is going to show in this red sector symbol here. And what that is that where those two lines open up, that's going to be facing the direction for where that phone accessed the network, right? So in here we see the sectors kind of facing a northeasterly direction. That means that the phone would have been somewhere within the radio range of that tower, tower number 8, as well as that sector in that northeasterly direction.
So when we see something like this, just to make sure we all understand, does that mean the person or the phone being used has to be on this side or this side?
More than likely it's going to be on that northeastern side. Now, of course, the way the radio frequency propagates, it doesn't span out in straight lines. It really more looks like a block. But this is the best way that we're able to display this information without making it entirely confusing. We don't have, coverage maps that were provided by the provider. They don't provide any kind of coverage map or anything like that. So this is how we display. So it's possible that, the phone may be a little on the, one side of a sector or a little on the other side of the sector, where some of those sectors actually bleed over.
And you have here that tower not utilized. How do you know for sure that this tower is not being utilized based on what you just said?
That's right, because when we look through those records, as I mentioned before, we look and see what tower is being utilized, right? So what tower is being accessed. The network is not going to record towers that are not being accessed, right? It's only going to show, hey, tower number 1, tower number 2 was accessed. But, in our cell site listing, we also see the surrounding areas of other towers, which helps us develop, a good mindset of where that call could have possibly been and how many other towers may be overlapping in the geographic area. So it's important to see, or to at least to display, towers that aren't being used versus the tower that is being used, in order to make sure that we all can understand that, one tower doesn't just service all of Columbia, right? But if you only show one tower that's being used in the middle of Columbia, you might think, okay, that's the only cell tower in Columbia, right?
So we're going to go to specifics. So this is, again, the number associated with Mr. Rowland 5663692, correct?
Correct.
And so you have here that at 8/1954 through 1:33 a.m., what tower is this on access?
Tower number 8.
And you have, where is 7525 Mountain Brook in relation to that tower?
Northeast.
Would it be in range of that tower?
I believe so, yes.
And that's from 8/19 on March 28th through to March 29th, 1:33.
At 1:33 a.m.
And then, if a different moves, would that be fair to say? The phone at some point moves?
Yes, the phone does move.
And what towers is it now accessing?
It's now accessing tower, I believe it's tower 547 and tower 530.
All right, I'm going to be specific. So at 150 through 151, it is accessing tower 530.
That's correct.
And this tower is this one that goes this way towards, and Bird Dog is in the middle of that?
Yes, so these two towers are being used. This tower 530, the sector 3 is facing west, which in relation to that tower, the Bird Dog is west of that tower. And then we have tower 547 at 2:06 a.m. And the sector there, sector number 2, is facing sort of in a easterly direction, which again would face the Bird Dog.
So it goes from this tower to this tower and from 150 to 206. So however much time that is, 10 minutes or so?
That's right.
And then the next time it utilizes, or what is this showing?
This is just a little bit closer of where the Bird Dog is situated between these towers and sectors that are being used by that 3692 number.
And this is the number associated with Nathaniel Road.
Correct.
What does this show?
This is, again, you see tower 547 and 530 being used, the last tower contact at 547 at 2:06 a.m., and then we see a new tower being used, tower 552, sector 1, at 2:22 a.m.
And that's here facing Fort Jackson, North Beltline, all of that area.
That's correct.
And that's at 2:22. So it has moved from Bird Dog to this way.
Yes.
And what is this map?
This is, again, a continuation. So as time is progressing, we're seeing that at 2:22, the one that we just mentioned is sort of facing Fort Jackson, that area. And then we see a tower at 2:38, between 2:38 and 3:05 a.m., tower 539, sector 1 is the only tower that's being used during that time period.
Okay, and you have some locations here, Hemphill Street. Are these points of interest like we talked about before?
Yes.
Okay, and are they within the cell service site? Is that what
It would be my opinion, yes.
And again, what does this show?
Again, this is going to show continuation, so we have that tower 539, where we left off from the last slide, from 2:38 a.m. to 3:05, and then we have tower number 8 being used, which is further east, at 3:20 a.m.
And so it goes from somewhere in this sector the phone is being used, still in Columbia, at 3:20, just moving away, going this towards, at 77 towards this way, towards 222 is the highway, is where it's starting to happen. Is that correct?
That's right.
And then this is the same number that's associated with Mr. Rowland, correct?
Correct.
And here's where we left off, 3:20, is that correct?
Correct.
And where are we now?
The next one after 3:20, the next transaction that we see is at 3:39 a.m., and that is on tower 513 in sector 2.
And this is heading out towards Sumter?
Yes, it's in an east direction from Columbia.
And the next slide, this is where we stopped, correct?
That's right.
So 339 is on this tower going down, and it's a Garner's Ferry, so heading out, is that correct?
Yes, east of Columbia.
All right, and then the next time it hits is 355, where is that?
Don't leave the witness.
Where?
So the next thing that we see is at 3:55 a.m., we have a tower access to tower number 563, sector 3, which is...
Oh yeah, preach, if you're listening. So I almost forgot to tell you that they also had his ex-girlfriend on the stand. So remember how they had his... You're muted, I think. Are you muted? I can't hear you. Say something. Say hello. Yeah, I can't hear you. I see you're not muted, but for some reason I can't hear you. Still can't hear you. Well, let me tell you, anyways, because I just want to tell you. So they had his, I want to say I might hear you now. Say something? No, sorry. But let me tell you, anyways. So they had his ex-girlfriend on the stand, and this was, I'm guessing, they didn't really say if it was before or after the lady that we saw the other day, but she said that he, remember how we were talking about he was unemployed? She had provided him with a cell phone, so he didn't even have his own cell phone, and he was living with his sister. So this guy was not maintaining himself or supporting himself in any kind of way. So I'm thinking now that this, instead of this being like an attempted molestation case, I'm thinking more attempted robbery. Like maybe he was looking for somebody that was going to come out the club or the bar drunk that he could steal from, by the looks of it so far. Still can't hear you, but I'm not too sure what it is. I know you're not muted, and I saw you like switch it.
Hello.
That's better.
Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah,
There we go.
all right, yeah. I don't know what the hell be going on, but yeah, no, yeah, I was thinking it might have been sexual because it was random, but the robbery does make more sense, seeing as how he seems pretty adamant about like selling her stuff, getting money for everything, you know. And because he didn't have a gun, that's what kind of made my brain say it probably wasn't a robbery. Because who the fuck robs someone with a utility knife, you know? Like, and what did his ex girlfriend say that made you think it was a robbery?
She gave him a cell phone, and he was living at his sister's house. So that made me feel like he wasn't making any kind of money. Like.
Right. Oh no. Yeah, we've already established that he does nothing with his life.
Mhm.
Yeah.
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 All right. Let's push play.
Is, again, more towards the Sumter area.
And what is here that you've got listed as, just so the jury has an idea of where it is?
Shaw Air Force Base, is that what you're pointing to? Okay.
So where are we now?
So now this is a tower that's being accessed on the east side of Sumter, specifically it looks like it's in the area of East Sumter. This is going to be...
Sweet Vampy said he stabbed her 122 times. That's crazy. And it had to have all been puncture, because I don't think he used the knife part.
Nah, it just was that blade that they had out, and it didn't look like a blade. It just looks like two really pointy things. So it's like being stabbed twice at once. It's like being stabbed with a fork, you know? That sucks.
That's devastating to hear. Oh my god, I did not know 122 times. I was appalled to find out, if this is a different case, that Aiden had stabbed Tristan, the cheerleader. Remember? We had talked about that case out of Florida.
Okay, yeah.
The minors.
Yeah, the kids, yeah.
Yeah, 114 times. I was like, that's crazy. But this woman was punctured 122 times. That's crazy.
A robbery. I mean, I guess I still kind of go with my idea before that he was in a manic state. And yeah, but I don't know. It just seems like a serious crime of passion. You know what I mean?
So Vampy said he used both parts. They called it a tool.
A tool, yeah, some kind of tool.
Yeah, we saw that it was like a pliers, and then I don't think they've yet to show the knife part of it. I don't think they ever showed it open.
Oh, okay.
In fact, I think they said that they didn't even know how to open it, which is weird. And I would have thought they would have tried to figure out that part so we could see, but that's what happens.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. At 4:10 and 50 seconds, and then 4:10 and 56 seconds.
And this looks a little different than some of the others. Is it different?
It is. So we have two sectors being used within a short time span. So I highlighted both sectors in this. So the sector that is pointing in the south direction, pointing down, that's going to be used at 4:10, 50 seconds. And then the sector 1 is used at 4:10, 56 seconds. So 6 seconds later, which indicates that the sector changed.
And what do you have here, Justin?
This is where the latitude of where the body was located.
And so what does this signify?
Again, this is a progression of time. We see, again, those 410 transactions that I just spoke of in the previous slide, and then we have the very next following transaction, which is at 4:13 a.m., which is this tower is in a southeasterly direction from tower number 40 up near East Sumter.
And which phone is this associated with again?
This is 803-566-3600.
And who's that phone associated with?
Nathaniel Lord.
And again, where is the body located in relation to the tower?
This tower 1702 is, the body's located to the east of that tower.
And so, what does this signify?
Again, another progression in time. So we see at 4:15 a.m., tower 1722 is being used, and then, at 4:13 a.m., here we have 1702, and then at 1722 at 4:15, we have that tower being used as well.
And can you still see the body located on this map, where the body was found?
Yes, the latitude and longitude is here in the middle where that line is located.
And what does this slide show?
This shows at 4:17, we had a sector change on 1722. It's facing in a south direction. And then at 4:26:03 a.m., we have two transactions that occur on a tower south of there, and the sector is facing in a northeasterly direction, as you can see at that bottom symbol.
And in your expert opinion, if someone is here where the body is located, could they access this tower?
It's possible.
Next slide.
So the next one we see are two towers that are located just north of New Zion. They possibly are included in New Zion. It looks like near the Turbeville area. This is going to be Tower 1722 and Tower 1726. We had a transaction occur 17 seconds apart. So we had 1726 was accessed at 4:45:02, 2 seconds in the morning. And then 1722, that tower on the left there, was accessed at 4:45:19.
And again, which phone is this associated with? Who is this phone associated with?
Nathaniel Lord.
And again, what does this do? You've got some circles now. Explain that to the jury.
So this is the distance to tower measurements that I spoke of earlier. So we're not using latitude and longitude, the estimated latitude and longitude. What we saw for those same two transactions that we just saw in the previous slide that are 17 seconds apart, those RTC records indicate an estimated distance from the tower that handset is. And so in our experience, my experience with SLED, this is a technique that we would use in real time when we are tracking phones in real time. We would look at the RTC records, and we would try to find where two separate towers had where the phone accessed two separate towers within a short amount of time. And if we got distance to tower measurement readings from those towers, we would draw those out and see where they overlapped. And that really aided, our investigations and helped narrow down a search of where we were going to locate that phone. Because as you can see here, these towers can cover massive amounts of distance. And so it can be very time-consuming to essentially locate a phone when you're just driving around in circles in the middle of the woods, right?
So in this case, you have the two circles coming together. What does that signify in this case?
That just signifies the estimated distance to tower that these towers were seeing that device.
And you have this here. What does that signify?
That signifies the location of the body.
Is it within the circles or outside of the circles?
It's hard to tell. It's just around where those distance to towers overlap.
So it's where they overlap.
Near it.
All right. And what does this signify?
This signifies another tower that was used on the south side of where that body was located at 4:51 a.m.
And what does this signify?
This signifies additional towers that are being used. So it's important to understand that we may be seeing towers kind of surrounding this area being used, and it's likely because this area is being covered by multiple towers. Multiple sectors are overlapping in this area.
And in your expert opinion, does that mean the device is somewhere in this area?
Yes.
Not in downtown Columbus?
Correct.
And so at 501 and 452, what does this signify?
This signifies, so at 452, again, we have tower 1726, and that sector is facing south. And then at 501, we have a tower to the west, just to the west, that's 1702. That's sector number 1. Again, that's sort of facing that general area where 1726 is, so it's possible that the phone is between where those two sectors are opening up.
And this is again the phone associated with whom?
Nathaniel Lord.
And what does this signify?
So now it looks like the phone is potentially traveling back west. So we have a tower here, tower 1702, being used at 501. And then we have tower number 40, which is back toward East Sumter at 5:12 a.m.
And so again, you have this 3 lines. What does that signify?
Those signify the sectors of the towers, that specific tower is being used.
And then, what does this signify?
Again, we see tower number 40 is being used at 5:21 a.m., and that's going to be facing toward the west side of East Sumter. And then at 5:27, it looks like 5:45, we have tower transactions that occur on tower 566, which is much closer to the Sumter area.
And you have here this location of interest, 1119 Broad Street. What is that?
Honestly, I do not recall what that is. It's a location of interest that was provided.
That's what I meant, the location of interest.
It is.
And this is, I think you said this, but this is Broad Street where?
In Sumter.
At 545?
Yes.
And that's again in Tucson?
It's associated with Nathaniel Road.
What does this map show?
This again shows more progression time in the towers that are being used at 6 a.m. and then 6:16. As you can see, at 6 a.m. we have 2 towers that are being used around the Shaw Air Force Base area, and then at 6:16 we have a tower being used west of that location.
So earlier we saw something similar, would that be fair to say, going the other way?
Potentially, yeah.
And then now, at 6:16, where's,
This is west of something.
and where's Columbia in reference to this?
West.
And what does this signify?
This shows towers that are being used between 6:31 a.m. and 7:08 a.m. And this is appears to be on, again, back toward the east side of Columbia.
And you have here, what's this address?
4800 Garners Ferry Road.
And what time is that tower near there being accessed?
6:52 a.m.
And again, whose phone is this associated with?
associated with Nathaniel Road.
What does this signify?
Again, continuation. Actually, I think this is just a zoomed-in version of that last slide, and we see the transaction occurring at 6:31 a.m. and then 6:52 a.m.
And again, it says, where's the location of interest?
4800 Garners Ferry Road.
And what does this show?
This is showing these towers and sectors that are being used between 7:08 a.m. and 7:24 a.m.
And where are we in reference to? Are we in Columbia now, or where are we? With these
Yes,
towers?
these towers are in Columbia, the Columbia area.
And at these times, where are we?
This is transactions occurring at 7:41 a.m., 8:15 a.m., and 8:31 a.m.
And are we, again, where are we in Columbia or somewhere where?
This is the Columbia area.
And again, what do these towers mean in terms of the phone is accessing these towers? Where's the phone?
That's right. I can't tell you exactly where the phone is, but the phone is in the area within radio range of these towers that are being shown.
And what about this photograph?
This is where the phone is between the hours of 8:52 a.m. and 10:22 a.m. And again, I shouldn't say where the phone is. This is the tower and sector that are being used by this device during that time period.
And again, you have this, what address is this?
7525 Mountain Brook Drive.
And this is the phone associated with him?
The phone is associated with Nathaniel Roll.
All right, so now, what is it, why did you put this slide in here?
This is the phone number, I believe that's not the correct phone number that was associated with this one. Go to the next one. We have a VoLTE report, that's right.
That's right, so what's the VoLTE report?
So the VoLTE report is the voice over LTE. So Verizon records their voice calls in several different protocols, right? We have 3G calls, which we're pretty much all familiar with 3G, and LTE. And all they do is they provide 2 different documents, one to say, hey, this occurred, this was a 3G call versus this was an LTE call, and we just call it a VoLTE call, voice over LTE.
And when we're calling on our phones, can we tell the difference between those two things?
Not necessarily, no.
All right, so what does it signify the difference to you?
It really isn't much of a difference, it's just in the way that Verizon records these calls.
And so, what does this mean for you? You have Columbia switch, what does that mean again?
So this is going to be the area of towers that cover Columbia.
And so again, same map example.
That's right.
And so this, we've now switched phones. Whose phone is this?
This is 609-658-5123.
And who is this phone associated with?
This, I believe, is associated with Samantha Josephson.
Okay. So here, and why did you just change the color and green, or what screen signifies it?
It doesn't signify anything, it's just a way to be able to tell what's on the screen.
Okay. And so, at these times, from 106 to 154, and then these times, what do they signify to you?
These are the towers that are being used during that time period by 609-658-5123.
And where is Bird Dog in reference to those towers?
Bird Dog is situated kind of very close to, kind of between those towers.
Did you access those towers if you were at Bird Dog or in that area?
For sure, that sector here, the tower here that we're seeing down here, 547, absolutely.
And then we move on to the next, at 210, 214, where is that?
These are calls that are occurring. We have tower 547, sector 2 being used here on the left. And then toward the right there, we have tower 142, sector 1 being used at 214.
And you just said calls. Do we know that they're calls for sure, or is the phone just accessing the towers?
No, these were calls.
Okay. And at what time?
2:10 a.m. and 2:14 a.m.
And what towers are we accessing?
Tower 547 here at 2:10 a.m. and tower 142 at 2:14 a.m.
That's the last one. You didn't have to. you've given to the jury and all the records that you give, I want to try to break that down a little bit. Ms. Josephson's phone used towers at Bird Dog in downtown Columbia. Is that what we just saw?
Yes, around the Bird Dog area.
And at that same time, what towers were Mr. Rowland's phone accessing, or the phone associated with Mr. Rowland?
Are you talking about doing that too?
Yes, sir.
Yes, similar towers in a similar area.
And when her phone moved to a different area, did his phone also track in a different area?
I believe so, it did.
And you can refer to your notes if you need to. All right, and at some point his phone tracks, or his phone moves to New Zion.
The phone associated with Nathaniel Rowland does appear to travel to the area of New Zion, yes.
And were you able to get any information on Ms. Josephson's phone at that time?
The time period of when the phone associated with Nathaniel Rowland was in New Zion?
Correct.
No, there was no activity on that device, on the device associated with Samantha Josephson.
Does that mean the phone wasn't working, or what does that signify?
Well, it just signifies to me that the phone is not accessing the network. So you're not going to see anything in those records if the phone isn't accessing the network. And so the phone could be just in a basement somewhere, not getting a good signal. It could be turned off. There's various reasons as to why it would not be accessing the network.
And were those the only two phones you were asked to, records you were asked to get, those two phone numbers?
No.
Was it more than one phone?
There was.
Multiple?
Yes.
All right, and I'm just going to go over one of those. Maybe for the Were you given a number associated with Xavier McFadden?
Yes.
And can you just tell the jury, where did his phone show him being at 11:34 and at 1:05 a.m. on March 29th?
I believe it was a tower in and around the Turbeville area, just north of Turbeville, I believe, if I recall.
So not in downtown Columbia?
No.
That's it for you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. May I please report? Okay, so I've learned a lot. Okay, so I want to kind of go back just a little bit. So the map that we just saw on this big screen here, you prepared that, that's one you prepared just recently, right?
Yes, originally when I was at SLED, I prepared that, and then I combined two of those maps to try and make it a little more organized.
You updated this one?
Yeah, I combined the two. Yes, that's right.
Because I think originally we had a map that was showing Ms. Josephson's phone, or using towers near the Bird Dog around 6 o'clock that morning.
Yes, so upon further examination, it was determined that, so the software that we use can sometimes not ingest some of these records correctly, so I determined that the timestamp was actually incorrect, because in those multi-records, as we mentioned, one of the issues that we have is that some of those timestamps are recorded in local time, and some of them are recorded in GMT time. So you have to convert for the local time for those specific transactions.
And so that's what we've done now?
That's right.
We've corrected that?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the records you used for your cellular analysis in this case, you testified you used they're not the same records for each phone.
That's right.
It's the same provider.
Correct.
But different records.
Correct.
So for the phone associated with Nathaniel Rowland, we have more records, right? Or different type of records.
Yes.
And it's the RTT information that you're using for that cellular analysis.
Correct.
For the phone associated with Ms. Josephson, using the WLTX.
That's right.
And those are that indicates calls.
Correct.
Right? And so would that indicate calls outgoing only or incoming calls?
It would indicate both, but I'd have to look at the record, refer to the records to determine what time.
So just any sort of call activity, that's going to show up on that report.
That's correct.
The one associated with the phone and the cellular analysis you did on Samantha Josephson.
That's right.
For that phone number. And the RTT, that's specific data coming from Verizon, that's information that's not stored for a long period of time.
You're right.
Right? And so in this case, the information related to the phone associated with Mr. Rowland, for those dates was received a lot sooner to you from Verizon, or was requested sooner, I suppose.
I believe so. I don't recall the date and time in which I requested either.
And that information would have been requested of Ms. Josephson's phone.
I believe it was.
Okay. But they didn't provide that to you.
I don't recall. Honestly. I think they did, but there may not have been activity during those times,
Okay.
and specifically in those RTT records.
And so specifically here today, the cellular analysis that you provided to the jury is for the Verizon records, for the 566-3692 phone,
That's right.
and that is not for any other phones associated with Mr. Rowland.
Correct.
And you weren't asked to map any phones connected to Maria Howard in this case.
I believe I was, yes.
And that was a phone that eventually, I think, was determined maybe her long-term mother.
That's what I was told recently, yes.
So not her actual cell phone. The number associated with her cell phone.
That was the information that I was working with at the time, that was the number associated with that person.
Okay. You weren't asked to do a cellular analysis on any additional information obtained about Maria Howard.
Correct.
Okay. In this case specifically, did you perform any drive test analysis to study and determine the range or strength of the towers?
No.
We use a lot of words on your testimony about an estimate, right? Or possibly, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Potentially, but not accurate, not absolutely accurate, right?
That's right.
I think yesterday we heard from Lieutenant Dove that some phones, when you do an extraction, you can have GPS location associated with the phone.
That's correct.
Location information, if that service is turned on the phone.
Correct.
And that is generally more accurate as far as locations, right?
Right.
The information that we receive from phone companies related to towers is a best estimate, right? Or an estimate.
Well, right. What we're seeing is the tower and sector that are being used. So we know that the device has to be within radio range of those towers in order for those to show the records.
And so these are theoretical locations of where a device may be at that time.
No, we're looking at general locations.
General locations.
That's right. So it's not theoretical that the device could have been there. The device was in those areas, but as far as specifically like what street corner that device was on, we can't say for sure what street corner that device was on based on those tower and sector locations. That's correct.
And the information that we discussed in here was from a time frame, generally from about, I think the first point was maybe around 8:30, 9 o'clock on March 28th. Is that right? And then the last one being about 10:30 on March 29th?
I believe that's not right.
And this is the information provided from Verizon related to this phone associated with Mr. Rowland. It doesn't indicate any sort of text message being sent.
Correct.
Any calls being made.
Correct.
We're strictly talking about data being used.
Correct.
And I don't think we talked on direct about that, what exactly that means. Is that just the phone itself just making some sort of contact with the tower, or is there something on the phone being used?
So there has to be some sort of data connections, in order for us to see those times and those towers being used. So, but I can't tell you if someone was actively, using that phone at that time. You can have data running in the background of your phone, as we all know, email updates or Facebook updates, that kind of thing. You can be streaming music, obviously, but not actively texting or calling someone. And when you're streaming music and you're driving around town, obviously you're going to be using the tower, the cellular network, and those are going to show as data connections.
And again, I believe we were very careful to say this is not information related to the person, but to the device itself, right?
That's correct.
You can't put that phone with a specific person.
That is correct.
Take the person door.
Okay, they're almost done, and then we'll talk about what we just heard.
No further questions.
Read that.
Now she's wearing red. What do you think?
She's still thick.
Would it help if I handed you a copy of your PowerPoint? I want to ask you some questions about it without pulling it all back up.
Yes.
And just so everyone knows, can you look at that and make sure what that is?
This is the cellular analysis report that we just walked through on the
And just to be clear, on the page where it shows where the number associated with Rowland was on March 29th at 2 o'clock,
Can you look at that page for me?
Yes.
Where is the phone associated with Nathaniel Williams being used? The tower there.
The towers are showing in and around the area of 5 Points, Shandon, that part of the area in Columbia.
And flipping to where Samantha, the number associated with Samantha Josephson, where was it accessing towers at that same time? Believe across, you started getting into whether the locations were correct. I'm just clarifying so that I can ask you questions.
That's the rule.
So you may answer, where was her phone?
So her phone, between the hours of 1:06 a.m. and 2:04 a.m., we're in similar areas, using towers in similar areas.
And again, she asked you about general location. What did you mean by general location?
Right, so all I can tell you is that, this is the tower in the sector that's being used, and that sector is facing a general area. Based on these records, I can't tell you again what exact street corner, that phone is on. I can just tell you that an area is consistent with being in, the coverage range of that tower.
And what area was he consistently using, the phone consistently using, at 4 o'clock? And I believe it was 5. You have those pages, so I don't.
For the 803-566 number?
Yes, sir.
I wonder how many people tried calling that number after they heard it.
We didn't have anything at 4 o'clock.
5 o'clock. 4:30, that time.
4:10, we have a tower that's located near East Sumter.
And where's the next time?
Let's see, 4:13 a.m.
And where's it accessing?
It's a little further east of East Sumter, near Sardinia.
Next one. Well, let's just skip to around 4:45.
4:45, we have 2 towers that are in the New Zion area.
And then at 5:45, what tower is the location of his phone access?
.545, we have a tower that is located just north of Sumter, right in that Sumter area.
And then at 6:45 or so?
So we don't have anything at 6:45, we have 6:31, 6:52, and 7:08.
And what time are those? I mean, where are those? I'm sorry.
Those are located in Columbia.
And that's consistent with where the phone is accessing towers, correct?
Correct.
Any further?
Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 15-minute break at this time. Please do not discuss the case.
All right. So they discussed where the cell phones were being used. Defense tried to poke holes, which that's what they do. Trying to say, well, maybe they've used a lot of maybes, possiblies, perhaps, not very accurate. But come on, he was in the area. We all know he did it, but right?
I mean, like I said, I'm big on like the DNA evidence. They're not talking about DNA.
Not yet. Sweet Vampy said something about day 6 having been really devastating. I'm guessing that's what they discussed.
Yeah.
And another thing is, she said that they closed arguments today on day 6. So this trial is just about over.
Yeah, it's done. Now they have to do like the many days of the jury, like talking to each other about everything that's presented, and they got to sit in that room and like discuss, and then they'll make their decision.
And then they'll do verdict, and then sentencing. I'm not too sure what the laws are in South Carolina. If there's going to be like a penalty phase. But
I think like a lot of places in the South. I know Florida armed robbery is 25 to life. Off rip. If you have a firearm and you rob someone, that's 25 to life. Because Florida looks at it like you could have killed that person. Like, what if they would have fought and you'd have shot them? They'd have died. That's how Florida looks at it, so they don't really play around with shit like that. South Carolina, I don't know. They're a little bit more liberal with their guns, I think. I don't know, South Carolina. But once again, he didn't have a gun, and the brutality of how she died 100 times. Like, were you like fighting for her phone?
I'm trying to picture it. Because up until today, I was picturing him getting on top of her, trying to feel her up and things like that. Now I'm thinking maybe, oh yeah, I was picturing like after the live that we had last night, I was thinking, what if like she got into the car and she thought it was her Uber ride, and since she had been drinking, maybe she like dozed off a little or something, and it took a while for her to realize, and he had a chance to drive her around a little bit, and then before she realized that she was in the wrong car. So
I mean,
it was 120 times.
a robbery is supposed to be short and quick. You need to get in, get what you need, and get out, right? So if he engaged his safety lock while she was in there, he could have been like, listen, give me your phone, give me your purse. You always got to ask for the phone because you don't want them calling the cops immediately after, so you can have some time to get away, right? He was probably like, give me your phone, give me everything. And she was probably like, no, you know? And they could have argued about her not wanting to give up her stuff. And he could have, because all I know is he was mad. Like, the way she died, he had to be very angry. So he was probably like, you know, some people are crazy, like do boyfriends that hit their girlfriends and stuff, and then they're like, look what you made me do. You made me do this, you know? So I'm guessing he's like, give me your stuff, give me everything, and she refuses, and maybe he gets a little panicked and frustrated, like, damn, this was supposed to go easier than this, bro. She's a small white girl, she's supposed to be afraid and just give me everything, you know? So maybe he rides around looking for licks, you know, looking for drunk people that he can not take advantage of sexually, but like rob them, like hit a lick, you know, come up, you know, he probably was thinking, oh, I'm gonna come up on this rich girl, you know, I'm gonna take her phone, you know, she probably got some money on her credit card, blah 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 blah. And I think when she refused, he might have got a little bit frustrated and went too far with the stabbing, because I think like once he hit her a few times, you know, I'm thinking maybe he just got frustrated and was like, all right, you're not going to give me everything. And you going, she was probably saying something like, I'm going to tell my dad, or I know a lawyer, or something like that, you know?
I'm gonna call it.
I'm just looking at the cultural differences and what she might have been saying in the back of that car to him. Because he was mad. Because I'm pretty sure she wasn't just sitting back there like, no, I'm not going to give you anything. And he just started stabbing her. I think it was like you said, she was drunk. She was probably scared. Her mind was probably racing. Like, oh, what if this man tries to rape me? I need to fight. I need to fight. Fight, fight, fight. You know, it's fight or flight. He locked the door so it can't be flight. She can't run, so she has to fight. You see what I'm saying? Why he stabbed her so many times, though?
To kill her. A sweet vampire.
Maybe she was fighting really hard, you know, because, you know, some people, you know, when you're fighting for your life, it's different. Like I said, a lot of crime shows I watch, you know, some people are fucking troopers, man. Some people are soldiers to the end. I mean, they'll fight for their life until the last breath. Some people are like that. It seems like that might have been what happened. Seems like he was hitting her. She was still moving and struggling and struggling and struggling. You know, he panicking. Like, I'm already in it now. I might as well, you know, finish the job and kill her, you know. And since he has such a small tool in his brain, that was the most efficient way to do it. Just keep stabbing her until she stops moving. Because he was probably thinking in his head, if I don't kill her, she definitely going to tell somebody. And if she gets out of this car, she's going to run. She's going to run, you know. And I don't commit crimes against people. I feel like that shit is low. But I'm just trying to put myself in the shoes of a person that would do some shit like that, and how I would feel if I was in a position where, you know, I'm trying to rob someone and then I start to physically harm them. And then it's like, damn, like I'm way in too deep now. Now it's assault, attempted robbery. Your best bet is to get rid of the only witness, right? So I think he might have saw the charges stacking up in his head and just went for it all. Unfortunately, you know, there are some cases where the robber's like, all right, you know what, fuck it, man, it's not worth it. You can go, whatever. It's not worth it.
But she had probably already seen his face, because I don't think...
Yeah, because he had the hoodie and stuff like that, but he didn't have a face mask. He didn't have like a ski mask. Because if you riding around looking for a lick, if you have something that's too covering over your face, nobody's gonna believe that's an Uber. Nobody's gonna believe that's a car that they should get inside of. Maybe that's why he seems so nonchalant, because in his brain he's not a murderer. He was someone trying to rob somebody, and then they started to fight him. So maybe in his mind he's like, I only did it because she was kicking and punching me or something like that. Just because when you do something like that to a person, if you've never killed anyone before, like, I'm pretty sure
There's Johnny.
he has something to say about it too. He has a legal opinion.
My expert testimony.
Right. My expert testimony.
Oh.
Right?
Cute.
But yeah, so I'm thinking, a robbery sounds good too. Robbery sounds good. Oh man. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
He's so stupid. Like, who robs someone with pliers? Like, yeah. Like, did he think that she would just be? I think he thought she would just be so scared she would just give him everything. Yeah. And he was wrong. He was very wrong.
Well, he trapped her in the car, so...
Yeah, he trapped her in the car.
Automatically, she's gonna want to fight. I
Yeah.
would.
Yeah.
I'd be like, no
I mean, what else can you do but fight?
Yeah.
And then all the TV shows you watch, they're like, scratch them in the face, bite them, injure them in some kind of way. So, in hopes that it will get you away, in hopes that it will get you away from them. But if not, worst case scenario, they'll find them and they'll be able to convict them easier with all these, marks on their body, and stuff like that. But when they pulled out the jacket, because I was thinking, like, why doesn't he have scratches on his arm? Why does he have scratches on his face? Because she was fighting him. So, but then they brought up the jacket part. So he was probably wearing a jacket, something covering a lot of his skin. And maybe she couldn't reach his face because he's reaching over the back seat, head in between in the seats, and she's like this. It's probably hard to get to him while someone's stabbing an object at you. You're terrified, so.
Because I was thinking he could have at least given her an opportunity to run out the car.
Yeah.
But with the child locks on, he didn't have a choice either.
He like I said, I don't think he's a very intelligent individual. He's obviously someone that doesn't make very good decisions, right? He doesn't make very smart decisions just in general as a person. And I mean, you have a car. Why not use your mode of transportation to, like, I don't know, get like a construction job? You might have to live in your car for a little minute, but if you can get like an efficiency or something, at least you won't be out there fucking robbing and murdering people for a phone. I mean, like, and when most dudes rob like individual people, unless they know that person like got the bag, like they're holding 25 grand on them, like the most you're gonna get is a phone or a credit card that's gonna get deactivated as soon as the person calls before. Some people have been robbed, and before they call the police, they call a bank. Like, or nowadays you can just go on the app or get to a computer and just close everything. So the most you'll get nowadays is cell phones. Most cell phones have technology on them that people can't break through. Most newer updates, even for Android, even though Apple is better at that, the chances of you cracking it are slim, unless you really, really, really know somebody that does that phone stealing and flashing stuff for a living. So like nowadays, you might not even get a phone out of it. You know, so robbing someone outside of a bar is real. It's a lot of desperation in that. But yeah, obviously he doesn't make good decisions, and I don't know.
Fuck.
Yeah, right, right. He like I remember a cop was like one time he was just like some people just not good people.
Yeah.
Period. And he was like, you know, these people could be people that you live with every day or a friend. And until something happens and we have to go find them, like you won't know what extent, what lengths this person will go to until they're pushed there. And then some people just aren't good people because there are people that get themselves in that situation and then they let the person out the car like fuck it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And there are some people like this guy that are just like, well, I'm angry, I want your stuff, I'm gonna get it, and you know, your life means less to me than whatever I'll get for the cell phone or whatever money I can get out of the ATM from your account, you know.
Are you getting the impression this was the one and only time he did this?
This is not the first time he's robbed someone outside of that bar, I think. I don't think it's the first time he's robbed someone outside of the bar. Because if he goes there all the time, so just one night, he's like, oh man, look at this person. They look like someone this is gonna be the first day I rob somebody. This is a good idea. Like, nah, like that's something that he probably robbed people before. I mean, he rides around in the black Impala and shit. You know, that's creepy. Anyway, like in the hood, it's just certain cars that you know that are just like it could be like buckets or whatever. I'm not saying everybody that drives shit like that is a creep, but I'm just saying when you grow up in the hood, like you see certain like black Impalas, you know, they're ex-police cars, and or Crown Victorias, they're ex-police cars, and a lot of the drug dealers coming up in my area, they would buy the Crown Victorias from the police auctions and keep the fog lights on them and modify them just to mock the police.
Mm.
So, I mean, you're riding around in Black Impala, no job. Like, where are you getting money to go to the club all the time? How you putting gas in your car? She never said, oh, I'm always giving him money or like, and then they never mentioned like what kind of income he has. So you can only imagine what he might have been doing, you know. And drug dealers don't necessarily go around robbing people because they don't want all that attention. You know, if you're a halfway decent drug dealer, you at least have a half on you at any given time. You don't want to increase the chances of a police officer rolling up on you with that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, depending on what you sell. I'm just talking about weed. Other drugs are just stupid to have, I guess. But like, I mean, if you're a drug dealer, you're not going around like doing hot shit like that. So maybe that's what he did. Maybe he just picked up drunk people and robbed them and scared the shit out of them. Like, I'm here every day. I see you every day. If you tell the police, I'm gonna know type shit. I mean,
Jeez.
but I'm pretty sure that's not the first time he's robbed somebody.
I would guess so too, considering he was living with a sister and he was maintaining girlfriends. Like, usually girlfriends expect something from their boyfriends in one way or another. So how was he doing that without a job? You
Right.
know? He
Yeah.
tried giving his girlfriend the victim's phone, and he told her, "Oh, look, I have this phone. You could flash it. Like, here's the gift. You know, where did it come from?" Now, how many times did he do that, and just thought that was the way to go?
And like I said, his girlfriend makes smart decisions, though. When he offered her the phone, she was like, "No, I don't like iPhones."
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I don't like iPhones either.
I would have been like, I don't know where that phone came from.
But see, she's smart because she never tried to trigger him that she might have been suspicious of what he may have been doing. So all she said was, I don't like iPhones. She probably figured if I'm like, oh, where did that come from? I'm asking too many questions.
See, and I would have done that to get a reaction, to see how he reacted to that. Did he get offended? You know? Or
right,
is
but
he
when
gonna
you
just tell me, or is he just gonna tell me, oh well, I try to lie to me so I could feel the conversation and what was really going on. But yeah, you're right. I get what you're saying completely.
Yeah, because when you've dealt with volatile men, especially from the hood, and you see how it's treated when you do reach out for help, you're not so quick to want to antagonize a dude. So you're going to say, as a woman, most likely, to avoid a confrontation, you're going to say some shit like, oh, I don't like iPhones. You're not going to go further into the conversation, even because I don't know if this conversation was before or after he told her to mind her business about the blood.
True.
Like that right there. Like, okay. Like, I'm not a simp or nothing, but I grew up with women. And it's just certain things I just don't say to people in general, especially not women or my girlfriend. Like, if I have to tell my girlfriend to mind her business, nigga, we live together. If she doesn't eat all her food, I will finish it. Like, we've been together for 3 years. Like, if I'm telling my girl to mind her business, it's going to be an issue in this fucking house. Mm-hmm. Like, a issue. Like, what? Like, because when you're with, if you're really with someone, it just, that type of rhetoric for a woman to just accept that and keep it pushing, she has to be scared, or she has to be in a position where the relationship really doesn't it would never come to that. Like, just that type of rhetoric, like that, talking at people, like nah, like, so she has to be a particular person. Like she said, she was scared. She didn't know what he was capable of. She didn't know what was going on. Then she starts seeing blood everywhere. So she's like, I'm definitely minding my fucking business now. You know, because I'm not trying to trigger him before I get a chance to get from up underneath this man. You know what I mean? And I think that was smart. I think, they waited, and she probably played stupid up until he got into police custody. And then she was like, okay, I feel a little better now. He's in police custody. They assured me that he's not going to be out of police custody. He can't make bail. No one's going to bail him out. And he doesn't have the money himself. I don't know if they gave him a bail, or bond him out or whatever. Mm-hmm. But like once he was away from her, then she's like, yeah, I'm going to understand. Now that I know that it's no chance of him having like some time to like get to my house because he knows where I live. I don't have a car, but he does. And then I'm gonna have to call my mom and get her involved, and we're 2 women. And my thing about this is, she, in her community, she didn't have one man she could contact and say, hey, look, I think this dude is crazy. I'm scared. My daughter's here. Can you help me? You see what I'm saying? The fact that she had to wait for the police to give her that comfort makes me uncomfortable. You know what I mean? Because that she's not the only one that doesn't have that option, right? So,
God, I hope I'm never in her shoes though, because I am an antagonizer. I probably could get myself killed. I would have been like, I don't know where that phone's been or where it came from. Like, where are you coming up with phones? You don't have money. You don't work.
You just start laughing at him. Oh, broke people don't have iPhones.
I take care of you. Why are you giving me an iPhone?
Oh wait, this must be one of the fake ones from China. Ah, okay, I get it.
You got it downtown with the yeah,
it's just you turn it on and it's just Mario. It's just it's not an apple, it's a watermelon.
Some Japanese characters.
Yeah, yeah. The Japanese version of Mario, and it's like that, and then Pong, and that's the only game you can play on it.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad she's safe. I'm glad she's okay.
Yeah,
I'm glad
yeah.
her child is safe too.
Yeah.
That's pretty well though. I still kind of can't get over the fact that she knew there was blood in the car and she put her kid in it. But
You might can't get over it, but I've heard stories, and they've even made movies about it, about how women would just wait until the man is asleep or real drunk, get the kid whatever kind of clothes and snacks, and get out at like 2 a.m. and just leave, because that's their best option.
that's what I would have done. I wouldn't have waited. I would have booked it as fast as I could. I've just been like, send him to the store. Get the fuck out of there.
That's a thing too. That's a thing too.
Alright, let's continue this trial. Hi, Sierra Brown. Thank you so much for being
When
here.
I get up, it's because I'm checking my oxtails.
Yes, of
Yes.
course. Yes,
Yes.
you gotta babysit them.
Yes.
Alright, let's
I make
see
sure
what-
they aren't burning.
Of course. Who wants burnt oxtails? No one.
That's disgusting.
My name is Kimberly Mears. Last name is spelled M-E-A-R-S.
Mr. Mears, good morning.
Hi.
Can you tell this jury who you are, where you're employed, and what you do?
I am employed by the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, which is commonly known as SLED, and I am a forensic scientist in the latent print department.
How long have you been employed at SLED?
I've been with SLED since 2007, specifically with the latent print department since 2011.
And prior to that, prior to 2007, did you have any additional work, experience, training, education?
Just college.
Okay. And can you talk about some of your training as it pertains to latent prints?
Once I was hired by the latent print department, I completed their in-house training program, which typically lasts about a year. I also completed the latent print examiner training program sponsored by the National Institute of Justice, which lasted about 10 weeks. Both of those training programs have modules and courses that cover all aspects of fingerprint work, all the way from the history of fingerprints, the growth of fingerprints, to doing comparisons and writing reports.
Do you regularly participate in trainings and continuing education?
Yes, I regularly attend various workshops, conferences, and courses as they become available.
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
And have you been qualified as an expert?
Yes, I have, about 25 times.
All right. And what have you been qualified as an expert in?
The wording changes a little bit. Fingerprint analysis and comparisons, fingerprint examination, something along those lines.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer Agent Mears as an expert in fingerprint analysis and comparison.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Agent Mears, let's start with the obvious question. What is a latent print?
So first, let me explain what a fingerprint is. If you look at the palm side of your hand, you will see tiny little raised lines on your skin. Those are called ridges. And on your fingertips, those ridges form specific patterns as either arches, loops, or whorls. On the joints of your fingers and the palm of your hand, they have a specific ridge flow unique to the area of the hand. This is also true for your toes and the skin on the bottoms of your feet. Within the overall pattern or ridge flow, the ridges are not just running uniformly. They, one ridge may fork into two, which is called a bifurcation. One ridge may just stop, which is known as an ending ridge, or a ridge may be formed just in the shape of a dot. Those are called ridge characteristics, and those ridge characteristics within the overall pattern or flow make up your print. The word latent means hidden or invisible, meaning it needs some form of development to be seen. So those ridges are lined with sweat pores. Throughout the day, you exude sweat, you touch greasy foods or oily items, and that moisture accumulates on your ridges. When you go to touch an object, that moisture is transferred from your skin to that surface, corresponding to the ridges on your skin.
So you mentioned touching an object and transferring that material. Is there a print that is left behind, so to speak, every time you touch something?
No, there's not. Leaving a frictional print or a comparison quality print is a chance event that depends on the person themselves. how dry their skin may be, how rough the skin might be, depends on the surface being touched, how textured or if it's fabric or something hard, and it also depends on the environment that that object is in. If it's outside in the direct sun, if it has been rained on or been washed, those would all affect leaving a print.
All right. Are you able to determine when you are provided with a latent print to examine, are you able to determine the time frame in which that print was left in whatever location it was found on?
No, we are not.
So in other words, you can't timestamp a print.
If a print is found on a countertop and it is known that that countertop had just been thoroughly washed, that might help, but generally no, we cannot age a fingerprint.
Okay. So what is your process for taking items of evidence in a case and making comparisons among them?
First, I do an inventory of my evidence, make sure I have what I'm supposed to have. I then label the evidence with the SLED lab number, the item number, and my initials. And I then go forward to determine if any print is comparison quality, meaning if there's enough information there to compare with a known fingerprint of an individual to then compare to determine if the individual made that print, did not make that print, or if I'm unable to tell for some reason.
Were you provided with a number of items of evidence in the case at hand?
Yes, I was.
Some of those were known standards, correct?
Correct.
And some of those were latent prints listed from other locations and other items of evidence throughout the case, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I want to show you what's been marked previously as Safety Exhibit 6 for identification only, and we take a look at that.
Okay.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
These are the known fingerprints of Nathaniel Rowland, and they are marked with my initials and the SLED lab number and the item number.
And did you receive those fingerprints in the proper chain of custody?
Yes, I did.
And did you then use them in order to make comparisons in this case?
Yes, I did.
All right, this time, Safety Moody to introduce Safety Exhibit number 6 in this. Thank you, Aaron. All right, now let's talk a little bit about the comparison process. Tell the jury a little bit about how you compare a latent to a known standard.
The ridge characteristics, the ridge endings, the bifurcations, and the dots within the overall pattern type or within the overall ridge flow are what I'm looking at to determine if there's enough information there to compare. I look at those characteristics and their relationship to each other within the latent or the unknown print and look for them in the known print as well, going throughout the print looking for similarities of the ridge characteristics or any disagreements.
Once you've done that with a particular comparison, what are the types of conclusions that you can reach on a given item?
So the overall method we use for doing comparisons is called ACE-V. ACE standing for analysis, comparison, and evaluation, the V standing for verification. The analysis portion is where I look at a print to determine, is this from ridge detailed skin? Is this from an end joint of a finger? Is this from a palm? Is this from a foot? I then determine if there's enough information there to compare to a known print. Comparison phase is where I compare the unknown to the known. The evaluation is where I come to my conclusion of either an identification, meaning this unknown print came from the same individual who left these known prints, an elimination or not identified, meaning someone else left this unknown print. Also, I can come to a no value, which means there's just not enough there to compare to a known standard. Also, I can use an inconclusive result, which means I'm unable to come to a conclusion for a specific reason. The V then is the verification of my work by another examiner, where they do their own analysis, comparison, and evaluation.
Thank you. In the case at hand, you were provided with a number of items to make comparisons to known prints. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And overall, in your comparisons, were there some identifications made on some items in this case?
Yes, there were.
And for other items, was there no identification made?
Yes, there were.
Okay. All right, let's talk about, did you generate a report as a result of your work in this case?
I did.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind, do you have it in front of you?
I do.
All right. I'm going to draw your attention first to your item number 104. That is listed as a multi-tool.
Okay.
What did you learn in your comparison of the multi-tool?
So that item I chemically processed for fingerprints, and the result was no value, meaning I could tell that the item had been touched, but the overall ridge detail from the skin was either not of comparison quality or smudged or for some reason not enough to compare or not of quality to compare with a known.
So let me make sure I understand that correctly. You didn't actually take that print and compare it to Nathaniel Rowland or Samantha Josephson or anyone else because the print itself on the item was not sufficient for doing so. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Next, let's go to your items 27 and 28. I believe if you could tell us what items 27 and 28 are referring to.
Item 27 is an empty 16 fluid ounce Bud Light aluminum bottle. Item 28 is an empty 12 fluid ounce Bud Light can. Both of these items were processed for fingerprints, and for both of these items, the result was no fingerprint evidence was observed, which means there are not even smudges present on the item. It was either too covered in dirt, had been washed, or the prints just were not left in the first place. There was no ridge detail present on the item at all.
Next, I'm going to go to items 32 through 35, which, if you could tell the court about each one of those. Let's start with item 32. Is that the LA's Totally Awesome Cleaner bottle?
That's correct.
All right.
That item was chemically processed, and the result was no value.
Okay. And item 33, what was that?
The container of Clorox bleach germicidal wipes, the result for that was also no value.
34?
34 is the Dollar General Home Window Cleaner spray bottle, again chemically processed, and the result was no value.
All right. And then lastly, number 35.
The Top Job bleach bottle, processed for prints, and the result was no fingerprint evidence observed, meaning no portion of a print at all.
Okay. Thank you. Number 36, item 36, your item 36.
That was a set of wall hair clippers processed for fingerprints, and the result was no value for comparison.
Okay, and then in regards to items 38 and 39, if you could talk about those together.
Item 38 was 2 blue plastic gloves, and item 39 was 1 blue plastic glove. Both of those were processed, and the result for both of those was no value.
And the item 38, blue plastic gloves, does your report indicate where those gloves are purported to have come from?
Said to be from the front passenger door panel.
And the same question for item 39.
39 is said to be from around the clear spray bottle in driver floorboard.
And again, your conclusion regarding those two was what?
Both of those were no value.
So can you explain to the jury, we're talking about plastic gloves, some of the reasons why you may have reached, why there may be a situation where there's no value for comparison on gloves?
If you've worn plastic gloves for any extended period of time, you'll know that your hands will sweat. That sweat can be too much to leave a print. If you have too much moisture on your hand, then that causes the ridge details to just appear like moisture drops, like if your car's been out in the rain. And that can obscure leaving a perfectly left print. Also, if you think about putting a glove on and the way you would take it off, you're kind of smearing it across your skin, which could obscure any perfectly laid print.
Turn your attention now to your item 55. What is that and what did you find?
That is a latent lift indicated as coming from the rear passenger door exterior door handle, and it was no value as well.
And item 108.
That was a Family Dollar bag containing miscellaneous wipes, paper towels, and gloves. It was chemically processed, and the result was no value.
Now, as you mentioned earlier, there were some items that you examined that you did make some identifications. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. I'd like to turn your attention to item 113. Your Honor, may the witness step down? Step down. Show you what the market says, 345 AD. This is that yourself first and describe what that is. regards to item 113?
It's actually 113.1.1 with item 87.
Okay, and this chart was created in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, at this time we'd offer states 340.
No objection, Your Honor.
Now I'm going to ask you to trade places with me, if you don't mind, so that the court reporter can hear you. Do you recall, I'm sorry, I made you abandon your report, do you recall what item 113 is from?
Item 113 is a crime scene image that is of the rear interior window from the driver's side of the vehicle.
Okay, the rear interior window of the driver's side of the vehicle. And that's the image of that?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, and the other side?
This is from my item 87, which were the post-mortem inked footprints, said to be from Samantha Josephson.
All right, and so again, just by way of review, when you say known regarding Samantha Josephson's print, that is because what?
It was taken on purpose from a known individual in a controlled environment.
All right, and then unknown in regards to 113 from the window.
That was latent, otherwise known as unknown, from the scene because we don't know who left that.
All right, now, as you examined these two, or compared these two to one another, what was your analysis?
So this kind of describes what I was explaining before, where we look at the overall, we look at the overall flow of the ridges, which on this image are the black lines. We look for agreement between the overall flow, between the unknown and known print. We then look within the flow at what the ridges are doing. We're looking for the ridge endings, the ridge bifurcations, and any dots that may be present. I first look for them in the unknown print. I'll locate kind of a focal point or a cluster of ridge characteristics, and then I look for it in what should be the same area on the known print. And so that's what the letters with the red lines are pointing at, are different characteristics that I found within the print and in relation to each other that are in agreement between both the unknown and the known.
And what conclusion did you reach regarding this particular comparison of print from the latent print from the window inside the vehicle to the known print of this dose?
It was identified.
Meaning what?
Meaning that the person who left the ink impression also left the unknown impression.
Thank you. You indicated that was your item 113.1.1?
That's correct.
Can you describe kind of generally why there would be various sub-numbers of item numbers like that?
So item 113 is a DVD of crime scene images. So I had to sub-item, which is 113.1, the specific image on that entire CD or DVD of images. So 113.1 is the actual file or image 979 on the CD. And within that image, I had to then further sub-item 0.1.1, the specific impression that I'm referring to when doing my comparison.
All right, and so did you actually, for 113.1, did you actually make comparisons for, I believe, 4 different parts? Is that the right word of that?
4 different impressions represented on that same image. So item 113.1 is image 979. I then have items 113.1.1 through 113.1.4. All of those referring to different impressions within that same image.
And what were your conclusions regarding each of those impressions?
All 4 of those were identified to the footprints bearing the name Samantha Josephson.
Can you tell what part of the foot, what print that came from, say, part of the foot, the toes, anything of that nature?
Item 113.1.1, 113.1.2, 113.1.3, and 113.1.4 all came from the toes of her right foot.
Okay. And then moving to 113.2, what is that? What is the latent impression from 113.2.1?
That is also a crime scene image of the rear driver's side door window interior.
And what was your conclusion regarding that comparison?
That image had 1 impression sub-item from it So 113.2.1 was also identified to the footprint of Samantha Josephson.
Which part of the foot made that impression?
That impression came from the heel area of her left foot.
So the previous item you said was the right foot, but this one's from the left foot, is that right?
That is correct.
And then lastly, in regards to this particular set of impressions, 113.3.
That is an additional crime scene image and had one impression sub-item from it. So 113.3.1 was also identified to the footprints of Samantha Josephson.
Which part of her foot?
This was the right foot plantar area, which is essentially under your smaller toes.
Thank you. All right, I'd like to turn your attention to your item 37.
Okay.
And for reference sake, the state's number 26 is already in evidence. So it's the Yankee candle bag. That's your item 37, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. What comparisons would you make regarding this item?
It was processed for prints. I then sub-itemed 3 impressions from that bag. So 37.3 was compared but not identified to any of the names involved in this case. Item 37.4 and 37.5 were both compared and identified to the footprint of Samantha Josephson.
Did you notate which part of her foot?
37.4 is from her right foot, toe number 1. 37.5 is also from her right foot, from the ball area below the big toe.
Turning your attention to items 128 and 131. We'll start with item 128.
Okay.
What is that item?
That is a black trash bag containing a paper towel roll, 1 Dollar General bag containing a gray bath towel, and 1 IGA bag containing a bed sheet and miscellaneous wipes.
What identifications did you make in regards to that item?
An impression was developed on the exterior of the trash bag that was identified to prints bearing the name Maria Howard. And 2 more prints also on the exterior of the black trash bag were also identified to the known prints bearing the name Maria Howard.
Okay. Thank you. All right, next, your item 22. I'm going to show you what's previously been admitted into evidence as State Exhibit 56. Can you describe, according to your report, what this is?
1 torn envelope with writing. Yes, that is it.
Okay. And did you conduct a series of comparisons regarding the envelope?
Yes, I did.
All right, let's talk. There were multiple comparisons, correct?
There were 2.
Okay, let's start with item 22.4.
The impression was developed and then identified with known fingerprints bearing the name Xavier Marquise McFadden.
Okay, and then let's talk about item 22.3. Still talking about the envelope, correct?
That's correct. The fingerprint developed as item 22.3 was identified with the known standards bearing the name Nathaniel David Rowland.
Right. My question goes back to something we discussed a little bit earlier. Can you talk again about time frames as it relates to how fingerprints may be on an item, how long a fingerprint can stay on an item, things like that?
Things such as knowing when an item was clean, knowing when an item was wiped down may help, but generally we are unable to determine when a print was left on an item.
So is it fair to say then that if I handed my paper to you and you took it back to your office and set it down on the desk, and some years later you found it and it was compared for prints of some sort, that there'd be no way to tell when, if you found a comparison to my print, would it have been left on there?
That's correct.
I have one more item to ask you about, and that is item number 40.
That is a roll of pink duct tape.
So you say 29 is already in evidence? Duct tape.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what was your analysis of the duct tape?
That was chemically processed, and 3 impressions were then sub-items. All of them were identified to the known fingerprints bearing the name Nathaniel David Rowland. And those prints are on the interior cardboard roll.
Not on the tape on the outside, but rather on the inside?
Correct.
Engineers, thank you. Those are all my questions at this time.
Thank you.
By the defense.
May it please the court, Your Honor?
Yes.
Morning. Hi.
So, when you get involved with doing your part of the forensic testing, you're not going out and getting the information. The information is, the items that they want tested are sent to you.
That is correct.
And when they arrive to your department, they're usually stored in some sort of evidence bag.
That is correct.
And that's because the crime scene folks have gone out there, collected it, they logged it into the evidence room, and the request was put in for print comparisons.
Yes, that is correct.
And when you get the bag, the only information that you know about that item is what's on the bag, right?
They will generally write a brief description where the item is said to be from. They will notate the lab number, item number, and their initials on the bag. And then within our computer system, they will indicate what analysis or what testing they want on that item.
Okay. So when you get that turned over, you don't know and you don't have any way of determining what is important and what might not be important, right?
That's correct.
The request is made, you get the item, you do your comparison.
Correct.
And when you complete your comparison, do you upload it to y'all's internal system, the SPEED system, I think somebody called it?
As far as my worksheets and my report, yes, that is correct.
And after you upload it, it's not your responsibility to make sure that investigators get it and review it. You do your part, you upload it, and then you move on to the next case you have to work on, right?
That is correct.
And you just testified, well, when Mr. Goldberg started asking you questions, you said there were some other items that you weren't able to get prints off of, but you also noted that there were more potential prints, just not of the caliber for testing or comparison, right?
Right. Some of the items that I processed were no value.
And you actually noticed more rich details on specific items, like item 22. You could tell that it had been touched more, but you were not able to do a comparison with those other areas.
That is correct.
Okay. And you testified that clearly you can't date a fingerprint.
Right.
So if I got a piece of mail that had my car registration in it, and I picked up the envelope, opened the envelope, took my car registration out, and put that envelope somewhere, theoretically my print would stay on that envelope.
Theoretically, yes.
If somebody else touched the envelope and, opened it, moved it, did anything with it, and put it down, and nobody touched it again, that person's print would be there.
There's a chance, yes.
And you don't know how many different prints are on item 22, right?
No, I do not.
You were only able to get 2. To compare to.
To compare to, yes. The rest of the overall envelope had various touches across the front and the back.
And you testified that item 22.3, you identified that as being from Mr. Rowland?
That is correct.
And that was found on you listed that one from the front part of the envelope?
The front side of the envelope, yes.
And item 22.4, you identified that as Xavier McFadden?
Correct.
And that was located on the back part of the envelope?
That is correct.
And again, there's all different touches throughout the envelope, but those are the 2 you were able to list.
Process and photograph, these weren't exactly physical latent lists, and the rest of the impressions that were noted on the item were determined to no value, so they were not then sub-items for comparison.
Now in item 128.5, the black trash bag,
yes.
Do you recall, other than it saying a black trash bag, do you recall where that bag was located?
The packing slip from our computer system says that it was from a trash can with a specific ID number located in Maria Howard's backyard.
Okay. But outside of that, that's the only information that you had about this item?
That's correct.
And it was Maria Howard's fingerprint that you were able to identify on item 128.5?
Yes, that's correct.
On 128.6?
Yes.
On 128.9?
Yes.
And you also identified her print on item 131.5. What is that item?
Item 131 is a family dollar bag containing clothing. Item 131.5 is a impression I developed on the bag, and that was identified to Maria Howard.
Yes, ma'am. And does the submission that you got identify where that bag was located?
Item 131 is said to be from the trash can, and I believe it is the same ID number of the trash can.
And I'm going to hand you a guardian evidence that states that that's the fingerprint card container roll?
Yes.
Does it have this, I guess, this stats at the top of it? Height, weight?
Yes, it does.
Can you please tell us what that says?
Sex is male, race is black, height is 5'8", weight is 160, eyes are brown, hair is black.
Thank you, ma'am. And your testing has nothing to do with DNA, right? It's a different department.
In my processing, I created some swabs for DNA, but then they were transferred to that department and I did no testing on them.
Okay. Thank you for those.
I wonder who bought him his court outfits or his court clothes.
Yeah, somebody definitely provided him. I mean, if you live with someone else, his sister could have provided him. Maybe she got a boyfriend that a similar build. You know, she's like, the least we can do is make him look nice.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Because every day he's had a different color. I want to say, which is good. I mean, it's to be expected. But I was just kind of thinking about that. I was like, I wonder where he got these clothes if he doesn't make money.
Right. Yeah. I don't think if he's out collecting suits, you know, I don't think he's robbing people in 3-piece suits.
Right.
Yeah.
It was more like pullover hoodies.
Right. Yeah. That's why I stopped wearing them. I just started everything I wore. I just started looking like a hoodlum. Everything I had a hood on it. I had sleeveless hoodies. I had ones that zipped up. I had, you know, all kind of shit. Short sleeve shirt, hoodies.
Drawstrings.
You know. Oh yeah, all kind of drawstrings and shit. Yeah. It was my thing, man. For a little while.
And now it's t-shirts, I think.
Yep, t-shirts that say funny things.
Yeah.
You know.
So cool.
Yes, sir.
I like band shirts.
Band shirts. I used to do that a lot. I had a Slipknot one. I had an Evanescence one. I had a 3 Days Grace. I stayed in Hot Topic because it was the band shirts. I fucked with them. I fucked with them. Yeah.
Me too.
Mastodon. My Mastodon shirt. People try to steal that shit from me so many times because it had a dope ass graphic on it. I mean, a real dope Mastodon graphic. And I still ended up, as hard as I tried to keep it, I still ended up losing it.
Damn, that sucks. I worship my Selena shirt. I got it at Hot Topic too.
Yeah, Hot Topic was the shit at one point, man. They used to give you like 5 shirts for like $20-$30. They had crazy deals.
Mhm. Definitely. I should go back and see what they got now.
For real.
Yeah. But yeah, because I just definitely wasn't vibing like that he prepared for court, especially if he was in jail, if he wasn't able to make bond or whatever.
Yeah.
Somebody had to provide it for him, and I don't think that's something that the state is gonna help you out with.
Yeah, no, I don't think the state is gonna do that. It could have been family. It could have been family. They look brand new. Look like he's never worn them before.
Yeah.
You will not leave a print on an item if you have a glove blocking the moisture on the skin from the surface you are touching.
Anything further?
Hey, Janelle, if somebody doesn't touch an item, will they leave a print?
No, they will not.
Thank you.
You may step down, thank you.
That was a funny question.
What?
She was like, if someone doesn't touch an item, will it still leave a fingerprint?
They're just saying anything.
She
at
yeah,
this point.
she could have asked, will a ghost leave a fingerprint?
If a tree falls in the middle of the forest and no one's around to hear it, doesn't make a sound.
That's it. I'm telling you, a lot of it's just like they're filling up time, or
Yeah.
they're just kind of getting the story straight from what
Yeah.
prosecution was putting out there. Like, let me understand this better. This is this and that is that. I'm not
Yeah.
really hearing the defense part, but I
Yeah.
guess we have to wait for closing arguments.
Everyone deserves a fair trial, so they have to go through all the motions. The only thing that will stop a fair trial is if that person stands up in the middle of it, relinquishes their rights, and says, look, I did this. You know, we can just stop this shit and go home. You know? And to be honest, I think it's so long and drawn out, I think sometimes they just hope for that. Like, could this motherfucker just admit this shit already? So we can just go, you know?
Or another thing is if defense wasn't trying at all, they just kept saying like, you know, we're good.
Yeah.
And the prosecution took over the whole case. I think that would
Yep.
be an issue.
Yeah,
They have
of course.
to say something.
Right. They have to try. They have to try. Like I said, his life's on the line, and reasonable doubt. So the cop looked like he about to fall asleep behind him.
Which one? The one on the.
The one right there, yeah.
On the left?
Yeah.
This guy always has like what I think he's like
Yeah.
a turtleneck or something. And he's
Right,
just like-
right. He got the sheet like I got. He got the whole cloth that goes over, like, if you wanted to, you could put it over your whole face. I got like 2 of those. I use it for my hair.
I noticed that about him. I was like,
Yeah.
that's an interesting mask.
But he's a pretty ripped cop. The older guy in the suit, he just chose to wear a suit today.
Mhm.
He's a pretty big guy.
And look at Nathaniel trying to doodle. I don't know what he's writing. I guess he's just trying to, how do I say it? Give them something for closing arguments, you know?
Possibly.
Because the trial itself, there's not much of a defense. I mean, there's not gonna be. I feel like I know he did it.
I kind of do. I kind of do too.
Yeah. Alright, let's see what else happens. Let's go.
Wait, do you have this sped up at all?
Yes.
You may call your next witness.
Okay, cool.
Thank you,
Cool.
our state called Verona
Yeah,
Herrera.
I had it at the one that's a little bit faster than that, at 1.5, but
You can't really hear some of it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the chat
Yeah.
told me.
Yeah.
So I was like,
This-
I'll just
yeah.
lower it to that. Alright, this one looks like it's gonna be quick, and then there's gonna be a break in about 10, 15 minutes.
My name is Verona Herrera,
Good afternoon, Ms. Herrera. Where are you currently employed,
DHEC, the Department of Health and Environmental Control for South Carolina.
and how long have you worked there?
Approximately a year and a half.
Prior to that, where did you work?
The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
And how long did you work there?
Approximately 11 and a half years.
And while at SLED, what did you do?
Evidence processing technician and a forensic serologist.
What is a forensic serologist?
Forensic serologist takes evidence from a crime scene and tries to identify the body fluid on the evidence. Usually it's body fluid in question, blood, semen, saliva.
And how long did you do this?
It was about 6 years that I did serology. It's a little bit unique because evidence processing became a part of serology. So evidence processing is taking those items of evidence, looking for blood stains or areas that could be semen or saliva, and doing quick color change tests, or collecting possible skin cells from areas on clothing or guns or car parts. And then the serology with additional testing to try to identify those body fluids if they were present. So I started out as evidence processing. When the serology department duties were added to that, then I became a serologist.
And did you get any training in performing and conducting serology testing?
Through SLED, there's an in-house training program, yes, for both evidence processing and the serology.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your training?
I worked under a core qualified analyst, watching them process evidence, then I started processing evidence under their supervision. I had to pass a written test, an oral test, a mock court test, and practice evidence to make sure that I could perform the duties that I was going to be performing.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert in the field of serology?
Yes, ma'am.
This time you're asked to have Ms. Herrera qualified as an expert in the field of serology.
Hey Johnny, what's up, man?
He has something to say.
He's mad because we had to buy some more wet food today. When he doesn't have his wet food, he becomes a very angry kitty.
No, there he goes.
Yep. He's talking shit. He's talking shit. He's like, "Where's my wet food? It's coming, buddy."
It's time.
Like sometimes we'll forget, and I gotta like order it off of like some whatever delivery service.
I'll be right back.
Specifically, what are you
I'm gonna see
testing
what's
for
up
when
with
you're testing,
Princess.
doing a serology test?
It depends on the body fluid in question. If it is blood, there's a presumptive test for blood. It's a quick color change test. The area of question would be swabbed, and then chemicals applied to that swab. It would change to a bright pink color if there's a possibility blood is there. We can also go on and identify blood, not human blood, but we can say that the substance is blood by doing a further testing on that swab. Semen is similar. There's a quick color change test that you would swab the area, add the chemical, it would turn purple within a minute to indicate there's a possibility that could be semen, and it could be taken for further testing for the P30, which is a component of the liquid portion of semen, and we also looked at for sperm cells or spermatozoa under the microscope. Saliva testing is presumptive testing only from swabs or cuttings from the material. If you think it's, say, a mask, if you think there's saliva on the mask, we could cut an area of that and test it. Also, hair can be evaluated. If there's a root material on the hair, then that can be forwarded for further testing as well.
So I want to move you to this case. How did you become involved in the murder of Samantha Josephson?
I was assigned the case when it was submitted to the laboratory.
And so how did something get submitted to the laboratory?
The agency or our SLED's crime scene personnel would bring the evidence to the laboratory. It gets entered into the computer system, tracking system. It's given a unique lab number, and each item that's submitted is given a unique item number within that lab number.
And so when you say, are you getting the items as we see them, or do you get swabs or cuttings, or what do you receive?
Usually all of the above. I could receive swabs from other departments. It could be swabs from the actual crime scene. It could be clothing, linens, car parts, guns, just anything that's taken from the crime scene could come through the evidence processing and serology department. Then those are narrowed down to swabs or cuttings so that they're much smaller to handle. Then those would be, anything that was positive would be forwarded on for further analysis.
Do you have your report in front of you?
I do, both of them, yes ma'am.
Someone refer you to what you have listed as item 38.1, just to give us an idea.
Yes ma'am.
What is that particular item?
Swabs taken from the cuff area and in between the fingers of item 38.
And do you know what item 38 is?
I do not.
Okay, and that's fine. What I want to ask you about is this item forwarded to DNA section. What does that mean?
In this case, I was compiling the evidence so that the DNA analyst could get all of it at one time. This item did not need to be tested for a body fluid, so it went straight to the DNA analyst. I never opened that item.
So if we see on here with this item forwarded, you just send it straight on. Is that fair to say?
No, because I also put that designation on anything that I test and then send forward.
Okay. So I'm going to move to what you have listed as item 104.1.
Yes.
What is that?
Camo-colored multi-tool from white plastic Family Dollar bag number 2.
And what is the result of that testing?
There was a swab from the serrated blade of the camo-colored multi-tool, which is item 104.1. Presumptive testing for blood was positive, and that item was forwarded to the DNA section.
So what does it mean if it comes back as presumptive testing for positive?
So like I said, the quick color change test where it would turn bright pink if there's a possibility blood is there is a very sensitive test. There can be very minute amounts of blood there, and it will change color. But it's also not specific. Other chemicals in the environment or other items can cause it to turn positive. So that's considered a presumptive test for blood. There's a possibility that blood is there, but it needs further testing.
Okay, now I'm going to move on to item 106.1. What was that?
106.1 is the swab from the finger of the black right-hand glove from the white basket from the closet left of bed in Maria Howard's bedroom and that is 7525 Mountain Brook Drive, Unit C.
And what was the result of that testing?
The presumptive test for blood was positive, and the item was forwarded to the DNA section.
And what about 107.1?
107.1 is swab of cuff of black left-hand glove from white plastic bag, Family Dollar bag number 2.
What was the result of that test?
The presumptive test for blood was positive, and the item was forwarded to the DNA section.
All right. And what about 108.3.2?
108.3.2 is cutting from 1 wad of possible paper towels from miscellaneous contents removed from bag from item 108.
And what was the result of that test?
Presumptive testing for blood was positive, and the item was forwarded to the DNA section.
And can you tell us, what happens do you know what happens when it's forwarded to the DNA section?
They take it through the process to develop the DNA profile, which they compare to a known standard.
So you don't do that, that's someone else's job, fair to say?
Correct, yeah.
So item 108.3.4, is that still, that we're still talking about the glove?
Yes, that is a swab from the entire exterior as it was submitted of 3 gloves from miscellaneous contents removed from bag from item 108.
And on all of those items, what was the result?
Presumptive testing for blood was positive, and the items were forwarded to the DNA section.
And for item 125.1?
Swab from the sole of the right shoe of a pair of pink Adidas size 9K shoes from closet underneath the stairs from Maria Howard's residence. Was presumptive testing for blood was positive, and an item was forwarded to the DNA section.
All right. And 127, what was the result of that?
Gray pillowcase from pillow from right side of bed, interiors by design from Maria Howard's bedroom. Presumptive testing for blood was negative.
So that means it wasn't blood?
The presumptive test was negative. I can't say absolute certainty it was not blood, but it is not likely to be blood.
And is that common or uncommon?
It is fairly common, yes, ma'am.
What about 128.1.1?
Cutting from the towel from miscellaneous contents removed from bags of item 128. The presumptive test for blood was positive, and the item was forwarded to the DNA section.
And 128.1.2?
That's a cutting from the pillowcase from the miscellaneous contents removed from bags of item 128. Presumptive testing for blood was positive, and the item was forwarded to the DNA section.
And I'm going to move on to item 130.1.1. What is that?
Cutting from the left side hem area of tan shirt removed from item 130.
And what's item 130?
I do not know.
What is 130.1?
That is the tan shirt.
Okay. So this is, and then it's 130.1.1 is a cutting from that?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And what was the result of that?
Presumptive testing for blood was positive, and it was forwarded to the DNA section.
And how about 131.1.1.1?
1.1.1. Cutting from right cuff of shirt.
Yes, what was the result of that?
Presumptive test for blood was positive, and the item was forwarded to the DNA section.
And how about, so here we have 131.1.2. What item is that from?
131.1.2 is the pants that were removed from item 131.
All right, and what was the result of the testing of that cutting?
The testing of 131.1.2.1 is the cutting from the right thigh area of the pants removed from item 131. That is, the presumptive test was positive, or for blood was positive, and the item was forwarded to the DNA section.
Okay. Now I'm going to move to your next report.
Okay.
All right. There you have item 22.1.
Yes, ma'am.
See that? What is that item?
That is a swab taken from below address window on item 22.
And what was the result of that test?
Presumptive testing for blood was positive, and the item was forwarded to the DNA section.
And now I'm going to move to item 45.1. That is a swab, correct?
Correct.
And what did that swab come from?
The swab was from the right sleeve near the cuff of a black jacket Robert Comstock size XL from rear passenger seat of Chevy Impala.
And what was the result of that test?
Presumptive test for blood was positive, and the item was forwarded to the DNA section.
And that's the only swab, or are there several swabs from that particular item?
There were 2 other swabs from that particular item.
And I want to move on to 49.
The multicolored shirt from Nathaniel Rowland.
And that one, that's one of those that tested negative, correct?
That is correct.
And does that mean that there's no blood anywhere, or just on the item that you tested?
You mean there's no blood anywhere on the shirt?
Correct.
I would have looked the entire shirt inside and out to see if there were any visual spots that appeared to be blood stains, and tested those, and all of those tested negative.
And that would be different from item 50.1, correct?
That is correct.
And what was item 50?
Item 50 is a pair of black socks from Nathaniel Rowland.
And what was the result of that test?
The cutting from the heel area of the pair of black socks from Nathaniel Rowland is 50.1, and the presumptive testing for blood was positive, and the item was forwarded to the DNA section.
And what about item 51.1?
That is a cutting from the right shoulder area of gray Puma hoodie from Nathaniel Rowland, and the presumptive testing for blood was positive, and the item was forwarded to the DNA section.
And how about item 54.1.1?
54.1.1 is a cutting from bandana from Nathaniel Rowland, and presumptive testing for blood was positive, and the item was forwarded to the DNA section.
I want to move your attention to the 128.3.
128.3 swabs taken from interior of Dollar General bag from item 128. Presumptive test for blood was positive, and the item was forwarded to the DNA section.
What about 128.4?
128.4 were swabs from the interior of IGA bag from item 128. Presumptive test for blood was positive, and the item was forwarded to the DNA section.
And item 130.3?
130.3 are swabs taken from along open edge of item 130. Presumptive testing for blood was positive, and the item was forwarded to the DNA section.
And what about 130.4?
130.4 is swabs taken from the interior of cardboard roll from item 130. Presumptive testing for blood was positive, and the item was forwarded to the DNA section.
And there was also hair collected on your report, correct?
I do believe there was, yes, ma'am.
And is it your job to test the hair, or does that go to somebody else?
I evaluate the hair to see if a root is present, because SLED's DNA analysis will only work on root material on hair, and if the root material is present, then the hair is forwarded on for further testing. If root material is not present, then it is not sent for further testing.
Beg the court's indulgence. No further questions, Mr. Mayor.
Side of the fence.
Please, Court Honor.
Yes. Yes.
I'm well, and you?
Good. It's going to be very brief. You said that some of the items that were originally submitted to you, you did not do any sort of presumptive test on.
There are some, yes, ma'am.
Okay, you went ahead and just forwarded that onto DNA.
That is correct.
And you yourself don't do any sort of DNA processing or comparisons?
I don't do the developing of the DNA profile nor the comparison, no, ma'am.
And I believe Ms. Sampson asked you about one of the swabs you took from a black jacket. But you swabbed that jacket more than once, right?
Yes, ma'am. Do you know the item number for that?
I believe it's 45, yeah. 45, item 45, I have it on page 2.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, there were 3 swabs taken from that jacket.
One was near the cuff.
45.1 was the right sleeve near the cuff of the black jacket.
45.2 is the upper right and lower left area of the black jacket.
That is correct.
And then 45.3 was the interior neck area of that black jacket.
It's a swab from scraping the interior neck area of the black jacket.
What does that mean?
That means that we take a piece of, it's a sterile plastic single-use scraper, and scrape areas that potentially touch someone's body as they're wearing the item, try to determine who was wearing the item. So the neck area of that jacket was scraped in an attempt to collect skin cells of the person that may have been wearing it.
Begging the court's indulgence.
Can I redirect?
No, sir.
Thank you. You may step down. Do you have a 10-minute witness?
No, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will break for lunch. And we will come back at 2:50.
Judge is funny. He's like, if the next witness is going to be quick, then we'll listen to them. But if they're going to be up there for a while, we got to go. We're hungry. I feel that. Alright, so let's go ahead and skip ahead through their lunch break and then continue with the next witness that's going to take this, or maybe expert. I'm not too sure who's going to take this down next. Let's find out. Okay, it's quiet now, but there'll be some sound coming up soon here.
Okay, welcome back. Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State called Rachel Wynn.
My name is Rachel Wynn,
Can you spell your last name?
Nguyen.
Agent Wynn, where do you work?
I work at the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, most commonly known as SLED.
And how long have you worked for SLED?
I've worked for SLED it's going to be 7 years in September.
And what do you do there?
I'm currently a forensic serologist within the DNA casework department.
And what kind of training have you gotten to be a forensic serologist?
I've received in-house training at SLED for the component of forensic serology. I went under a year-long training process under a court-qualified forensic serologist. During this time, I was able to observe the different evidence processing techniques as well as the different types of analysis we perform there. Also during this time, I was able to practice these various techniques under close supervision. After time had passed, I then went through training samples, which I performed independent analysis to prove my knowledge and abilities to perform the various tests we perform in the serology department. Once that was successfully completed, I then entered a competency phase. So that's testing my knowledge and abilities to perform all the techniques that we perform independently. This competency phase included a written exam, an oral exam, a competency test, which is a mock case, as well as a mock court. Once all these components were successfully completed, I was then deemed able to do independent analysis within the area of forensic serology. After that time, I did undergo another year-long training process in the area of DNA extraction and DNA quantitation. Briefly, what that is that would be trying to pull out DNA from different substances and then seeing if there's any present. That was much similar to my serology training. I was supervised under a court-qualified DNA analyst. I was able to observe the various extraction techniques as well as the quantitation process. Then I performed various practice samples. These samples are non-casework samples to prove my ability to perform these different techniques. Then much similar to my serology training, I had to perform these techniques independently on training samples. There were 50 of them. Once that was completed, I then went under another competency phase. It was very similar. There was a written exam, an oral exam, a mock case, and then a mock court. Once all these components were successfully completed, I was then able to do independent casework from the portion of DNA extraction to DNA quantitation.
And you talked about the testing. Did you pass all of your tests?
I did pass all of my testing.
And have you been qualified as an expert before?
I have been qualified as an expert before.
In what field?
Forensic serology.
This time, Your Honor, I'd ask that Agent Wynn be qualified as an expert in the field of forensic serology.
Any objection?
No objection.
You're so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Agent Wynn, how did you become involved in this case?
So my involvement in this case is relatively recent. The DNA analyst, Ryan Dwayne, requested me to perform blood screening on a couple sets of swabs and then the DNA extraction and quantitation on them.
So I'm going to stop you for a second. The jury's heard a little bit about the presumptive positive, so I'm just going to go straight to DNA extraction. Can you explain to them what is DNA extraction?
Do you want me to explain what I did or in general?
Just in general.
So in general, we're going to take, I'm sure you heard about the cuttings that serologists take from clothing or other items and swabs that they collect potential DNA for. I'm going to take small portions of those swabs or cuttings, and then I'm going to try to pull the DNA out of those to separate it out. Following that, it will be quantitated. So see if there's quantity there, whether there's DNA present or if it's absent, and if present, how much is there.
How do you pull it? How does that happen?
So the process is that a small cutting of the swab, which is a sterile Q-tip-like device, or a cutting, I will cut an even smaller portion off of that. I'll put it in a test tube. I will add reagents, which are chemicals that aid in kind of pulling the biological from the substance. After that, I will put it on an instrument. An instrument is a scientific machine. It will aid in the extraction process. So once again, it's trying to pull it away from the cotton swab or the
Okay, real quick.
And just isolate it so it's fine.
For future reference, like now that we're all watching this and we're hearing what these different forensic investigators do, I don't feel like it's necessary to listen to this for every trial. So next time we hear somebody come up that's the same expert and we've heard that same expert explain their job, we could just skip past that part.
How do I know when she?
No, I'm just saying the future reference. Like, all right, let's say it's going to be more court cases because it's always going to be crazy people. So,
Yeah.
like when we hear it, we just, oh, that's a forensic investigator. They're just going to sit there and ask them what their job is, how they do it, and stuff like that. You know, I'm just saying.
What I'm saying is that like you can scroll through it and see the screen, but you can't really tell at what point they start like testifying.
Like saying things that make sense.
Matter.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't want to be like skipping around and going
Right.
back
Right.
and
That's
trying
going to
to
make it worse.
find- Yeah.
Mm.
And then I can't like pre-watch it and get timestamps because then I'd be watching the same case twice, and that would take forever too. We'll figure something out. I don't know. I find it kind of interesting. Hearing like their qualifications. One thing though, I was kind of wondering though, is that they don't mention any prior like college education. Like for example, the witness or the expert that's on the stand now, she said that she received training from SLED. But I was kind of wondering what brought her up to that training. I'm sure you can't just be anybody off the street and apply and be like, yeah, train me in DNA and all this stuff.
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, a lot they don't go back that far. They might as well go back to elementary school, you know, because a lot of these jobs, it's kind of implied to even apply for a lot of these, you know, law enforcement jobs. You at least need a bachelor's or an associate's in some kind of, you know, either forensics or crime investigation. So that I think it's kind of implied that they already have those possible college credentials. But I'm pretty sure to get these types of jobs, you at least have to have a bachelor's or an associate's. An associate's is just 2 years of study, so 2 to 3 years. But yeah, but definitely I'm thinking at least a bachelor's or an associate's in one of these forensics or criminal investigation fields before you can even get into SLED. You know, because SLED just seems like a job, and it seems like their training, despite what you might have already learned, it's specific for crime, you know?
Emmanuel Briggs said, I kind of like hearing all the technical stuff with credentials. It gives me something to research. And with me,
That too.
I was thinking, like, what if I want her job someday? Like, what classes do I take? What kind of degree should I be going for if I want to be whatever she does? There might be other people too that might want to, you know, do what she does as well.
Yeah.
I really find that stuff because honestly, listening to their credentials and things like that, it did put my mind there. I was like, I wonder if that's something I could do someday. Oh, that looks good.
What's it called? Dogfish Head 90-minute IPA. I couldn't find this, but I finally found it today. I found a store that had them.
90 minutes.
Well, there's a 60-minute and there's a 90-minute. The 60-minute is like 7.5% alcohol. This is 9% alcohol.
So is the minutes like how long it took to make it, or how long it keeps you drunk?
Well, I think they just like thought of a clever name with time in it, because they have different versions. They have a 30-minute, a 60-minute, and a 90-minute, and they have a 120-minute that is 12. That is, let me not get this wrong. It's like 15% alcohol.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, which is up there with like hard liquors. But yeah, IPAs, man, it's the way to go. They're a little bit more expensive, but they won't make you shit your liver out. So.
And they taste good.
They do. But this is my girl's favorite. She doesn't even know I have them. I'm gonna tell her after she gets off the phone.
Nice.
Hold on, wait. You might be able to hear her reaction.
How you doing, Emmanuel? She's like, oh, I heard that. Oh, my scruffy, my puppy. What you doing, buddy? But yeah, I like hearing the credential stuff. I know it seems kind of like repetitive, but each individual that takes the stand has their own credentials and qualifications, and I found it interesting. I want to say if there's anything I could skip past. I don't think there's anything that I could skip past. I kind of wanted to skip past the parts where they were talking about the cell phones and stuff, because I felt like I I don't need that to be proven to me, but I realize, of course, it's necessary. But, I mean, I could have skipped past it. Okay.
The oxtail almost done.
Awesome. We
They're
good?
almost done. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Awesome. Okay.
By itself. Then I will take that portion of the liquid that's in the test tube, and I will put it on a different instrument or scientific device, and that it will analyze it and then give us data, which I do not read the data. The DNA analyst, Ryan Duane, will review it.
So now I'm gonna go to what you did in this case.
Okay.
So item 67, is that one of the items you tested?
May I review my notes?
Okay.
Yes, item 67 is an item I tested.
And what was item 67?
Item 67 is swabs from the rear side of center console of the Chevrolet Impala.
And what was your job? What did you do with this particular item?
So upon receiving this evidence, I took a sterile swab, once again, it's like a sterile Q-tip. I damped it with sterile water. Then I applied that to the swabs that were submitted, each to try to pull any stain off. Then I performed our phenolphthalein test, which is a presumptive test, to see the possible presence of blood.
What was the result of that test?
The result was positive.
So what did you do based on that?
So because it was positive, as I briefly mentioned before, I cut a small portion of the swab and put it in a test tube to extract and quantitate.
And then testing it any further is not your job, is that correct?
No, after quantitation, all the samples will be handed to Ryan Duane.
Now I want to move to item 71. What is item 71?
Item 71 is swabs from front passenger seat headrest of the Chevrolet Impala.
And what was the result of that test?
It was presumptively positive for phenolphthalein, which is our blood screening test.
So what did you do based on that?
I did the same thing that I did with the item 67 that I just mentioned. So since it was positive, I cut a portion out and then did the extraction and quantitation.
And item 72?
Item 72 are swabs from rear passenger seat of the Chevrolet Impala.
What was the result of that test?
Those were positive for phenolphthalein, and the same process occurred as the previous swabs.
And item 75?
Item 75 were swabs from side of driver's seat headrest of the Chevrolet Impala.
And again, what was the result of that test?
That was positive for phenolphthalein.
So what did you do based on that?
The same thing as the previous set of swabs.
Item 76?
Item 76 is swabs from rear driver's side seat of Chevrolet Impala.
And what was the result of that test?
It was positive for phenolphthalein.
So what did you do based on that?
The same process as the previous swabs.
All right. Item 77.
Item 77 is swabs from driver's seat, seat buckle receiver of Chevrolet Impala.
What was the result of that test?
It was also positive for the phenolphthalein test.
Based on that, what did you do?
The same as the previous swabs that I've mentioned.
Now, 125.1, what was that?
Item 125.1 are swabs from sole of right shoe of a pair of pink Adidas size 9K shoes from closet underneath stairs from Maria Howard's residence.
And did you do any testing to that?
I did not do any testing. From my understanding, they had already been tested with phenolphthalein.
So even though on this report there's some things that you did, there's some things that other people did, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Pay the court's indulgence. Thank you, no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Please, court door.
What day, what's the date that you were asked to do the testing?
I do not have a record of the specific date it was requested, but I do have the date and time I took them into my custody.
What is that?
Okay. I took them into my custody on June 11th of 2021 at 12:44. Those were the everything in our container L. A container just holds multiple items. So that would be items 67, 71, 72, 75, 76, and 77. Item 125.1, I took into my custody at the same time. So June 11th, 2021 at 12:44.
2021, not 2019.
2021.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything further?
No, sir.
Ms. Stepton? Next witness.
The state calls Agent Ryan Duane.
Ryan Dwayne, D-E-W-A-N-E.
I think this is the DNA lady.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Agent Dwayne, where are you employed?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, also known as SLED.
Please tell the jury what your duties are at SLED.
I am a forensic scientist assigned to the DNA casework department,
How long have you been there?
approximately 5.5 years.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your background, training, and any additional experience you might have?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology pre-professional from Appalachian State University in Boone, North Carolina. I also have 2 minors in chemistry and English. I'm currently pursuing my Master's of Science degree
See, a
in
bachelor's.
biology from Clemson University in Greenville, South.
Hold on.
Yeah, I figured. She said she has a bachelor's and 2 minors in something else, but she did say bachelor's, and she's going for her master's. So I think entry level is going to be a bachelor's for jobs like that, like forensics and crime and stuff like that.
Yeah, I want to do what she does. Let me see.
Yeah,
Training and any
she looks very serious.
I was gonna say that.
Yeah,
I bet she doesn't hang
Her
out.
job is her job is extremely particular. Like, she's working with. Sometimes you'll only get like a half a fingerprint or like a piece of it, and you got to put it through a database and wait for hours for it to, check. Like, yeah, her job is she has to be very, we're adults, so I can say this. She has to be very anal. Very particular.
Very tight butthole.
Yeah, you see her hair is like tied back and stuff.
Definitely, I get that vibe from her too. I wonder what she's like though. Like, I wonder if she ever does just let her hair down and.
It's probably rare. Like, after she puts a criminal away, she might go to the bar, maybe let her hair down, and have like a virgin daiquiri, and just give mean looks to every man that even thinks about approaching her.
No shit, you think she's like a ball buster?
Yeah, she's just focusing on everything he touches the whole time.
Let me see your DNA. Let me run this.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I got catfished by a chick, right? And then she told me who she was. So me and my boy went to go meet her in Maryland. Like, she was a big girl. I mean, she was like 6'3", 200 something pounds. Like, she was a big girl.
You, like, fake pictures?
Yeah, fake pictures. Like, she was catfishing me, and she finally admitted it. And then so I was like, all right, whatever. So we went to go see who she was, me and my boy. And apparently her dad was like, he like worked in like a government job, like FBI type shit. And like, I think I ate maybe like a bowl of cereal or something when I went over there. And I was like, so your dad's gonna keep my fingerprints forever or something? And she just started laughing. But yeah, like, even when you're around people like that, they're very particular. They're very straightforward. They're careful how they speak. It's,
Definitely. Alright, let's see what she has to say. So she's DNA expert. So she'll be talking about the blood evidence and whose is what and what she found out. So let's hear her out.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology pre-professional from Appalachian State University in Boone, North Carolina. I also have 2 minors in chemistry and English. I'm currently pursuing my Master's of Science degree in biology from Clemson University in Greenville, South Carolina. During my education, I have completed courses in molecular biology, genetics, statistics, and biochemistry. These 4 courses are...
I gotta check this food.
When I was hired at SLED, I underwent an extensive training program. This training program included practice samples, training samples, mock cases, written exams for DNA and serology, a report writing exam, an oral exam, a technical review exam, a competency, and a mock court exam.
Do you participate in any training or continuing education?
Yes, we are required to complete approximately 8 hours of continuing education yearly.
How many times have you ever testified in court before?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
8 times.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert?
I have.
In what field?
Forensic DNA analysis and serology.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer Agent Dwayne as an expert in forensic DNA analysis and serology.
She's so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Dwayne, what's DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid.
This is just a chemical found in all of our bodies. We get half of it from our mother and half from our father, and aside from identical twins, no two people have the same DNA profile.
So when we talk about DNA analysis, what does that mean?
DNA analysis is our process of developing a DNA profile from either evidence or a known standard.
You said developing a DNA profile. What does that mean?
A DNA profile is your biological DNA represented in the form of a series of numbers, and this is what we use to compare.
So in terms of comparison, what are you doing with the DNA profile in order to compare it? How does that process work?
We develop the DNA profile from known individuals associated with the case. We then compare their profile to the evidence profiles developed.
Okay. And when you do that, what does it mean if you come back with a result that a particular profile is included?
This means that the individual is possibly included in the mixture or profile.
What is a mixture?
A mixture is an item that has multiple individuals on the same item.
An item that has multiple individuals on the same item. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
Okay, so this pen, for example, if I were to hand it to you, would it be possible that my DNA profile and your DNA profile would be on the pen?
Yes, that is possible.
And so would it be possible then for there to be a mixture of your profile and my profile on the pen?
That is correct.
So if you receive an item of evidence, if you receive this pen under that example, what would you do in order to determine which profile belongs to which person?
We use a statistical software program called StarMix to do our comparisons.
And as a result of using that software, you can have a result where somebody, I believe you said, is included in the mixture, correct?
That is correct.
Could you also have a DNA profile excluded?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. So you used StarMix, you said, to conduct this analysis, correct?
That is correct.
How do you report results of that analysis?
If we have any possible inclusions, then we report that conclusion with a statistic.
Okay. Is the same true about exclusions?
If an individual is excluded, then we just say that they are excluded from the profile.
With no statistical value to the level of exclusion, I guess?
That is correct.
Okay. So when you're talking about these statistics, you said you assign a statistical value if there's a profile included, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So how do you explain what that statistic is and what that means?
We have a verbal scale at the end of our report. This shows our level of support based on the number that's generated.
And what does that verbal scale consist of?
We have multiple levels of support. Our lowest level is weak support. We then have moderate support, strong support, and then very strong support.
So the highest level of certainty, not certainty, but the highest level statement that you would make about the inclusion of my DNA on this pen, if the science backed it up, you think that would be that there is very strong support for my inclusion?
For that conclusion, yes.
Okay. Do you guys, in regards to StarMix, that type of analysis, do you use the word match?
We do not.
And does that mean that you're any less confident about a particular result than if you did use the word match?
No.
So you said that there's a number that you associate, a statistical value, right? How does that number, what is the relationship between that number and the level of support in the verbal scale you just described?
The larger the number is, the more support will be associated with it. Our strongest level of support starts at 1 million and above.
All right. And when you're talking about these statistics, can you tell the jury what in the context of that, what a likelihood ratio means?
A likelihood ratio is the type of statistic that we calculate for StarMix. This is simply a mathematical comparison of two possible scenarios that it could explain the DNA profile that we get. The number that is generated is always supporting which scenario is more likely to create that profile.
Two scenarios, you compare them, one scenario.
The first scenario suggests that an individual is included.
And the second?
That they're excluded or it's someone else.
Okay. Shifting gears slightly, just talking about DNA in general, because there's obviously a lot of items of evidence that you tested. How is it that DNA evidence actually ends up on a person or an item or thing?
We can get DNA evidence from biological fluids, such as saliva, sweat, or blood. We can also get it from hair, and most commonly we get it from touch, which just means that you leave cells behind when you touch something.
Okay, and that can be from any other person that you come in contact with?
That is correct.
Could it end up even be Any person that you have not come in close contact with?
Under certain circumstances, that is correct.
Okay. Now conversely, can you talk about some reasons how I could come in close contact with someone and their DNA does not end up somewhere on me?
This would depend on many different factors. If you did not physically interact with the person, it is unlikely that your DNA would be present. If you're wearing clothing and they only touch your clothing, it's unlikely, or it's less likely that your DNA would be transferred. If you're to touch their skin and they're sweating, then that's a higher chance of collecting their DNA. Some individuals are also what we call shedders, which is a phenomenon where some people end up shedding their cells much more frequently than the average person.
All right, thank you. Let's turn your attention to the specific items in the case that you tested. You generated a lengthy report in connection with this case, is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Okay. All right, I want to turn your attention to item 2 on your report. And what is item 2?
Item 2 is swabs from the left shoe back white in color portion of Nathaniel Rowland.
Okay. And do you have any results for that item as it relates to Samantha Josephson?
I do.
And what is your result?
A DNA profile suitable for comparison was developed. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture, versus scenario 2, where it's 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals that contributed to the mixture, meaning she's not a contributor. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 3.8 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Tying back in our verbal scale, what level of support is that for Samantha Josephson's inclusion in the profile on Mr. Rowland's shoe?
This would fall into our very strong support range.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about a couple other items of Mr. Rowland, relating to Mr. Rowland. Item number 4, that's your item number, not an exhibit number. Item 4 are swabs from underneath Mr. Rowland's right hand fingernails, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And what was your, let me ask you this. What results do you have related to Ms. Josephson in regard to Mr. Rowland's right hand fingernails?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. Because these are Nathaniel Rowland's fingernails, we can expect his DNA to reasonably be there. So his DNA profile is considered in both scenarios. So scenario 1 is Nathaniel Rowland, Samantha Josephson, and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture, versus the scenario where Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 94 million times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland, Samantha Josephson, and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Just making sure I got it. So we're talking about Mr. Rowland's right hand fingernails, correct?
That's correct.
And obviously he's going to be included in that mixture, correct?
It's reasonable to expect his DNA to be included.
And there is, according to your verbal scale, very strong support that Ms. Josephson is included as well.
That is correct.
All right, turning your attention to item number 50 in your report. I'm sorry, forgive me, I jumped ahead of myself. Item number 5. That is left-hand fingernails of Mr. Rowland, correct?
That is correct.
All right, what was the result of your comparison on that item?
The DNA profile developed is a mixture of at least 5 individuals. Due to the complexity of the mixture, no further interpretation will be offered.
Can you explain why that is?
We can only interpret up to 4 individuals in a mixture. Because this is so complex, we are unable to separate individuals, and therefore we do not use it for comparison.
Too many contributors to the profile, so you can't even come to a conclusion about it.
That is correct.
Item 50, please. Page 22 of your report. And item 50 is a cutting from the heel area of Mr. Rowland's black socks, correct?
This is item 50.1.
I'm
yes.
sorry, thank you. Can you distinguish the difference between why there's a .1?
Yes, this is called a sub-item. The parent item, or the original item, is item 50, and when a forensic serologist takes a cutting, it then becomes sub-itemized, so it's 50.1.
When you say cutting, do you mean a literal piece of the fabric of, in this case, a sock would have been cut out and taken from the sock and given to you for further interpretation?
That is correct.
Okay. So this 50.1 is a cutting from Mr. Rowland's sock?
That is correct.
And what was your result regarding Ms. Josephson's inclusion on that?
A DNA profile suitable for comparison was developed. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus a scenario where it's two unidentified, unrelated individuals that contributed to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 4 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if two unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
All right, so, okay, thank you. Item 54, excuse me, 54.1.1 on page 23. Cutting from bandana from Mr. Rowland, is that right?
That is correct.
So you've already been marked as states 11. States 11 is in evidence. I believe these are the two bandanas that were taken. Does that look to be correct?
I did not see the parent item. I only received the cutting.
Okay, fair enough. What was your first comparison on that item?
This is a comparison to Samantha Josephson. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus a scenario where it's 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals that contributed to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 2.6 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Okay, so earlier you talked about mixtures. So this item is a mixture, you said, of 3 different individuals, is that correct?
That is correct.
And based on what you've just described, is it your testimony that as one of the contributors to that mixture, there is very strong support that it is Ms. Josephson, is that right?
In order for this DNA profile to have been developed, yes.
All right. So as far as a second profile and your second comparison on that item, the bandana for Mr. Rowland, what was your conclusion there?
Under the same scenarios, but comparing with Daniel Rowland, the DNA profile is approximately 14 sextillion times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
14 sextillion, is that in the very strong support category?
It is.
So of the 3 profiles found in the bandana, very strong support for Samantha, correct?
That's correct.
And very strong support for Mr. Rowland, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then part of the statement is that there's also, could be an unidentified, unrelated individual, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, this jury has heard you several times thus far reference that phrase, unrelated, unidentified individual. Can you explain why that phrase is so prevalent throughout your report?
Whenever we had a mixture of, in this example, 3 individuals, if we can have positive associations with multiple people, but we have an unknown profile that does not match any of the standards submitted in this case, then we just label that as an unidentified, unrelated individual.
Every time you reference this unidentified, unrelated individual, are you talking about one person, like the same person for each one?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. So it could be one person who's not part of your known profiles to compare on one item and somebody completely different on another item?
Yes, that is possible.
Okay. All right. I want to turn your attention to a grouping of items you tested relating to Ms. Josephson. So I'm going to send you back to item number 11 from your report on page 8. And in regards to items 11 through 15, are those all, according to your report, suspected hairs from the body of Ms. Josephson?
That is correct.
In regards to 11.1 and 11.1, hair from the right hand of Ms. Josephson, 11.2, a hair, 12, suspected hair from right hand of Ms. Josephson, and 13, well, we'll just go through those first 3. In regards to those, what were your results related to Ms. Josephson?
For item 11.1, the DNA profile was interpreted as a single source. The first scenario is that Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile versus scenario 2, where it's an unidentified, unrelated individual that contributed the profile. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 6.8 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile. For item 11.2, the DNA profile was interpreted as single source. Scenario 1 is Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile versus scenario 2, where it's an unidentified, unrelated individual that contributed the profile. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 7.1 quintillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile. For item 12, the DNA profile was interpreted as single source. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile. Scenario 2 is an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the DNA profile. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 6.8 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
For each of those items that you just discussed, those hairs, you indicated that the profile was from a single source. What does that mean?
That means one individual is on the item.
So you know that there's only one individual present in the item, correct?
That is correct.
And you make two hypotheses about that one thing, and in this instance, you're saying that one hypothesis is Ms. Josephson is included, correct?
That's correct.
And the other is that it's somebody else.
That is correct.
But ultimately, are you stating that there's very strong support that her DNA profile is the contributor to the single source item?
There is very strong support to see this DNA profile if Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile rather than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
All right, thank you. And is it fair to say that the same would be true for the same conclusions in terms of very strong support for Ms. Josephson's inclusion would be correct for items 14.1, suspected hair, and 14.2, suspected hair, and 15, suspected hair from crotch region of pants on Samantha Josephson?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, I want to turn your attention to item 16, and that deals with fingernail scrapings from Ms. Josephson. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right, and do you have that broken down into some sub-items?
I do.
Okay, 16.1, right fingernail scrapings from Samantha Josephson. What are your results related to Ms. Josephson in that regard?
The DNA profile developed is attributable to Samantha Josephson.
All right, and what are your results as it pertains to Mr. Rowland on that item?
Nathaniel Rowland is excluded as a possible contributor.
For the right-hand fingernail scrapings of Ms. Josephson, correct?
That is correct.
And that was done by the star mix analysis that you talked about earlier, that process?
That is correct.
Is there a second type of process or analysis that you can do in regards to DNA profiles as well that's separate from the star mix?
Yes.
What is that?
We also perform what is called YSTR testing.
What is YSTR?
YSTR testing is a type of technology that allows us to just isolate male DNA.
Just for male DNA?
That is correct.
Okay. So did you perform YSTR testing on this item 16.1?
I did.
And the process for conducting those tests is completely different from the star mix that you described earlier?
The statistic is different.
The statistic is different. Thank you. So the likelihood ratios, the numbers you've been reciting, do you do that same thing for the YSTR analysis?
No, it is a different type of statistic.
Okay. Did you conduct that analysis on this item?
I did.
And what was it?
The partial YSTR profile developed is insufficient for interpretation.
What does that mean?
That means that there was not enough DNA developed to interpret.
So in other words, you tried to take a second route to see what profile could be found under Ms. Josephson's right-hand scrapings, but there wasn't enough there for you to interpret the results.
That is correct.
Okay. Now let's talk about 16.2, which is her left-hand fingernail scrapings. Again, in that situation, under the star mix, under star mix, what was your finding?
The DNA profile developed is attributable to Samantha Josephson.
And, I'm sorry, was Mr. Rowland included or excluded as part of that?
Nathaniel Rowland is excluded as a possible contributor.
Did you attempt to do any YSTR analysis on that item?
I did.
And what was the result?
No YSTR profile was developed.
Okay. And how is that different from what you just described a moment ago about insufficient for interpretation?
No profile developed means there was no DNA developed. Insufficient means there was a little bit of DNA, but not enough to interpret it or make any comparisons to it.
All right. Now those were scrapings, I believe. But item 17 are fingernail clippings from Ms. Josephson's right hand. What's the difference between a scraping and clipping?
A fingernail clipping is when you clip the nail off just the tip of the nail. A scraping is when you take a device and you just scrape underneath the nail and then you swab that device for DNA.
And again, on 17, that one, the fingernail clippings from the right hand, the profile belongs to Ms. Josephson, is that right?
The DNA profile developed is attributable to Samantha Josephson.
And regarding Mr. Rowland?
Nathaniel Rowland is excluded as a possible contributor.
Excluded meaning there's no presence of his DNA under those items. Pursuant to StarMix analysis, correct?
That is correct, because there was no other profile developed.
No other profile developed, okay. Was there a YSTR profile developed on this item?
Yes.
All right, and what was the result of that profile's analysis?
Due to the inability to determine a number of contributors, no further interpretation will be offered regarding the YSTR profile.
Why does the number of contributors to a profile impact whether or not you can interpret it?
For this type of testing, we need to know how many individuals are included in order to know if it's suitable for statistics.
So you couldn't determine how many people were present as part of this YSTR profile, correct?
That is correct.
All right, let's talk about number 18, item 18, fingernail clippings from the left hand of Ms. Josephson. What are your results related to Ms. Josephson? Well, let me ask you this. What is your first comparison regarding that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. Samantha Josephson is contributing to the mixture. These are her fingernails, so we can reasonably expect her DNA to be present, so she will be present in both scenarios. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson, the person of interest, which just means whoever we're comparing to this mixture, and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture, versus the scenario of it being Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals that contributed to the mixture. The result of that comparison is, under the listed propositions, the following individuals are excluded as contributors to this mixture: Xavier McFadden, Nathaniel Rowland, Marcus Dwayne Williams, Maria Howard, Oshimer Williams, and Dorad Fleming.
All of those individuals are excluded from the profile from Ms. Josephson's nail clippings.
That is correct.
All right. Did you do a YSTR test on that one?
I did.
And what was the result?
The YSTR profile developed with a mixture of at least 2 male individuals. The YSTR profile of the major contributor to this mixture is from an unidentified male individual A. Due to the limited information developed, no further interpretation will be offered regarding the minor contributor.
All right, so now we're in a whole other territory with YSTR that we haven't talked about previously. You just described in the YSTR that there can be a major contributor and a minor contributor to the YSTR profile?
That is correct.
All right, and what does that mean?
A major contributor means that they're the individual contributing the most DNA to a mixture. A minor contributor is the profile that is left.
And you said as far as the major goes, it's an unidentified individual?
That is correct.
And again, this could be somebody completely different from the unidentified individuals you mentioned earlier.
Yes, that is correct.
Or it could be the same.
That is correct.
Or it could be any number of anybody at any point.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And because of the limited information, you're saying you could not come up with anything for the minor, is that right?
Yes, no further interpretation could be offered regarding the minor.
All right, so regarding the minor contributor to this YSTR analysis of, just for reference, Ms. Josephson's left-hand fingernail clippings, the major, you say, is unidentified, right?
That is correct.
As far as the minor goes, of all the standards that you have in the case, to include Mr. Rowland and the other names that you just read out, can any of those standards be included or excluded as a minor contributor on that?
I can make no comparisons to any of the individuals concerning the minor contributor.
Just can't say one way or the other because there's not enough information.
That is correct.
All right. You spoke earlier about the ability for a person to pick up DNA from various places. I believe you talked about touch DNA. Can you talk about that a little bit more about what touch DNA is?
Touch DNA is skin cells left behind when you touch an item.
Okay. And how could a person, say, in a courtroom or a bar or a restaurant, pick up some sort of touch DNA onto their person?
There are many scenarios where this could happen. If you were to touch something like a doorknob, then you may leave your DNA there. Another individual may then touch behind you, and you could also pick up their DNA. If you were to touch someone's arm, then you can pick up their DNA or leave your DNA behind. There are certain circumstances wherein it's more likely to leave DNA. For instance, if that individual is sweating and you touch their arm, it's more likely that their DNA will, you'll pick up their DNA rather than if you don't.
And in regards to this item, we were just most recently talking about YSDR testing, correct?
That's correct.
So we're talking about male DNA profiles.
Mm-hmm.
So would it be unusual to you if an individual was riding in a car with multiple males to have a Y profile appear under someone's nails or on their person?
I cannot offer an opinion on that. I can say that if there is contact or if an individual were to touch something that had a lot of another individual's DNA on it, then yes, you could pick up their DNA.
Okay. All right. In regards to item 19, which is a swab from Ms. Josephson's left ankle, what were your results related to Ms. Josephson?
A DNA profile suitable for comparison was developed. DNA attributable to Samantha Josephson is present in this profile. DNA not attributable to Samantha Josephson is also present in this profile. Due to the limited information obtained regarding the foreign contributor, no further comparisons will be offered.
All right. Go ahead.
The partial YSTR profile developed is a mixture of at least 3 male individuals. Due to the inability to calculate a statistic, no further interpretation will be offered.
All right, so we're talking about her left ankle, and obviously she's part of the profile, correct?
That is correct.
It's a mixture, is that right?
Yes.
And one part of the mixture is her?
That is correct.
But you can't determine how many other contributors there are to the mixture.
That is correct. It was too limited.
Okay, and that was for the star mix analysis, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
For the YSTR, there's a mixture of how many individuals?
At least 3 male individuals.
But you're unable to calculate a statistic of that nature, is that right?
That is correct.
Can you talk about some of the ways in which, we talked about touch DNA in terms of like your hand, you touch the doorknob, you touch something like that. Well, this item deals with ankle. So how is it that a person could obtain a foreign, if you will, DNA profile on their ankle?
Again, there are many different circumstances that could lead to this. If someone were to touch your ankle, then your DNA profile could be present. If the individual were to rub up against another individual's leg or anything that maybe they had a lot of DNA on, these are also circumstances when it would be possible to pick up their DNA.
All right, thank you. I want to move ahead to item 84.1, that's on page 30 of your report. As well as that, and that is the swabs from shoes of Ms. Josephson, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and what results did you obtain related to Ms. Josephson?
The DNA profile was interpreted as single source. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile versus a scenario where an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the DNA profile. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 7.6 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
All right. Item 103 on page 31 is a suspected hair from Ms. Josephson's shirt. Is that right?
That is correct.
And there are 4 sub-items to that?
That is correct.
Is it fair to say that for 3 of those 4 sub-items of the hair from her shirt that no DNA profile is developed? Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. What about the one, is there one that did have a profile?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you find out about that?
For item 103.3, a DNA profile was developed due to the limited...
Preach. Emmanuel asked, hey, what would you guys suggest as a decent laptop? Haven't bought one in years since they had CD writes in them and read writes in them, and I need to get a new one.
I'll answer that in a second. Hold on.
I'm not too sure. I have a PC, like a desktop PC. The last laptop that I had was an Alienware, but I didn't have it for too long. Not because it stopped working or anything like that, but it's just we didn't hang on to it. I don't even know what happened to it, to be honest. I'm not even gonna try to guess. One day I had it, and then the next day it disappeared. And I know it wasn't like a disappearing laptop. Something happened. I just didn't want to get into it with anybody about it. But I think Preach is the one that knows more about technology, so we'll wait for him to come back and see what he says.
Information obtained, no further interpretation will be offered.
Not enough information to reach any conclusions.
That is correct.
All right, thank you. All right, let's shift gears a little bit to another grouping of items of evidence in the case. Let's talk about items that were collected from the black Chevy Impala. I'm going to take you back to item 3. It's page 4 of your report. That is a swab from a rear driver door interior panel. Did you test that, or was any testing done for that item for whether or not it was blood?
Yes.
What was the result of that?
Presumptive testing for blood was positive.
Okay. And then as far as the DNA analysis, what are your results related to Ms. Josephson on the swab from the driver door interior panel?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and an unidentified unrelated individual versus the scenario of it being 2 unidentified unrelated individuals. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 3 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So in regards to that swab from the interior of the rear driver door panel, very strong support that that blood is Ms. Josephson's. Is that correct?
I cannot say that result.
It was presumptive for blood, right?
That's correct.
Very strong support that her DNA is included in that mixture.
Very strong support for the possible inclusion of Samantha Josephson.
Okay. Thank you. Item 22. Actually, item 22.1, page 14, is a swab from a stain below address window on envelope with handwritten list on back, correct?
That is correct.
All right. What was your first comparison that you did on the envelope, of the stain from an envelope?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus the scenario where 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 3.7 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
What were your findings for that item as it pertained to Mr. Rowland or any of the other standards that you were provided?
Under the same scenario, the following individuals are excluded as contributors to the mixture: Xavier McFadden, Nathaniel Rowland, Marcus Dwayne Williams, Maria Howard, Oshimer Williams, and Gerard Fleming.
All right. 22.2 is the same envelope with the handwritten list, but this is a swab from the outer edge of that item. What was your first comparison on that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus the scenario of 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 42 billion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So again, using your verbal scale, there is, would it be correct to say that there's very strong support that Ms. Josephson is part of the mixture on that item, the envelope, outer edge?
There's very strong support to see the DNA profile as the scenario where Samantha Josephson is included as a possible contributor.
All right, thank you. Were there any other individuals that were included in that analysis?
There were not.
All right. All right, I want to take you to item 38. Sorry. That is, what item is that?
These are swabs from the cuff area and in between fingers of item 38, which are blue plastic gloves from the front passenger door panel of the Chevrolet Impala.
What were your results of that analysis?
The DNA profile developed is a mixture of at least 5 individuals. Due to the complexity of this mixture, no further interpretation will be offered.
I believe you spoke earlier about how, I think you said, if it's more than 4 contributors, then you cannot reach a conclusion. Is that right?
That's correct.
And there were 5 on this item?
Yes, that is correct.
The blue plastic glove from inside the Impala?
That is correct.
Okay. 39.1, did you have the same findings?
Yes,
And that's also a blue glove from the Chevy Impala, is that right?
that is correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, item 45.1, can you tell us what that is?
These are swabs from the right sleeve near the cuff of a black jacket, brand Roberts Comstack size XL, from the rear passenger seat of the Chevrolet Impala.
And how many profiles were developed from that swab?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals.
All right, and what are the results related to Ms. Josephson on that item, the jacket?
In the scenario where Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus the scenario of it being 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals that contributed to the mixture, the result is the DNA profile is approximately 3.7 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Were any of the other known standards that you have included in that mixture?
No.
Staying with the black Comstock jacket found from the Impala, item 45.2, I'd ask you the same question about your first proposition in that.
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus the scenario of being 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 2.7 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
All right. And were any of the other known standards included in that profile?
No.
Okay. Can you talk for a moment about the relationship between touch DNA, as you described it earlier, versus DNA profiles developed from other bodily fluids, such as blood, on a particular item within a mixture?
The type of DNA that we get from blood is from the white blood cells within it. The type of DNA we get from touch DNA is from skin cells. We typically have more abundance in blood than we would in skin cells.
So is it fair to say that if there was an item that contained blood, it could overpower a touch DNA sample if there was any other DNA on whatever the item is?
Yes, that is possible.
Okay. Item 45.3, also part of the Robert Comstock jacket from the backseat of the Impala. What was your finding as a result of that analysis?
The DNA profile developed is a mixture of at least 5 individuals. Due to the complexity of this mixture, no further interpretation will be offered.
Okay. Item 62, that's on page 24, the swab from the steering wheel of the Impala. Were you able to reach any results regarding the steering wheel as it pertains to Mr. Rowland?
Yes, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. In the scenario where Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus a scenario where 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. The result is the DNA profile is approximately 970 billion times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And again, the level of support on your verbal scale that goes with that statistic regarding Mr. Rowland's inclusion of the mixture on the steering wheel is what?
This statistic falls in our very strong support range.
Which is your highest level of support?
That is correct.
Did you also have any results regarding the steering wheel item as it relates to Maria Howard?
I did.
All right. What was that result?
Under the same scenarios, the DNA profile is approximately 41 septillion times more likely if Maria Howard and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Item 63 is the gear shift from the Impala, correct?
That is correct.
What was the first comparison you did regarding the gear shift of the Impala?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 individuals. In the scenario, Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus it being 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals that contributed to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 390 billion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
All right, and then regarding the same item, the gear shift, was Mr. Rowland included in that as well?
Under the same scenario, the DNA profile is approximately 150 billion times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So in regards to both Mr. Rowland and Ms. Josephson, there is very strong support for their inclusion on the gear shift as part of the mixture, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and then lastly, in regards to the gear shift, what were your findings as it pertains to Maria Howard?
Under the same scenarios, the DNA profile is approximately 27 times more likely if Maria Howard and 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
What level of support does that fall into on the verbal scale?
This falls into our weak support range.
Is that the lowest level of support?
That is correct.
All right, sticking with the car, item 64, a swab from the exterior door handle of the rear passenger side of the Impala, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Was Ms. Josephson included in that profile? Or that mixture, rather?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of that is the DNA profile is approximately 140 quadrillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And the level of support for Samantha's inclusion on this item, the door handle of the rear passenger side, is what?
This statistic falls in our very strong support range.
Okay, same item, same swab, same profile, mixture, excuse me. What was your result related to Mr. Rowland?
The DNA profile is approximately 9,100 times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
What level of support does that correspond to?
This statistic falls in our moderate support range.
All right, last one regarding that exterior door handle.
Looks good.
What was the result regarding Maria Howard?
The DNA profile is approximately 2 times more likely if Maria Howard and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
2 times. Does that fall in the weak support category?
That is correct.
All right. Item 139.
I apologize. I need to add something to
Sure.
that
Yes.
result.
Yes.
Whenever there's the possible inclusion of multiple individuals in a mixture, we have to compare them together just to make sure that still works. For this item, the DNA profile obtained could not be explained by a combination of DNA from Samantha Josephson, Nathaniel Rowland, and Maria Howard under the listed propositions, all contributing to the profile. When we have this happen in an item, it is recommended to draw your conclusion based on our level of support for the the statistic associated with the individual.
All right. Thank you. Item 139.1, page 61. What is that item?
These are swaps from the foot, bed, and understrap of black and red Nike flip-flops from the trunk of the Chevrolet Impala.
Were you able to interpret that item?
The DNA profile developed is a mixture of at least 5 individuals. Due to the complexity of the mixture, no further interpretation can be offered.
All right. Item 140.1. What is that?
This is a swab from scraping the interior of a black Beanie, the brand Field Grade, from the trunk of the Chevrolet Impala.
Okay. And what was your first comparison to that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus the scenario of 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 210,000 times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
All right. So according to the verbal scale, that would be what level of support for Ms. Josephson being part of the mixture on the Beanie?
This statistic falls in our strong support range.
Okay. And your second comparison regarding Mr. Rowland?
The DNA profile is approximately 11 octillion times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
County was the Martha State 18 for ID. Can you tell don't know what that item is.
This is the parent item, which is the black beanie.
From item 140.1 that you just discussed.
That is correct.
And again, regarding the analysis on this item, page 18 Friday, you indicated strong support for Ms. Josephson's inclusion in the mixture, is that correct?
That is correct.
And very strong support for Mr. Rowland's inclusion in this mixture, correct?
That is correct.
All right, this time the state would offer, take it to 18 and then.
Your Honor, object to explanation.
This was marked for ID purposes on yesterday. It was admitted at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Very, very briefly. That's the beanie we're talking about, Agent Dwayne, correct?
I did not see the parent item. I only received the cuttings.
Cutting from this item, I guess, from item 140.
That is correct.
Thank you. All right, one more item regarding the, well, a couple more items regarding the car. Item 47, I'm going to jump back for you, sorry. 47.1, that's on page 20, is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And what was your results regarding that related to Samantha Josephson on that item? What is the item, 47.1?
These are swaps from the footbed and understrap of a black and red left side flip-flop found in the trunk of the Chevrolet Impala.
And your results were related to Ms. Josephson on the flip-flop from the trunk?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus the scenario of 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 2.9 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Very strong support, correct?
That statistic falls in our very strong support range.
And what about your results as it pertains to Mr. Rowland in regards to the flip-flop from the trunk?
Under the same scenarios, the DNA profile is approximately 35,000 times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
All right, thank you. And what level of support was that?
This falls into our strong support range.
Thank you. Did you also generate a second report in this case regarding some swabs taken from the Impala?
I did.
All right, do you have it in front of you?
I do.
If I may refer you to that, please. In regards to item 67, the swab from rear side center console of the Impala, is that right?
That is correct.
Was Ms. Josephson included as that part of that mixture?
The DNA profile was interpreted as single source. The scenario is Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile versus an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the DNA profile. The result of that is the DNA profile is approximately 6.8 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
And this swab from the rear side center console, was it tested for blood?
Yes. Presumptive testing for blood was positive.
All right, item 71, swab from front passenger seat headrest. Was that tested for blood?
Yes. Presumptive testing for blood was positive.
And the results related to Ms. Josephson's inclusion?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. Scenario 1 is Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus the scenario where 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 3.8 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
All right. Item 72, rear passenger seat of the Impala, was that tested for blood?
Yes, presumptive testing for blood was positive.
And your result regarding Ms. Josephson's inclusion for that item, which is a swab from the rear passenger seat of the Impala?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals.
Scenario 1 is Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus the scenario where two unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. The result of that is the DNA profile is approximately 4 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if two unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Number 75, item 75, swab from the side of the driver's seat headrest to the Impala. Was that tested for blood?
Yes, presumptive testing for blood was positive.
And the results regarding Ms. Josephson on that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as single source. Scenario 1 is Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile versus an unidentified unrelated individual contributed the DNA profile. The result is the DNA profile is approximately 6.8 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the profile than if an unidentified unrelated individual contributed the profile.
And lastly, regarding that set of items, item 77 was swab from a driver's seat buckle receiver, is that right?
That is correct.
And was that tested for blood?
Presumptive testing for blood was positive.
And the results of your analysis regarding Ms. Josephson?
The DNA profile was interpreted as single source. Scenario 1 is Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile versus Scenario 2 where an unidentified unrelated individual contributed the DNA profile. The result of that is the DNA profile is approximately 6.8 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the profile than if an unidentified unrelated individual contributed the profile.
All right, thank you, Agent Dwayne. I want to turn your attention to the last grouping of items that we're going to discuss, and these are items that, as testified to earlier, came from the Mountain Brook series of evidence. Item 106.
A moment.
It's going to be about 30 minutes before the next break. But we'll, of course, skip through that. So far, basically, she said it wasn't just Nathaniel's DNA that was present. I'm kind of wondering whose else's it was.
Item 106.1, what is that?
This is a swab from the finger of a black right hand glove from the white basket from the closet left of the bed in Maria Howard's bedroom.
And what were your results of this glove as it relates to Ms. Josephson?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus it being two unidentified, unrelated individuals that contributed to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 4 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if two unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Same item, the swab from the finger of the black glove found inside the house. Was Mr. Rowland included as part of that mixture?
Under the same scenario, the DNA profile is approximately 5 times more likely if two unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if Nathaniel Rowland and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
Thank you. There was also one on 106.2.1, that's a hair from the same right-hand glove, it appears, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And what was the result of the analysis of that hair?
The DNA profile was interpreted as single source. Scenario 1 is Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile versus Scenario 2, an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the DNA profile. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 6.7 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
Once again, that corresponds with which level of support?
Our very strong support range.
All right. Item 107.1 is a swab from a cuff of a black left-hand glove from the white plastic Family Dollar bag number 2, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And if you would tell the jury what your results were regarding Ms. Josephson on that glove found from the Family Dollar bag.
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 individuals.
The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus scenario 2 of 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 2.5 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Same item, what were your findings as it relates to Mr. Rowland?
The DNA profile is approximately 460,000 times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So, in terms of the level of support, item 1071, the left glove in the Family Dollar bag, the level of support for Ms. Josephson's inclusion is,
This falls into our very strong support range.
and on that same item, the level of support for Mr. Rowland's inclusion.
This falls into our strong range.
All right, I want to turn you to 108.2, page 39. What is that item?
These are slots from the handles of a bag from item 108, which was the white plastic Family Dollar bag labeled number 1.
Okay, and your results regarding Ms. Josephson on that Family Dollar bag item as well.
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus a scenario of 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of this comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 3.5 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And again, at the risk of repeating myself, the unidentified individuals you refer to, again, this could be somebody different than the ones we talked about before, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Could be the same.
Yes, that is correct.
No way to know, correct?
That is correct.
All right, 108.3.1, that is page 39, I believe? Yes. What is that item?
This is a cutting from 5 wads of possible paper towels from miscellaneous contents removed from the bag from item 108, which was the white plastic Family Dollar bag labeled number 1.
What was your first comparison that you did?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus a scenario of 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 56 million times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Same item, what were your results regarding Mr. Rowland?
Under the same circumstances, the DNA profile is approximately 22 times more likely if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
108.3.2, cutting from a wad of paper towels from this Family Dollar bag number 1, is that right?
That is correct.
All right, and again, what were your findings regarding Ms. Josephson and Mr. Rowland on that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus a scenario of 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 2.7 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. Under the same scenarios but involving Nathaniel Rowland, the DNA profile is approximately 3 times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So regarding these items, the cuttings from the paper towels from the Family Dollar bag number 1, both Mr. Rowland and Ms. Josephson are included in that mixture, is that correct?
The statistic supports inclusion for both of these individuals.
And in terms of the verbal scale for each?
For the statistic associated with Samantha Josephson, this falls within our very strong support range. For the statistic associated with Nathaniel Rowland, this falls within our weak range.
Okay. .3.3, what is that item?
These are swaps from entire exterior as they were submitted.
of 3 gloves from miscellaneous contents removed from the bag from item 108, which was the white plastic Family Dollar bag number 1.
Why does the description of the item say as submitted?
Sometimes it is difficult to tell with certain types of gloves which would be the inside and the outside. So the way our forensic serologists process these items is they will say from the exterior as it was submitted, instead of trying to determine which is the true exterior or interior of the glove.
So would that be common in the type of gloves you're talking about, like say, well, like this kind of glove?
Yes, that is correct.
Or the blue plastic glove of similar nature?
Yes.
All right, and so in regards to the item here, 108.3.3, which is 3 gloves, what were your findings regarding the inclusion of Ms. Josephson and Mr. Rowland?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus a scenario of 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 2.2 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. Under the same scenarios but involving Nathaniel Rowland, the DNA profile is approximately 5.2 quintillion times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So regarding those gloves, item 108.3.3, the level of support for the inclusion of Ms. Josephson and Mr. Rowland is what?
Both of these statistics fall in our very strong support range.
All right. .3.5, interior as submitted of glove marked B from Family Dollar bag number 1. What did you find regarding Ms. Josephson?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus the possibility of 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 3.5 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
All right, thank you. And I believe this might be the last of the gloves, 108.3.6. Interior as submitted glove marked C from White Family Dollar bag number 1. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And one more time regarding the gloves, how many profiles were in this mixture?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 individuals.
Was Ms. Josephson included in that mixture?
Under the scenarios of Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture versus the scenario of 4 unidentified unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture, the DNA profile is approximately 2.3 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And the level of support for her inclusion?
This statistic is associated with our very strong support range.
Same item, the glove from a glove marked C from the Family Dollar bag number 1. Was Mr. Rowland included in that item?
An uninformative statistical result was obtained. No conclusion can be made regarding Nathaniel Rowland as a possible contributor to the mixture under the listed propositions.
No conclusion either way?
That is correct.
All right, Agent Dwayne, just a few more items. .128.3, it's on page 52 of your report. What is that item?
These are swabs from the interior of a Dollar General bag from item 128, which was a black bag from the trash can.
And the results regarding Ms. Josephson?
The DNA profile was interpreted as single source. In the scenario of Samantha Josephson contributing the DNA profile versus the scenario of an unidentified, unrelated individual contributing the DNA profile, the result of that is the DNA profile is approximately 6.8 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
Is it fair to say that you got the same result as it pertains to 128.4, a swab from an interior IGA bag in the same, out of the same item?
That is correct.
And the same result as well for 129.1, cutting from toilet paper from inside that trash can?
That is correct.
Single source with Ms. Josephson, correct?
That's
Very,
correct.
very strong support.
That is correct.
All right, turn your attention to 130.1.1, page 53. Cutting from left side hem of tan shirt removed from Family Dollar bag number 2, correct?
That is correct.
And was Ms. Josephson included in that mixture?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. First scenario is Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus the scenario of it being 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals that contributed to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 4.1 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
What about for the same item about Mr. Rowland's inclusion on that tan shirt?
The DNA profile is approximately 13 times more likely if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if Nathaniel Rowland and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture. So just for clarification, this profile is 13 times more likely if the scenario were 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to it rather than if Nathaniel Rowland and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to this mixture.
Same shirt, 130.1.2, is a swab from the scraping of the neck area, swab from scraping the neck area of the same shirt, tan shirt. Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that item?
Yes.
And were you able to get any results?
Due to the complexity of the profile and the inability to determine a number of contributors, no further interpretation will be offered.
130.3, swab from the stain along open edge of the Family Dollar bag number 2. Is Ms. Josephson included in that profile?
This profile was interpreted as single source. The scenario 1 is Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile versus an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 6.8 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
Fair to say that the same result for the swab on 130.4 from the interior of a cardboard roll out of that Family Dollar bag 2?
That is correct.
I'd like to turn your attention to a couple final items, and then I'll be done. I'm going to jump back to your other report very quickly, to your second report, item 125.1. What is that item?
These are swabs from the sole of the right shoe of a pair of pink size 9K shoes from the closet underneath the stairs of Maria Howard's residence.
And your results regarding Ms. Josephson's inclusion on that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus the scenario of 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of that is the DNA profile is approximately 3.5 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Thank you. I'll make you jump back one last time to page 57 of your first report, item 131.1.1.1. What is that item?
This is a cutting from the right cuff of a shirt removed from item 131, which was the white plastic Family Dollar bag label number 3.
I'll show you what was marked or admitted into evidence, page 329 into evidence. If you can look at the outside of the bag, what your item number is that?
This is item number 131.1.
And how does that pertain to the item that we are talking about there?
That would have been a parent item to this.
Parent item. Can you again say what that means?
That means the original item as submitted, and then when we sub-itemize, that means that we're taking cuttings or swabs or some part of that away.
Okay. So this 131, which is dated 329, is the parent item? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So in your analysis of the cutting from this item, what did you find in regards to Samantha Josephson being included or excluded?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus it being 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals that contributed to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 5.5 billion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Same item. What were your findings regarding Mr. Rowland's inclusion?
For the same scenarios, the DNA profile is approximately 10 trillion times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Once again, the level of support for each of their inclusions?
Both of these statistics are associated with our very strong support range.
Same item, the parent item 131, there was, on your item 131.1.1.2, it's a swab from a scraping of the neck area, is that right?
That is correct.
What were your results regarding that interpretation?
The DNA profile developed is a mixture of at least 5 individuals. Due to the complexity of this mixture, no further interpretation will be offered.
Okay. And 131.1.2, what is that item?
This is 131.1.2.1. This is a cutting from the left thigh area of pants removed from item 131, which is a white plastic Family Dollar bag labeled number 3.
I believe that's the same bag here, it states 329, correct?
That is correct.
And it was a pair of pants, you said?
That is correct.
Okay. What was your result regarding Ms. Josephson on that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. The first scenario is Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus the scenario of 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 3.1 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And regarding Mr. Rowland?
Under the same scenarios, the DNA profile is approximately 55 times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Thank you. All right, last item. This is item 104. What are the item numbers that you reviewed in your report regarding 104? Is it 104.1, .2, and .3?
104.1, 104.2, 104.3.1, and that's correct.
All right. I'm going to show you what it's in.
Danielle said they doing too damn much.
295. Is that the parent item 104?
Yes, that is correct.
Is my sound working?
The analysis we're about to
Okay, I was just making sure. All right.
It's fair to say that all of that pertains to this item?
Yes.
All right. What is item 104.1?
These are swabs from serrated blade of camo-colored multi-tool from the white plastic Family Dollar bag labeled number 2.
Okay, you said swabs from serrated blade?
That is correct.
All right. And what was your conclusion regarding Ms. Josephson as it pertains to the serrated blade on item 104?
The DNA profile was interpreted as single source. Scenario 1 is Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile versus Scenario 2, an unidentified unrelated individual contributed the DNA profile. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 6.9 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the profile than if an unidentified unrelated individual contributed the profile.
And the level of support for that?
This statistic falls in our very strong support range.
Okay. 2 more related to that, correct?
That is correct.
104.2, is that right?
Yes.
What is that?
These are swabs from the inner edges of handles of camo-colored multi-tool from the white plastic Family Dollar bag labeled number 2.
Inner edges of handles, you said?
That is correct.
And what is your analysis regarding Ms. Josephson's inner handles?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. Scenario 1 is Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus Scenario 2 where 3 unidentified.
What's that sound? Did you hear that?
What?
I don't know. Let's listen.
Identified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. The result is the DNA profile.
Maybe it wasn't from the video.
Oh, I clicked on a video. So it could have
Oh,
been coming from my headphones. Yeah, I clicked on something on YouTube.
oh,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
got it. I
Yeah.
was like, what are they doing in that courthouse? All right, I get it.
File is approximately 2.6 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So the level of support from Ms. Josephson's inclusion of the mixture on this handle is what?
This falls within our very strong support range.
Same line of questions regarding Mr. Rowland on this handle.
Under the same scenarios, the DNA profile is approximately 49 times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Included?
This DNA profile is 49 times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And that falls under your weak level of support, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, in regards to the handle, as we just discussed, did you do additional testing? Specifically, earlier we talked about YSTR methodology. Did you do YSTR examination of this item?
I did.
And what was the result of your analysis regarding the handle from a YSTR standpoint?
The YSTR profile developed is a mixture of at least 2 male individuals. Xavier McFadden, Marcus Dwayne Williams, Oshimer Williams, and Derod Fleming are excluded as possible contributors. The partial YSTR profile of the major contributor to this mixture is from unidentified male individual B. The partial YSTR profile of the minor contributor to this mixture matches the YSTR profile of Nathaniel Rowland. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated male individual having a YSTR profile matching the minor contributor to this mixture is approximately 1 in 59. Paternal male relatives of Nathaniel Rowland may not be excluded as the minor contributor to this mixture.
All right. So, for the YSTR analysis of the handle, it's a mixture, correct?
That is correct.
And the major contributor did not be identified?
That is correct.
And in regards to the minor contributor, what are you saying again regarding Mr. Rowland as the minor contributor?
The partial YSTR profile of the minor contributor to this mixture matches the YSTR profile of Nathaniel Rowland.
And lastly, 104.3.1, what is that?
This is a hair from the camo-colored multi-tool from the white plastic Family Dollar bag labeled number 2.
Okay. And a hair from the same item?
That is correct.
Okay. And what was your finding regarding Ms. Josephson's inclusion in the hair found on item 104?
The DNA profile was interpreted as single source. Scenario 1 is Samantha Josephson contributed the DNA profile versus Scenario 2 where an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the DNA profile. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 6.8 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
And level of support for that?
This statistic falls in our very strong support range.
Agent Dwayne, thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take about 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case.
Alright, so there's break. And that was very long-winded, in my opinion.
There's a 16 trillion chance that somebody might go to sleep if they listen to too much of that.
If I ever need help going to sleep, that's what I'll play.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
So what did you think? From whatever information you were able to grab.
I didn't know in court that's how they explain how DNA works. Because once again, it's supposed to be a fair trial. You can never imply or have anyone imply that the person did it because that's what they're trying to determine in this whole thing. So, you know, All I heard was yes, her blood was in the car, and yes, her blood was in the back seat. So that's what I understood from it. Also, as far as the fingerprints, they could only find the girlfriend's fingerprints, and there was a chance of unidentified males, possibly 2 or 3. She said his 2 friends came over once, so I mean that still adds up. No matter how many quintillion chances it is, if someone says there's a quintillion chance, you know what I mean, that something is what it is. That's the closest you could get to saying yes, that belongs to that person. But they can't, like I said, once again, they can't say it for sure because it has to be fair.
Right.
So I pretty much heard that yes, her blood was in his vehicle. And he was in possession of his vehicle, and nobody else was in possession of his vehicle at the time that she went missing. Or the time that from when she jumped in the vehicle. So, I mean, they got video surveillance of her getting into his car, which she thought was a Uber. Then she was dead a few hours later, and it's been determined that her blood was her blood in the car. So, that might be it right there, boys. I mean, if I was on the jury, even though I would never want to be in that position, I would definitely be like, okay, so she had her period in your car, left, and then it got murdered by someone else. All right, cool.
That's wild. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I don't know if they've gotten to the part yet, but I do know that they're gonna end up saying that her DNA was in his fingers, in his fingernails.
Yeah, because they were alluding to like scraping things out of nails and then examining the object. They used it to scrape it. So
Yep, I think they got him dead to rights.
if it's in his nails, then whether it's from him trying to clean it up or whether it's from the crime happening, like there's no reason why that woman's DNA should be anywhere around you if you didn't do that.
We also got to see what kind of witnesses the defense is going to have, and I think that's going to be the next court date, which was today, but we're looking at day 5. And another thing I wanted to mention is they have these labeled weird, because I'm going by the title of the video. See, it says day 5, but when I Google it or when I look for more videos trying to like see what else is out there, they have this as day 4. So I'm not too sure what the confusion is, why that's happening, but it is making it complicated to find articles because, a lot of this was like long-winded, so I was kind of like distracted. I had to let my dogs in and out and stuff. I was listening, but I was a little distracted, so I was like, you know what, I'm gonna find an article, try to get the gist of what was being said. And some people had this as day, or some news outlets had this as day 4, and then some of them had them as day 5, so I'm not too sure what happened there, but it's part of the confusion. We were even confused about Thursday and Friday and daytime, and alright, so it looks like she's gonna be the
talking for the next hour probably.
Yeah, she's gonna be the only expert for the day, and then after that
and then the judge dismisses everyone and they're gone.
And then so we'll have one more court hearing, and then I guess we will be looking forward to closing arguments after that.
I feel like I'm in the motherfucking room.
Yeah, me too. And to be honest, I would probably be like, my attention would be going in and out if I was there too. That's kind of how I was like when I was going to church. I was like sometimes attention, and sometimes like I was thinking about other stuff. So that's why I was trying to find more information that I could, so I could keep up with it, because it's a lot of like saying the same thing over and over again, but about different items, different things. Yeah. But let's try to hear her out, and then I'll read this article. It looks to have summarized the day, so that way if we missed anything, hopefully this article will bring us up to speed, and then that way we could be on the same page, and then tomorrow we'll cover the next day.
All right, cool.
Examination.
Good afternoon, Agent Dwayne. Is it Agent Miss?
Agent Twain.
Agent, okay. Agent Dwayne, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. All right, so you just testified about a whole bunch of items. I'm going to try not to go back through everything, but I can't promise. I want to back up, though, to when you first got involved with this case. That was back in March of 2019, right?
That is correct.
And do you recall the first day that an item was submitted to you for testing?
This was on March 30th of 2019.
March 30th, 2019. Do you have all of your, I guess, supplemental reports, or do you just have the report from December and June?
I just have the latter two.
Okay. I just needed your report dated March 30th, 2019, correct?
That is correct.
And you had a number of supplemental reports after that, right?
That is correct.
And that's because there was a large volume of items submitted for testing, and you kind of updated as you went.
That is correct.
So I think we had, what, a total of 7 or so different report installments?
I received evidence on 8 different days.
Do you have those dates?
I do.
Can you hold the record?
The first date was March 30th of 2019, and then April 1st of 2019, April 3rd of 2019, April 4th of 2019, April 15th of 2019, April 18th of 2019, August 9th of 2019, and June 29th of 2021.
Thank you. Now, if you look back at your, what was submitted to you on March 30th, you were provided with 3 items to compare on that day, correct?
That is correct.
And you received a buccal swab from Ms. Josephson.
I apologize. I received 5 items.
5? Okay. One of those items was the buccal swab from Ms. Josephson.
That is correct.
Another one was a swab from a left shoe, a black and white shoe.
That is correct.
And a third one was a swab from the rear driver's side interior panel.
That is correct.
And you said you received the items on the 30th, and you issued your report on the 30th, correct?
That is correct.
And that request came from who? Do you recall?
I got the phone call from a SLED agent.
Do you remember which one it was?
I do not recall off the top of my head.
Well, let me ask you this. Is it common practice, or just is it common for your department to be able to turn around on testing, peer reviews, and issuing reports within a number of hours?
Yes, it depends on the number of items and the type of items.
And sometimes it takes months. Is that fair?
That is correct.
But there are times also that special requests can come from law enforcement or by order of the courts to prioritize to try to get the testing done more quickly, right?
More efficiently, yes.
Yes, I mean, I'm not trying to suggest that you aren't, that your department doesn't work efficiently, but there's only so many hours in the day. If people are giving you hundreds of items to test, don't y'all receive items from all over the state?
Yes, we do.
And sometimes there can be a backlog.
Yes, that is correct.
But y'all work as quickly as you can, as efficiently as you can to try to get to each and every task as it comes in, right?
That is correct.
Now you said your the third report you issued was around April 18th.
That would piss me off.
I apologize.
It sounds like she's kind of suggesting that, like, she doesn't do her job thoroughly every single time, which is very disrespectful to someone who literally got into a field where particulars are the most important. And she doesn't look like she fucks off at all. So, like, I'm pretty sure, like, deep down inside, she was like, this bitch.
Yeah.
Like, I know it's her job, but she just tried me. My whole department. She better not never commit no crimes. They gonna handle that one personally.
Disrespecting all her degrees.
What? All her degrees, and she getting her master's. Like, what? You just try? Okay, all right.
Yeah, she's just disrespecting all her training and schooling and degrees and certifications.
to even suggest that they would rush something just to get through it when it's such sensitive information that could be used in court. Like, I know their job is to discredit people, but you put your foot in your mouth sometimes, you know. Anyway.
Yeah, I agree.
This report is dated April 18th of 2019.
And on this report, we see for the first time that items 17 and 18 are listed, correct?
That is correct.
And that's April 18th of 2019.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. And we'll come back to items 17 and 18 in just a minute. But like you said, throughout the next couple of months, even years, you did the testing, you put it through the peer review, you issued your report as efficiently as possible so you can get the reports done.
That is correct.
And when you finish your report, do you personally hand it to the investigator?
Not typically, no.
Where do you typically upload your report to?
We have an internal laboratory management system called the BEAST, and that is where our reports are written and published.
And so an investigator at SLED would have access to that database?
Yes, once the report is published.
And they can access it at any time, after you've published it?
Yes, that is correct.
And they would not have to contact you for any special login. They can go get it themselves?
As far as I understand, yes.
And it's not your responsibility to track down an investigator to tell them, hey, my report's finished. You submit it, you upload it, it's published, and your job there is complete, right?
That is correct.
All right, now do you have your December 5th report?
I do.
All right, so I'd like to start first just going over some things that were found and that you processed inside the vehicle. But first, you were discussing with Mr. Goldberg the different ways that DNA can be transferred from one item to another. One of those ways is just by simply touching something, right?
That is correct.
If you sneeze, you can transfer your DNA that way, if you don't cover your mouth.
Yes, that is correct.
You said blood is a very strong indicator of a DNA transfer.
Yes.
And skin cells. I guess that would be the same thing as touch. Is that right?
What is the question?
Skin cells, transferring skin cells?
Yes.
So transfer DNA. Am I correct in saying that DNA can transfer from one item to another without the person having direct contact with that originating source? Does that make sense?
Yes, that is possible.
So, for example, if there was blood in the back of a car and I touched that blood, that DNA would transfer from that item to the person that touched it.
Yes, if the blood is wet, then yes.
And if there are other items in the car that come in contact with blood, the blood can transfer from one to the other.
Yes, that is correct.
You can also transfer DNA by, if somebody owns a sweatshirt. You wear the sweatshirt, it's safe to assume that your DNA is going to be on that sweatshirt.
Yes, it is possible that your DNA will be on that sweatshirt.
If somebody owns a car and you drive the car, it's very likely your DNA is going to be on the steering wheel.
It is possible that your DNA would be on the steering wheel.
It's possible your DNA will be on the gear shift.
Yes, that is possible.
All right, so I'd like you to look at item 3 for me, on page 4. Item 3 was one of the first things you said was given to you on March 30th.
That is correct.
And the swab was labeled from rear driver door side interior panel, correct?
That is correct.
And when you ran this sample, correct me if I'm wrong, but you did not have a known sample from Mr. Rowland at that point, right?
That is correct.
But on March 30th, the presumptive test for blood was positive.
Yes, that is correct.
And your result, it was interpreted that there was a strong likelihood that Ms. Samantha Josephson was a potential contributor.
The statistic associated with Samantha Josephson fell within our very strong support range.
And that was on March 30th?
Yes, that is correct.
And then on April 5th, that's when you received the known sample from Mr. Rowland, correct?
I received the known standard from Nathaniel Rowland on April 3rd of 2019.
Okay, April 3rd. But on the April 5th report that you issued, that's when you indicated that Nathaniel Rowland was excluded from that sample as a possible contributor, correct?
I can't confirm the dates, but yes, I can confirm that result.
Where's one?
Yes, for the report issued on April 5th of 2019, the result regarding Nathaniel Rowland for item 3 was that he was excluded as a possible contributor.
And just so we're clear, the profile that you interpreted for item 3, for item 3 originated from 2 individuals.
That is correct.
So we know Nathaniel Rowland is excluded, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You were able to exclude also everybody else you had a known sample for, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So there's an unidentified profile mixed with Ms. Josephson's profile on that swab.
Yes, that is correct.
Now, I'd like you to turn your attention to item 22. It's on page 14.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, 22.1. This item is listed as the envelope swab from stain below address window on item 22.
That is correct.
And for this particular item, you also got a mixture of 2 individuals.
Yes, that is correct.
And your proposition is that there's a strong likelihood, 3.7 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson was a contributor.
The statistic associated with Samantha Josephson as a possible contributor falls in our very strong support range.
Yes, ma'am. And that number is 3.7 septillion times more likely?
Yes.
And for this item, Nathaniel Rowland is also excluded, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you've excluded everybody else that you had no profile for?
Yes, that is correct.
So it's Samantha Josephson mixed with an unidentified person?
Yes.
Now, if you look over on page 15 at item 22.2, it's another swab taken from this envelope, swab from the outer edges of item 22.2, correct?
That is correct.
And on this swab, we had a mixture of 3 individuals.
Yes, that is correct.
And the DNA profile is approximately 42 billion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified related individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Yes, that is correct.
So a very strong probability that Ms. Josephson is present.
A very strong statistic associated with her possible inclusion.
And you testified that you did you created a proposition for Mr. Rowland also.
Yes.
Mr. Rowland is not included in this mixture of 3, correct?
The result for this is the DNA profile is approximately 4 times more likely if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. So this DNA profile is 4 times more likely to have occurred if the second scenario where Nathaniel Rowland is not included as a contributor occurred.
Okay. It's more likely if Nathaniel Rowland is not a contributor.
That is correct.
Okay. And you came to that same conclusion for Xavier McFadden. It's more likely if he is not a contributor, correct?
That is correct.
You came to that conclusion with Dwayne Williams. It's more likely that he is not a contributor?
That is correct.
You came to that conclusion as far as Maria Howard goes. She is not a contributor.
It is trending toward exclusion. Yes.
And then under the last proposition, you have excluded Oshamar Williams and Gerard Fleming, correct?
That is correct.
So with this particular swab, we have Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified people in this mixture.
That is correct.
All right, please look at item 38. I'm sorry, 38.1 is on page 18. This particular swab is a mixture of at least 5 people.
Yes, that is correct.
And you testified that anything over 4, you cannot run an analysis on.
Yes, that is correct.
And how many DNA profiles does each person have? One per person, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And the same thing was for item 39.1. There were 5 profiles identified, so you could not do any more testing.
Yes, that is correct.
But we know there were 5.
Yes.
Now, item 45.1 is down at the bottom of the page. It is labeled as swabs from the right sleeve near cuff of black jacket, Robert Comstock size extra large from rear passenger seat of the Chevy Impala. You were able to identify profiles on this item as well, correct?
That is correct.
And the profile is a mixture of 2 individuals.
Yes, that is correct.
And Samantha Josephson's likelihood of being a contributor to this mixture is pretty strong, right?
Yes, the DNA profile is 3.7 septillion times more likely.
That it's her and another person contributing to the mixture.
That is correct.
And Nathaniel Rowland is excluded from being that second person, correct?
That is correct.
And you excluded everybody else that you had known samples for with this particular item.
Yes, that is correct.
So it's Samantha Josephson and an unidentified person that we don't know.
That is correct.
Now, on item 45.2, swabs from the upper right and lower left areas of the black jacket, same black jacket, that was found in the rear passenger seat of the Chevy Impala. This profile is a mixture of 3 individuals.
That is correct.
Samantha Josephson had a very strong, it was approximately 2.7 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture, correct?
Correct.
Than if it was
3 unidentified.
Yes. And with this item, the swabs from the right and left side of the jacket, Nathaniel Rowland is excluded, right?
That is correct.
And you excluded everybody else that you had known samples for?
Yes, that is correct.
So it's Samantha Josephson mixed with 2 other people that we don't know.
Yes, that's what the statistic implies.
And when we look at 45.3, that's another, the spacing from the interior neck area of the same black jacket that was found in the back seat of the car.
Yes, that is correct.
It's a mixture of at least 5.
Yes.
So you could not do any testing on that.
That is correct.
Can you turn to page 24, please, item 62? This is the steering wheel of the Chevy Impala, correct?
That is correct.
And this is a mixture of 3 people.
Yes.
And the first proposition that you did included Nathaniel Rowland as a possible contributor.
Yes.
And it was approximately 970 billion times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
The DNA profile was approximately 970 billion times more likely if that were the case, yes.
Versus it being 3 unknown people.
Yes, that is correct.
And then you ran the proposition for Maria Howard.
Yes.
And she had a pretty strong supported proposition for being included on that swab as well, right?
Yes, the statistic associated with Maria Howard was in our very strong support range.
And having DNA of 2 individuals who were driving a vehicle show up on a steering wheel is not uncommon, correct?
That is correct.
But there were 3 individuals in the mixture, right?
That is correct.
And so everybody else that you had a sample for, including Samantha Josephson, was excluded from that mixture.
Yes, that is correct.
So it's very likely Nathaniel Rowland, Maria Howard, and somebody that we don't know.
That is correct.
I'd like to look for you to look over on page 26 at item 63. This is the swabs from the gear shift of the Chevy Impala. This was a mixture of 4, correct?
That is correct.
And under this proposition, it was approximately 390 billion times more likely that Samantha Josephson contributed to the DNA mixture than contributed to the DNA mixture and 3 other people versus it being 4 unidentified people.
It was 390 billion times more likely to see the DNA profile if that were the scenario, yes.
Okay. And 150 billion times more likely to see the scenario involving Nathaniel Rowland.
That is correct.
Maria Howard was only at a 27 times more likely in this scenario if it was her and 2 other unidentified people.
The DNA profile is approximately 27 times more likely if Maria Howard and 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So statistically, you can't say that she's not there. She's just considered a weak support.
That is correct.
Okay. You did a proposition for Xavier McFadden, another known sample that you had.
Yes.
And you found that it was 4 times more likely if 4 unrelated people contributed to the mixture versus Xavier McFadden being in that mixture with 3 other people, right?
That is 4 times more likely to see this DNA profile, if that's the case, yes.
And then you excluded Marcus Williams, Oshamar Williams, and Gerard Fleming.
Yes, that is correct.
So there's still one profile that's on the gear shift of this car that we don't know who it belongs to, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you look at item 64 for me, please? It's on page 28, next page. The exterior door handle of the rear passenger side. That is a mixture of 3 individuals.
That is correct.
It's approximately 140 quadrillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contribute to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contribute to the mixture.
Yes, the statistic always applies to the DNA profile occurring, so it is 140 quadrillion times more likely to see this profile if that is the case.
Yes, ma'am. You did the same thing for Mr. Rowland. It was 9,100 times more likely to see Nathaniel Rowland in that combination.
That is correct.
Maria Howard was approximately 2 times more likely that she would be in that scenario.
It's 2 times more likely to see the DNA profile, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, so are they saying that it's her DNA or not? Like, I think, like,
Item number 72.
I know it has to be fair, but at some point it's like, goddamn, yo, like you can't even say what the fuck is happening.
Just like alluding, I guess.
The jury just has to be as smart as a forensic scientist to be able to say, yeah, that was her DNA.
Right. Because she can't say, like, yes, that's her DNA. I know it is. 1,000%. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, I believe that's in your June report. Is that right?
That is correct.
That's a swab that was done from the rear passenger seat of the Chevy Impala.
That is correct.
It was presumptive for blood.
Yes, that is correct.
The profile that you developed was a combination of 2 individuals.
Yes.
Nathaniel Rowland is not one of those individuals.
That is correct. He is excluded.
And in fact, outside of Ms. Josephson's profile, you excluded every other individual you had a known sample from.
Yes, that is correct.
So Ms. Josephson's profile...
So somebody stole his car, murdered someone in it, and gave it back to him?
I guess that's what she's trying to imply.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, that's pretty
Enjoying my oxtails.
Good, enjoy.
Yes.
And can you look at item 76, please? Swab from the rear driver's side seat of the Chevy Impala. Mr. Rowland is not a contributor in that one either, correct?
That is correct.
Oh, my bad. I never answered the question about the laptop.
I apologize for skipping around on you.
I don't even think Emmanuel's still here.
Okay. Well, if you're here, Emmanuel, I'll answer the question for you. My bad, bro.
Yeah, just type in the chat. Let us know that you're still here.
Talk about some of the items that were found over at the Mountain Brook address. And we'll start with item 104. And that would be on page 32 of the December report. So you did you received a swab from the serrated blade, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Rowland's profile is not on that blade, correct?
That is correct.
And there's a second swab that was turned into you, swabs from the inner edges of handles of camo-colored multi-tool, from the white plastic Family Dollar bag number 2.
Yes, that is correct.
That is a mixture of 3 individuals.
Yes.
Samantha Josephson has a strong support probability of being included.
The statistic associated with Samantha Josephson falls in our very strong support range.
Yes, ma'am. And that number that was assigned to that is 2.6 septillion.
That is correct.
And then you did the same setup for Mr. Rowland and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals versus it being 3 unidentified unrelated individuals, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And your result for that one was the DNA profile is approximately 49 times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Yes, then if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So there's a significant difference, wouldn't you agree, between 2.6 septillion and 49?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, and 49 is, on your verbal scale, you said considered weak.
Yes, that falls in our weak support range.
And you did there was an extra step with the YSTR profile development, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you had testified earlier about, a major contributor and a minor contributor. The major contributor, you said, leaves more DNA. There's more information for that individual's profile that's available. That's why it's considered major.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And the minor is whatever's left?
For a 2-person mixture, it's whatever is left.
Okay. And the major contributor on item 104.2 for the YSTR profile is unidentified male individual B, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. You said the minor contributor you're attributing to Nathaniel Rowland, right?
Yes.
But a little bit farther down, you said the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated male individual having a YSTR profile matching the minor contributor to this mixture is approximately 1 in 59.
Yes, that is correct.
Am I correct in saying that's 1 in every 59 people? Or men, 1 in every 59 men?
No, this is a statistic that it is a counting method, and so we have a database that has a specific number of people, and basically each location of DNA is counted how many times it appears in that database, given the total amount of people, and then it is multiplied together through the product rule to get a final probability.
Okay. But you have him listed as the minor contributor, right?
That is correct.
Right. And again, the major is an unidentified male B.
Yes, that is correct.
Can you look at item 107.1, please? That is on page 36. This is a swab from the cuff of a black left-hand glove from inside the Family Dollar bag, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
This particular swab has a mixture of 4 individuals. Right?
Yes, that is correct.
And again, each human being only has 1 DNA profile, so we're dealing with 4 different people.
Yes, that is correct.
So with this particular example, you had a combination of Samantha Josephson and 3 unrelated individuals, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And when you considered whether or not that scenario was likely, the DNA profile is approximately 2.5 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if it was 4 unknown or unidentified unrelated individuals, correct?
That is correct.
And you also testified that Mr. Rowland, Nathaniel Rowland's profile, it was possible 460,000 times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland contributed in that same scenario?
Yes, to see that DNA profile.
And you did that same scenario for Maria Howard?
That is correct.
And hers was approximately 4 times more likely in the Maria Howard plus 3 unknown scenario?
Yes, that is correct.
And then everybody else that you had a known sample for was excluded, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So there's an unknown, unidentified person involved in this profile?
Yes, that is correct.
And you testified, I just want to back up for a second. When you get your swabs from serology, is there a picture or any sort of photograph of where they took the cutting from or anything like that?
I do not look at these pictures, but I think that it is in our protocol. I'm not actually 100% sure, but I know at times they take pictures and other times they do not.
Okay. But the swab for 107.1 is a swab from the cuff of a black left glove, right? Left-handed glove.
Yes, that is correct.
All right, now on that same page, item 108.1. Swab from the bottom crease on exterior of bag from item 108. And item 108 is a Family Dollar bag.
Yes, that is correct.
And this is a mixture of 2 individuals, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
In the scenario number 1, proposition set 1, Samantha Josephson plus an unidentified person contributing to the mixture, right?
Versus 2 unidentified unrelated individuals.
Yes. And you said it was approximately 3.9 septillion times more likely that this combination with Samantha Josephson and an unknown, 3.9 septillion times more likely than if it was 2 unknowns.
It was 3.9 septillion times more likely to see the DNA profile if the scenario involving Samantha Josephson occurred rather than if the scenario not including Samantha Josephson occurred.
And then Nathaniel Rowland is excluded.
That is correct.
So this combination on 108.1 is Samantha Josephson plus somebody that we don't know.
That is correct.
Item 108.2, swab from the handles of a bag swab from handles of bag from item 108, which is identified as a white plastic Family Dollar bag, bag number 1, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Nathaniel Rowland is not a contributor to this mixture either.
That is correct.
And it's a mixture of 2 people.
Yes, that is correct.
You excluded every single person that you had a known sample for except Samantha Josephson, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So the proposition that it's a combination of Samantha Josephson plus an unrelated unidentified person versus it being 2 unidentified people, it's more likely, it's 3.5 septillion times more likely that it's Samantha Josephson plus 1 more.
It's 3.5 septillion times more likely to see the DNA profile. If scenario 1 with Samantha Josephson is true, then it's scenario 2 occurred.
Yes, ma'am. And we know that Nathaniel Rowland is not that second person.
That is correct. He is excluded.
Item 108.3.1, and that's the bottom of that same page. Cutting from 5 wads of possible paper towels from miscellaneous contents removed from item 108, correct?
That is correct.
A mixture originating from 3 people.
Yes, that is correct.
Proposition 1, Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. Versus 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to that mixture.
Yes, that is correct.
And it's 56 million times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to that mixture versus it being 3 unidentified people.
The DNA profile is approximately 56 million times more likely if that occurs. Yes.
And you did the same scenario with Xavier McFadden, one of your known samples.
Yes.
And your conclusion for that combination was the DNA profile is approximately 32 times more likely if 3 unidentified, unrelated people contributed to the profile versus if it's Xavier McFadden and 2 unidentified people.
Yes, that is correct.
You did the same setup for Nathaniel Rowland.
Yes, that is correct.
And for him, the conclusion was the DNA profile is approximately 22 times more likely if it was 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributing to the profile versus if it was Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified people.
Yes, that is correct.
It's more likely it's somebody else, in layman's terms.
That is correct.
And you were able to, or rule out, I should say, I don't want to say exclude, but rule out everybody that you had a known sample for, except for Marcus Williams, a possible contributor, correct?
I wouldn't use that wording.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to put words into your mouth. You were not able to get a strong support likelihood for any other person that you had a known sample for with this scenario.
For inclusion?
Yes, ma'am.
That is correct.
Okay. And I apologize, but I'm not a scientist.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Will you look at
She's so-
108.3.2, please?
I bet the lady on the stand was like, obviously, you don't know. Trying to say that I'm sloppy.
right. Like, she did not forget about that.
Mm-mm.
Cutting from, it's on page 42, cutting from 1 wad of possible paper towels from miscellaneous contents removed from the bag from item 108, the Family Dollar bag, bag number 1. This is a mixture of 3 people, 3 individuals in the profile, correct?
That is correct.
with the combination or the scenario of Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified individuals versus 3 unidentified individuals, your conclusion was that it is 2.7 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture, correct?
It is 2.7 septillion times more likely to see the DNA profile if that is the case, yes.
And you ran that same scenario for Nathaniel Rowland?
Yes.
And your results for that one were it's approximately 3 times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture, correct?
The DNA,
Sorry, go ahead.
the DNA profile is approximately 3 times more likely if that is the case, yes.
And that is considered a weak support for inclusion, right?
Yes, the statistic falls in our weak support range.
He's probably sitting there like, damn, I should have used more bleach.
Even with that support, isn't it true there's still...
He should be thinking, damn, I should have stayed home.
Right, yeah. It's a fact.
Still a profile in this mixture that you were unable to include, you were not able to include any of the other known profiles to this mixture.
Yes, that is correct.
So there's an unidentified profile in this mixture.
Yes, that is correct.
Item 108.3.4. The swabs from the interior as submitted of glove marked A from the miscellaneous contents removed from the bag from item 108, which again is the Family Dollar bag, bag number 1, right?
That is correct.
Mr. Goldberg asked you, when you have, well, you were explaining, you have a glove like this. Sometimes when you get it, the trash bag or something, you don't know which part is the inside or which part is the outside.
That is correct.
And that's why it was as submitted, right?
Yes, that is correct.
I'm kind of wondering about this lady. Well, what is this?
Yeah, maybe she's the scribe. You know, they have a person there that sits and types every word. Well, maybe I don't know if they still do that. Do they still have the scribe or the notar or the, what do they call her? A notar?
I know what you're talking about, like the documents, everything.
Yeah, they just type every single word said in the courtroom.
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
Too. Maybe. So I'm kind of wondering, like, why don't they just record what the individuals are saying? If she's just repeating what everyone's saying, like that's an interesting job.
Well, technically, if something happens to the recording, you have it in black and white.
A backup, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Documented stuff. Yeah.
It's just silly. Look, usually she's in like an oxygen tank.
Right. You're like, what is she doing over there, yo? She's a fucking time traveler or something. What's wrong with this lady? Strange. Court is a strange place.
Because usually you'll see a woman like typing things, and I haven't seen that yet here.
Yeah, they usually sit in the front though. They'll like sit like right by, I think the judge maybe or something. Yeah, I haven't seen them lately, but I know they do it some kind of way. But these new COVID rules, there's no telling.
True.
But isn't it true that, if this glove was sitting here on the ground and I just picked it up, my DNA would be on that glove, right?
Yes, that is possible.
But on the glove that you got the swabs from, there are 3 individuals in the profile, right?
This is for item 108.
Oh, shit. What happened?
I know it didn't end. You might have...
No, I didn't click anything. Let me let it play to see what it is. Oh, it's an ad?
It's an ad.
3.4.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
You gotta get the ad blocker on your Google Chrome.
3 individuals.
I do have it. That's why I didn't play it. That's what it does.
Oh, okay. All right.
Bear with me, I lost my place. Second court building. Okay. I apologize for that. I got lost in the report. So 108.3.4. Yes, ma'am. Glove marked A for miscellaneous contents. A mixture of 3 individuals, and under the proposition for glove A, Nathaniel Rowland is excluded as a contributor.
Yes, that is correct.
But there is a mixture of 3 individuals.
Yes, that is correct.
You excluded every other known sample that you had other than the possibility of Samantha Josephson being present, right?
Yes, that is correct.
108.3.5, glove mark B, again, interior as submitted, because y'all don't know, right?
That is correct.
Nathaniel Rowland excluded.
Yes.
Every other known sample that you have other than Samantha Josephson is excluded.
Yes, that is correct.
But this is a mixture of two individuals.
Yes.
So it's Samantha Josephson plus somebody that we don't know.
Yes, that is correct.
I want to go back to this glove for just a second. Now, assuming, because we don't know, if somebody has your hand, we'll try that again. If somebody were to put their hand in a glove, I apparently cannot get my hand in this glove. Let's imagine that somebody has their hand inside of a glove, right? You would assume that there's a possibility I'm going to leave my DNA inside of that glove, right?
Yes.
And if I happened to have somebody else's DNA on my hand, and I put my hand inside of that glove, there's a good chance I can leave that person's DNA inside that glove too, right?
Yes, that is possible.
And that's an example of transfer DNA.
Yes.
The DNA was transferred to me, and I transferred it to somebody else.
That is correct.
All right, so can you please look at item 108.3.6, please? This is listed as swabs from the interior, as submitted, of gloves marked C from miscellaneous contents removed from the Family Dollar bag 1, right?
That is correct.
This is a combination of 4 profiles.
Yes.
So 4 different people.
That is correct.
And Samantha Josephson, you had the scenario Samantha Josephson plus 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals versus it being 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals.
That is correct.
And for that scenario, the DNA profile is approximately 2.3 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to that mixture, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So it's a pretty strong support that her profile is included in that mixture.
Yes.
And you did the same for Mr. Rowland, Nathaniel Rowland, correct?
That is correct.
And we have no conclusions on that, right?
That's correct. An uninformative statistical result was obtained. No conclusion can be made regarding Nathaniel Rowland as a possible contributor to this mixture under the listed propositions.
And Mr. Goldberg asked you if it was possible for, his DNA could be there. Is that possible? You just don't know statistically?
Yes, no conclusions can be made.
Isn't it also true that it's possible the DNA is not there?
Yes, that's possible.
Will you look at item 128.1.1, please? That's on page 48. That's the cuttings from towels from miscellaneous contents removed from the bags of item 128, the black trash bag from the trash can.
That is correct.
And you developed a profile of 2 people being included.
Yes.
Samantha Josephson, in her scenario, Ms. Josephson and 2 unrelated individuals. I'm sorry, Samantha Josephson and 1 unrelated individual, right?
That is correct.
Versus 2 unrelated individuals.
Yes.
And it's 3.9 septillion times more likely if the scenario involves Samantha Josephson and that 1 unrelated person.
The DNA profile is approximately 3.9 septillion times more likely if that is the case, yes. Rather than if it's 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Yes, ma'am. And Nathaniel Rowland, when you put him in that scenario, he's excluded.
That is correct.
Along with everybody else you had no profiles for, correct?
That is correct.
So this combination is Samantha Josephson plus somebody that we don't have.
That is correct.
Would you please look at item 128.2? Swabs from the open edge of the black trash bag and handles of 2 interior bags from item 128, which is the black bag that was inside the trash can. This is a mixture of 3 people, correct?
That is correct.
The first scenario you ran included Ms. Josephson and 2 unrelated people versus 3 unrelated people, right?
That is correct.
And it was 10 times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified unrelated people contributed to this particular profile.
It is 10 times more likely to see this DNA profile if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture rather than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
So her profile is present, it's just not the strongest support. It's a weak support.
There
In this
is,
scenario.
yes, there is weak support for her possible inclusion.
And you ran the scenario with Maria Howard and 2 unidentified individuals versus it being 3 unidentified individuals, correct?
That is correct.
And for that scenario, it's approximately 12 billion more times likely if the combination was Maria Howard and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture than if it were 3 unknown unrelated individuals, correct?
It is 12 billion times more likely to see this DNA profile if that is the case, yes.
So Ms. Howard is 12 billion considered a strong support, medium support, or weak support?
This statistic falls in our very strong support range.
And you did the same scenario for Mr. Rowland, correct?
That is correct.
And for Mr. Rowland, when you were looking at him plus the 2 unidentified people versus the 3 unknowns, it was approximately 5 times more likely if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus Mr. Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals, correct?
It is 5 times more likely to see the DNA profile if that is the case.
Yes, ma'am. So it's more likely that it's 3 unknown people.
It is more likely to see the DNA profile if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture rather than if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Yes, ma'am. I swear. We're almost done. Can you look at item 130.1.1, please? There's a cutting from the left side hem area of the tan shirt that was removed from item 130, which is a Family Dollar bag, bag number 2, correct?
That is correct.
And you were able to develop a profile of 2 individuals, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And the hem's at the bottom of the shirt, right?
From my understanding.
Okay, that's right. You didn't see the parent item. You got the sample?
Yes, that is correct.
But we have a profile of 2 individuals. So Samantha Josephson was put into the scenario.
Yes.
Oh.
And
Emmanuel Briggs is back. He said,
Oh yeah, Emmanuel. The thing about the laptop, I prefer PCs because you can do more with them. They're more powerful, but laptops are becoming more powerful nowadays too. Now that the hardware is getting smaller and easier to and more compact. So if you get a laptop, it depends on what you want to do with it. No matter how good the technology gets, batteries in laptops won't last long if they're not on charge. So as long as you're not playing video games or nothing, if you're just doing small stuff like checking emails and shit, yeah, a laptop's a good idea, especially if you need it portable. Me, I'm in the house a lot, so just having my big PC sitting here is fine for me. And if I need to take my PC somewhere, all I gotta do is pick it up and go. I could put a Wi-Fi attachment on my motherboard so it can use Wi-Fi. I just gotta plug it up to a monitor with an HDMI cable, and I can pretty much take it anywhere. But yeah.
Okay,
But that's about it.
He said, good breakdown of the DNA evidence so far. They're being pretty thorough and making it digestible for common understanding.
Yeah.
I think so too. So it is a lot of information, but we need to know. I'm not too sure what point the defense is trying to make, though. Just kind of going through everything again.
Well, if you notice, she touched on something that said it wouldn't be likely that his DNA was mixed with was on the tool that they think was used. And so the murder weapon, that's very important. And so the fact that there's what did she call it? A low chance or whatever, unlikely chance, or a weak chance, that could cause some doubt for the jury. whether or not he did it. And also, um, they're talking about up to 3 to 4 individuals with all of this DNA stuff. So, you know, you got the girlfriend, you got him, you got his ex-girlfriend, and then you got his 2 homeboys. So if he riding around all day, chances are, you know, he might pick his homeboys up. You know, who's to say he wasn't going to messing with his ex as well? Then you got the little girl in the car. You know, little babies, they're not very mindful of where their DNA goes. You know, they're always dropping food and drooling and sneezing, wiping boogers and stuff. So, you know.
For sure.
But they did say it was 3 other males. Every time they refer to the 3 other unidentified people, they always say males. So one of them might be him, and the other 2 might probably his homeboys.
And I'm not picturing like his homeboys having killed her, put her in his car, and then.
Yeah, but he said at one point he was going out with his homeboys, and then she said, "Why would you go out with a car with blood in it?" So were his homeboys riding with him in a bloody car? Why are his homeboys comfortable riding around in a bloody car and they don't know what happened?
His girlfriend did and put her baby in it.
Exactly. So either this man is an extremely shady individual that people kind of assume is going to do some fucked up shit at some point or other, and if that's the case, it's like, damn, you know, if people just don't ask questions about a bloody car, like, I don't want to know what the fuck you might have done in the past for people to just be like, oh, that's just Derek, you know, always got fresh blood on him.
Right. That doesn't happen.
That's, you know, it's just everyday thing for him. It's fresh blood. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. There was somebody who constantly had fresh blood in his car.
yeah, he's just.
I'd run.
He's always got fresh blood on him. It's a normal
like,
thing for this guy.
Unless he's like a butcher, but.
Right. Yeah, I can see if he worked in the grocery store, the Kroger's or something, but my man don't got no kind of job. No. So you can't even explain that away.
And it wasn't animal blood. So
right, oh, of course not. They would have been able to tell that off rip. Yeah. It's just composed different. The DNA is far different. So yeah. So
it looks like there's about 20-30 minutes left.
Okay.
So we're about done here. Alright, let's keep going.
When you compared the 2 hypotheses, it was determined that it's approximately 4.1 septillion times more likely that Samantha Josephson and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture, correct?
It is 4.1 septillion times more likely to see this DNA profile if that is the case.
And you put Mr. Rowland's profile in that same scenario.
Yes, that is correct.
And the result that you came to as far as that scenario is that it's approximately 13 times more likely if it were 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals in this mixture versus if it was Nathaniel Rowland and 1 unidentified person, correct?
It is 13 times more likely to see this DNA profile if that is the case, yes.
So it's more likely that Mr. Rowland is not a contributor to this particular scenario, this mixture of profiles.
According to the DNA profile, yes.
And can you look at item 130.1.2, please? That's the scraping from the neck area of the tan shirt, correct?
That is correct.
This is another one where it's a mixture of 5.
Not quite. This was a DNA profile that was developed, but due to the complexity of the profile and the inability to determine a number of contributors, no further interpretation will be offered.
I apologize about that. I was the wrong one. But anyway, you never did any further analysis because you couldn't determine how many people's profiles were present. Is that what that breaks down to?
Exactly.
Is it usually the situation when you have something like this, you know, you can't determine how many? Is it typically more than 1?
Yes.
Typically more than 2?
No, that's not necessarily the case. It can be where you suspect that it's a mixture of 2 or anywhere above that.
Oh, but definitely more than 1?
Yes.
Okay. Will you look at item 130.2 for me, please? Those are swabs from the handles of item swabs from the handles of item 130, which is the Family Dollar bag number 2.
That is correct.
On those handles, there's a mixture of 2 individuals.
Yes.
The first scenario, you include Ms. Josephson's profile.
with an unidentified unrelated individual.
Yes, ma'am. And you compare that to the profile of two unidentified, unrelated individuals.
Yes, that is correct.
And it's approximately 1.7 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture of that profile versus it being two unrelated individuals, correct?
It is 1.7 septillion times more likely to see the DNA profile if that is the case, yes.
Yes, ma'am. And there were no other known profiles, known samples that you have that you could include as that second individual, right?
That is correct.
Would you please look at item 131.1.1.1? That's the cutting from the right cuff of the shirt. I believe Mr. Goldberg showed it to you. I would take it out, but I can't get gloves on. But that was the Nike sweatshirt that he had held up, black with white strings, correct?
From my memory, yes.
So for this particular item, the cutting from the right cuff, I think we might have skipped over it. There were 4 individual profiles identified in this sample, correct?
That is correct.
So you do the scenarios, you include Ms. Josephson's profile with 3 unidentified individuals versus it being 4 unidentified unrelated individuals, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And Ms. Josephson has what you would consider a very strong probability of being present in this particular mixture?
Yes, the statistic associated with Samantha Josephson is in our very strong support range.
You testified that Mr. Rowland had what you consider, a strong likelihood of being involved in this profile that you were able to develop?
The statistic associated with Nathaniel Rowland fell in our very strong support range.
Would it surprise you for somebody's DNA to be on an item of clothing that they own? If John owned a shirt, would you expect to see John's DNA on a shirt?
Yes, if he'd worn it.
Okay.
Or handled it, excuse me.
Yes, ma'am. And then you excluded everybody else that you had a known sample for, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So we have 4 profiles. We've got strong support for 2 profiles, Ms. Josephson and Mr. Rowland. So there's 2 unidentified profiles still showing up on this item, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And we don't know who they are.
That is correct.
Item 131.1.1.2, that's a swab from scraping the neck area of the same shirt, correct?
That is correct.
And this is the one I mistakenly was talking about a minute ago. This is the one that has 5 profiles.
That is correct.
Okay, so you could not do any more testing on it.
Yes, that is correct.
But we know there's at least 5.
Yes.
On item 131.1.2.1, cuttings from the left thigh area of the pants. That's a mixture of 3 different DNA profiles, correct?
That is correct.
So you start with Ms. Josephson, you create scenarios, Ms. Josephson and 2 unrelated individuals versus it being 3 unrelated individuals, correct?
That is correct.
And for that scenario, it's approximately 3.1 septillion times more likely if Samantha Josephson and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture, correct?
It is 3.1 septillion times more likely to see this DNA profile, if that's the case.
Yes, ma'am. And that's what's
That Uber driver is probably traumatized.
Yes, that statistic falls in our very strong support range.
Yeah.
You included
He's
Mr.
like,
Rowland
damn, I kind of like
Yes, that
this
is
job.
I try to put myself in his shoes too when I was
Yeah.
listening to his testimony, and I was just like, imagine him. He's just a driver. He
Yeah.
meets all kinds of people all day,
Yep.
all night long, probably. And then one day they either knocked on his door or called him up or however they communicate with him, start telling him what happened. Like I would have been so stressed out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hearing that, even if I knew like that I had nothing to do with it, I would have just been horrified and just. And probably recalling like that night that, oh yeah, I remember I was waiting, I was there and I was looking for her, never found her, didn't second guess it at all, just canceled the ride and went about my way. And then it turned into this huge case. Just crazy. And another thing too is whenever I do my own independent research about this case too, I keep seeing pictures of Samantha and with her dad. it seems like they had a really close relationship. I want to say it's him back here with the black mask.
Yeah, yeah. I noticed her dad early on. He was wearing. I pointed out that he was wearing a sweater. In the last video,
Mhm.
like as her dad, I see why he would want to like just come there like super comfortable, like and not be so uptight, you know.
I'm kind of wondering where her mom is, but I haven't, looked that
I
far.
would I wouldn't be surprised if the mom just was like, I'm just gonna be home, you know.
If that's the case, then she opted to not be included in anything that was released about the family, because I've only seen pictures of Samantha with her dog
Yeah.
and Samantha
Yeah.
with her dad,
Yeah.
never with her mom. So I kind of was wondering if maybe she just wasn't in the picture for whatever reason at all.
Mhm.
Maybe she just had her dad in her life, which is really sad to think too.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
That's correct. What would Mr. Rowland's likelihood be classified as?
The statistic associated with Nathaniel Rowland is 55, which falls in our weak support range.
So it's a weak support, you said?
That is correct.
And then you excluded everybody else that you had no samples for.
Yes, that is correct.
But we started out with a mixture of 3 profiles, so there's still one person that's unidentified from this mixture, right?
That is correct.
Item 131.2, the swab from the handles on item 131. That's a mixture of 2 individuals, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You created a scenario including Maria Howard and Maria Howard and 1 unidentified individual versus using 2 unrelated people.
Yes, that is correct.
And Ms. Howard's result would be what's considered a strong support, correct?
This statistic of 92 billion falls in our very strong support range.
But everybody else you had samples for, including Ms. Josephson, were excluded.
That is correct.
So the second profile is somebody that we don't know.
That is correct.
And those are the handles on item 131, which is the Family Dollar bag, correct?
Yes.
And item 140.1, swabs from scrapings on the interior of the black beanie. You found a profile of 4 individuals.
That is correct.
You did the scenario for Ms. Josephson, and it was 210,000 times more likely if it's Samantha Josephson and 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture than if it's 4 unidentified unrelated individuals contributing, correct?
It is 210,000 times more likely to see this DNA profile if that's the case.
And that's considered a strong support, correct?
Yes, that falls in our strong support range.
And Mr. Rowland, Nathaniel Rowland, also has a strong support range at 11 octillion.
11 octillion falls in our very strong support range.
You would not be surprised to see Nathaniel Rowland's DNA in that beanie if he's worn it before, correct?
That is correct.
But we know there's 2 other profiles on the sample that you have.
Yes, that is correct.
And you were not able to include any other known sample that you've been provided, right?
That is correct.
All right, a few more items. If you go back towards the
No, when they say unidentified, that's just people whose DNA is not in the system.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because it's illegal for them to just take your DNA, because at that point, once they have it, like you can pretty much put it anywhere you want. So like if I watch a lot of Law and Order, and like in the rape cases, like they'll go to who they suspect and they'll be like, "Can we have a sample?" And then sometimes they're like, "Of course, no problem," because they're like, "I didn't do anything. You're not gonna find my shit in there." And then sometimes they're like, "No, that's against the law." So then the cops have to go and get more evidence that will implicate this person or put this person in that space. Then they have to go to a judge to get a warrant to get their DNA. And even then they don't. But only I believe only if they're convicted they put it in a national database. I think at that point they can only use your DNA for that particular suspected crime. But I think if you're caught in a commission of a crime and they take like your fingerprints and stuff, then yeah, your fingerprints and your picture will quote unquote be in the system. I'm in the system because we were walking back from a party when I was like 16, and it was dark, and it was an undercover cop. We didn't know he was undercover, so we started running. So then he flashed his undercover lights, and we was like, "Oh shit, that's police!" And he drove his car in front of us. So we not fucking Olympians. We can jump over, slide over the hood like Starsky and Hutch, you know. So he caught up with us, and you know they were like, some kid got stabbed at a party that's back down that way. And the funny thing is, they wouldn't let us in the party because we had one of our homeboys with us who was big as hell, and they was like, he don't look like he in middle school, and they wouldn't let us in. So we just started walking back home, and then that's when we got caught up with, and they took our fingerprints, they took our pictures and shit. So I'm technically in the system, I believe, but it's probably just for Maryland. You know what I mean? And also, for a particular certificate I was trying to get, they took my fingerprints because it was a for my job, and my job is federally based, so I have to have certain things in the system to identify me. Because if I get caught in any particular crimes, I could, that'll affect me negatively. So I mean, it's jurisdictions, and it's certain ways they can and cannot use it. But I think once you're convicted of a certain crime, then yeah, you're definitely going into a certain database. I believe depending on the nature of the crime. So yeah, it's a very tricky thing. Like, if you suspect somebody of something, you can't just walk up to them and take them into the police station and draw their blood and take their fingerprints. Like, that's against the law. Now, if you could do that, just go up to people like, hey, you're close to this person, and we're going to take your DNA to identify it. Everything has to be fair. I'm pretty sure at one point in time they were like, fuck that shit, we're doing what we want. We got technology to check it. It's either I cut you or you do it voluntarily. You know what I mean? So I'm pretty sure they had to work out the kinks on that one. But yeah, man, it's you can't. That's why it just says unidentified, because the girlfriend probably voluntarily submitted her DNA, and then I'm thinking they never mentioned it, but they probably got a warrant for his DNA, and I'm guessing the girlfriend voluntarily submitted hers. That's why when they speak of the people that they may be, they say their names, and then the only time the other names was mentioned when the defense said the other people's names, and I'm guessing those might be his homeboys or something like that. But the scientist doesn't mention any other names except for the girlfriend and him. So yeah, we're almost done. That's what I'm seeing in what I'm hearing.
I saw a case once where the authorities really needed somebody's DNA, and they literally pretty much stalked him and waited for him to
throw something in the trash,
or drink. They were really excited because he had like a Gatorade bottle. They're like, oh my god, put it in the trash so we could grab it. And like, he took it with him, and they were disappointed, and they just kept following him until he I want to say it was a cigarette butt. I can't remember what the case was, but I know that they will do that to try to get your DNA too.
I saw that in Law and Order. Now that's tricky, because it was an episode of Law and Order where they were in someone's house questioning them, and I don't know what it was on. It might have been like a handkerchief or like a napkin or a cup or something. Oh, it was a pair of, I think one of the detectives dropped like something on purpose. I think it was like a pair of glasses or something. And so they picked up the glasses and handed it to the cop, and they were like, oh, thank you. And then they put them on, so they took the glasses to the forensic scientist. They were able to get the print off the side, and I don't know if that does DNA as well, but, they were able to get something off of it. Like I think off the oils off your hand, like she was mentioning, the oils of your hand is what could leave a fingerprint. So, but then I guess the dude had a really good lawyer, and his lawyer was like, "Well, how'd you get his DNA? Did he give it to you? Did he volunteer it?" And so the judge had to throw it out. But a lot of people don't have good lawyers. A lot of people have public defenders that don't think to say shit like that. You know, so having really good legal counsel could make all the difference. You know.
Or maybe during interview, they'll offer you a cup of coffee or water, and you'll take
Yeah.
a sip, and there it is.
Yeah, drink this soda.
You thirsty?
You know.
You look
Yeah, you thirsty? Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Tricky. All right, let's keep watching.
You mentioned testing hair. A number of different hairs were collected and submitted for testing, right?
That is correct.
Do these hairs have roots on them?
If the hair was taken through DNA analysis, then it had a suspected root on it.
So when you received the hair, were you doing a root test, or were you testing for some other type of DNA, like blood or touch or something?
When we receive the hair, we look at it under a microscope and determine if there is a possible root, and if there is, we will send it forward to DNA analysis. And a root is just a skin cell from your head.
Okay. So if there's any hair that has testing done, then are you testifying that there was a root present?
I'm testifying that there was an apparent root present.
Okay. All right. Great. So if you please look at item 13. That's a hair that was from the right hand of Samantha Josephson?
That is correct.
And you were able to develop a profile off of this item, correct?
That is correct.
And it's a mixture of two individuals.
That is correct.
And Nathaniel Rowland is not one of those individuals.
That is correct.
And you were able to develop, there was no YSTR profile developed, correct?
That is correct.
And that's a hair that was in her hand. It has two profiles on it.
Yes.
Item 16 were the fingernail scrapings. 16.1 was the right hand fingernail scrapings from Ms. Josephson, correct?
That is correct.
The finger roll DNA is not under Samantha Josephson's right hand fingernails for the scraping, correct?
For the SPR profile, that is correct.
Yes, ma'am. For 16.2, the finger Rollins DNA is not under Ms. Josephson's fingernails.
That is correct.
For item 17, fingernail clippings from the right hand of Ms. Josephson, Ms. Daniel Rollins' DNA is not on the fingernail clippings, correct?
That is correct.
You did develop a YSTR profile, though.
That is correct.
But you couldn't determine the number of contributors to that profile.
That is correct.
So you couldn't do anything else with it.
Yes, that's correct.
On item 18, fingernail clippings from the left hand of Samantha Josephson. Mr. Rollins' DNA is not under those fingernails either, is he?
Nathaniel Rowland is excluded as a contributor to the STR profile. That is correct.
Yes, ma'am. And on item 18, you were able to develop a YSTR profile.
Yes, that is correct.
You were able to break it into a major contributor and a minor contributor.
That I was able to determine a major contributor.
And that unidentified male A.
That is correct.
And with item 18, there were 3 profiles developed, right? For the STR mixture, 3 different profiles?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And you just testified that Nathaniel Rowland is not one of those profiles, correct?
That is correct.
So it will be Samantha Josephson and 2 unknown people.
Yes, that is correct.
Wait, what did she just say?
Let me go back. 33618, 330. Let's try here.
Yeah.
And with item 18, there were 3 profiles developed, right? For the STR mixture, 3 different profiles?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And you just testified that Nathaniel Rowland is not one of those profiles, correct?
That is correct.
So it will be Samantha Josephson and 2 unknown people.
Yes, that is correct.
Is that under her fingernail still?
I think so.
All right, okay.
And item 19, the swab from the left ankle of Ms. Josephson. There is a profile from Ms. Josephson present on her ankle,
That is correct.
which is to be expected.
Yes,
But there's also DNA that's not attributed to her that's also present.
that is correct.
You were not able to do any further testing as far as the STR testing, correct? I mean, the profile testing.
Yeah, no further interpretations could be offered.
Yes, ma'am. But you were able to develop a partial YSTR,
Yes, that is correct.
and that's a mixture of at least 3 male individuals.
Yes, that is correct.
But we have no other information that was available, and you were unable to do any further testing, correct?
Any further comparisons, that is correct.
And then swabs from the right ankle of Samantha Josephson, item 20. You don't indicate that Mr. Rowland's DNA is on her right ankle either.
That is correct.
Begging the court's indulgence.
Let's see how much more is left.
Wait a minute. This is interesting because they got the surveillance of her getting into his car, right?
We're gonna see that next time,
Okay. All right.
for sure.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
And redirect.
Regarding item 104.2, that is the inner handle of the knife that I showed you earlier, is that right?
That is correct.
You testified that you used 2 different methodologies to analyze that item, is that correct?
That is correct.
You used the star notes methodology
Yes,
and the YSTR methodology.
yes, that is correct.
Using the star notes methodology, there was some level of support for inclusion of the defendant in that profile, is that right?
Yes, to see the DNA profile is approximately 49 times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And for the second methodology, the YSTR, there was also some level of support for Mr. Rowland's inclusion, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, if an item were to be swapped, such as a jacket, for example, and a profile was developed from said jacket, and your analysis excluded a person from being part of the profile, okay? Does that mean that that person has never worn the jacket?
No, it does not necessarily mean that.
Does it mean they've never touched the jacket?
No, it does not necessarily mean that.
Does it mean they've never used it in any way whatsoever?
No.
Along those same lines, if I were to give you this jacket, or crime scene investigators, my jacket, and they were to swab it, and it was analyzed by you, would you automatically find my DNA from every swab that's taken from this jacket?
Not necessarily, no.
All right, there were.
It took a while, but it's getting better.
Yeah. I think tomorrow is gonna be.
Fingernail.
I think tomorrow is gonna be like the high point of the case, because that's when they're gonna cover their surveillance. I know Sweet Vampy was telling me that, I don't know if I told you this, but apparently the defense isn't gonna have any witnesses at all. You know how usually prosecution starts and then they present everything, and then the defense has their experts that try to contradict what was said? They're not gonna do that at all. Not even one. Yeah. So, I think this is a slam dunk. I think we're gonna be looking forward to a guilty verdict, and I think he deserves it, because I really think he did do it. And to be honest, I'm kind of wondering myself if he had done this before. Not just like trying to rob somebody or actually robbing somebody, but if he actually got that violent with somebody, and somehow got away with it. You would think not, I guess, because of how stupid he was. He kind of just threw her out there. You know, he didn't even try to conceal the body that much. He just kind of left it out in the open. And another thing is trying to sell her cell phone, trying to use her debit card. That was all really stupid shit. I guess
Yeah.
if he had tried doing that before, he would have been caught before, right?
Yeah.
So
I think.
maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe this was his first and only murder.
And the items of evidence relating to her clippings and scrapings, correct?
That is correct.
I'll throw another hypothetical at you. If someone was wearing long sleeves and gloves, and another person tried to scratch them, or hit them, or touch them in some way over those clothes, can you say whether the presence of those long sleeves and gloves would increase or decrease the likelihood of seeing that person's DNA profile under those names?
This scenario would not apply to a universal rule, but one of the things that does inhibit touch DNA is if you're wearing layers, you're less likely to shed your DNA than if you are have your skin exposed. However, multiple possibilities are always should always be accounted for.
Sure. There's been a lot of big numbers thrown out here today, septillion and octillion being two of them, correct?
That is correct.
And specifically, Ms. Pinnock asked you about item 140, I believe, your item 140. That was the parent item of the black beanie taken out of the Impala, correct? I think you did some analysis on 140.1.
Yes, that is correct.
Which was the parent item that we talked about earlier, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And regarding your analysis of this item, what was your result again regarding Mr. Rowland's inclusion on that item?
Specifically for item 140.1, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 individuals. The scenario 1 being Nathaniel Rowland and 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus scenario 2 of it being 4 unidentified unrelated individuals contributing to the mixture. The result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 11 octillion times more likely if Nathaniel Rowland and 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 4 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
11 octillion.
That is correct.
How many zeros are there in octillion?
27.
Whoa. A lot of zeros.
There has been a lot of discussion this afternoon in this courtroom about unrelated, unidentified individuals, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Pinnock referred to them earlier when questioning you as loosely as other people, but we're actually talking about other DNA profiles, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And to that end, can you say whether all of those profiles, all of those unrelated, unidentified individuals, whether they were all left at the same time on the item?
No, I cannot tell that.
Or in a location?
No.
Could have been left 2 different times, correct?
Yes, that is
Could
correct.
have been 50 different times,
Yes, that is possible.
1,000 times.
It is possible.
He keeps making the number bigger. He's like, y'all want to play with big numbers? I'm going to play with some big fucking numbers. I'm surprised he didn't say, could it have been 27 octillion times?
Listen, I wish my bank account had 27 zeros.
What? Octillion? Shit, man. The Queen of England will be hitting me up. Can I get a loan? Fuck you, lady. But my castle is in foreclosure. Fuck you, lady. You had your chance to make all the money in the world. It's my turn.
Out of the vehicle, the Impala, and reference unrelated, unidentified individuals regarding each one of those items. Those unidentified, unrelated individuals, could those profiles have come from any person that's ever come in contact with that vehicle at any time?
Yes, that is possible.
The driver, perhaps?
Yes.
Passenger?
Yes.
Could it be from a mechanic doing work on the car?
Yes, that's possible.
Body shop worker?
Yes.
Even an assembly line manufacturer when the car was originally made?
Yes, that's possible.
She also asked you the same thing in regards to a number of items collected from Mountain Brook in the trash, correct?
Yes.
Would the same be true for almost all of those items regarding clothing, correct? I'm sorry, I'll restate the question. Is it possible that any person that's ever come in contact with, say, clothing found in those trash bags could have left their DNA profile there?
That is correct.
Or anyone who's ever come in contact with the grocery bags found in that location?
Yes, that is possible.
To include sales clerks,
Yes, that is possible.
manufacturers?
Yes, that's possible.
Thank you, that's all.
Any further cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
She's like, finally. I was up here for a noctillion minutes.
Right.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for today. We will resume at 9:30 on Monday morning. Remember the admonition that you are to not be exposed to any information about the case outside of the courtroom, not to discuss the case with anyone or allow anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence, because you are to decide the case solely on what you hear in this courtroom. And it would be unfair to your fellow jurors to deliberate with someone out in the streets, you might say, who has not heard the testimony. Not only unfair to your fellow jurors, but it would be a violation of your oath as jurors, and you don't want to do that. When we return on Monday, juror number 130, I'm appointing you to be the foreperson of the jury. As the foreperson, you take the first seat here in the corner. I believe that's the foreperson seat on the front row. And that'll be the foreperson seat. It'll be your responsibility to serve from this point forward as a spokesperson for the jury. It'll be your responsibility to preside over the jury deliberations, and it will be your responsibility to write the verdict form representing the unanimous verdict of the jury when we reach that point at the end of the case. So I hope you all have a good weekend. We'll see you in the morning.
Right. So that was Friday. Was it day 4 or was it day 5? I don't know. I'm still confused about that. I'm just going to continue posting what the video is titled as, just to make it, less confusing for me. I wanted to, real quick, read this article before we wrap up. Stop screen, and then let's share this article. Oh, I have a headache. You know what happens is, since I wear glasses, the headphones or whatever, like, push down on my ears, and, like, the back part of my glasses, like, it starts to hurt. So that's why, like, sometimes I'm, like, doing this. I'm like, I gotta, like, get those out of there. Okay. So, what are we looking at? We're looking at, let me put this down and move this over here so I can see what we're all seeing. Alright, so I'm just going to read this real quick just to make sure that I didn't miss anything, because I know I was in and out a little bit. Alright, so it says, a forensic scientist testified Friday that DNA found under the fingernails of the South Carolina man accused of killing New Jersey native Samantha Josephson, who mistook his car for her Uber ride, is almost definitely the victim's. Prosecutors called several law enforcement experts.
Wait. Under whose fingernails?
They're saying that her DNA was under Nathaniel's fingernails.
Oh, they didn't speak of that.
At all?
They didn't mention, they mentioned her DNA scrapes. They didn't mention his DNA scrapes. I was listening close, because that's what I was looking to hear. Like, what's under the fingernails? Because I know there was a struggle, I know there was a fight, and I know the body was moved. And if you were cleaning shit up back there, of course, DNA is going to be under your fingers, because you're cleaning up someone else's blood. So read that again for me real quick.
Yeah, because when I read this, I was like, I don't recall hearing that, so I'm gonna go ahead and read this article just to make sure that
Yeah,
we
yeah.
got this right. So it says, a forensic scientist, which I'm assuming was that woman that
That woman, yeah.
yes, the Octillion lady.
Octillion. We'll just call her Miss Octillion.
Yeah.
That's
Um, so
27-0.
so she said testified Friday that DNA found under the fingernails of South Carolina man accused of killing, so that's the suspect, killing New Jersey native Samantha Josephson, who mistook his car for an Uber ride, is almost definitely the victims. Because remember, they can't say
They can't say for sure. They have to say it's a strong something.
possibility, not even possibility, right? Just
Yeah, it's because you got weak and then you got strong. So I just remember weak and strong. I don't know what comes after it, but you got strong possibility and weak possibility.
Mhm. So they're talking about his fingernails and
Right.
her DNA.
Right. But I don't recall hearing that. Maybe they said it when I got up or something.
Maybe, and I'm
I was
saying
gone for like a good 20 minutes. So yeah.
and then sometimes I walk up too when you're not here, so I'm like,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
you're not here, so let me go do something real quick. But
Yeah.
yeah, so I want to just make sure that we had this straight. So they
Yeah.
found her DNA under his fingernails, but as far as I know, they didn't find his DNA under her fingernails
Right.
or anything like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so it
Because he was
says,
probably covered.
yeah,
But at one
yeah.
point, he took those gloves off and he was cleaning. So if he was cleaning, yeah, her DNA will be under his nails. Yeah.
Yeah. Prosecutors called several law enforcement experts to the witness stand at the end of the first week of trial for Nathaniel Rowland, who faces murder and kidnapping charges in the death of 21-year-old Samantha Josephson. Says the University of South Carolina student from Robbinsville, New Jersey, disappeared from Columbia's Five Points Entertainment District one night in March 2019. Her body was later found in remote woods some 65 miles from Columbia. Her body had more than 100 wounds to the face, neck, and other parts of the body, a death that turned a national spotlight on ride-hailing safety and led to some changes, including more prominent displays for the driver's license plate. Prosecutors have argued that Rowland trapped Josephson in the backseat of his black Chevrolet Impala using the backseat child-proof locks. Investigators said they subsequently found the victim's blood and cell phone in Rowland's vehicle. We knew that. Ryan Duane, a forensic scientist with the State Law Enforcement Division, said there was very strong support that DNA found under Rowland's nails belonged to Josephson. The victim's DNA was also likely found on a sock and a bandana belonging to Rowland, as well as on a bladed multi-tool alleged to be the murder weapon, Duane told jurors. Both Rowland and Josephson's DNA were likely identified on gloves found in a trash can at the home of Rowland's girlfriend at the time, Duane said. Though Josephson's fingernails were also swabbed, testing did not indicate Rowland's DNA was present, the forensic scientist said. The test did indicate DNA belonging to two male individuals under some of the victim's fingernails. How do you think that got there?
Well, the surveillance when she gets in the car, I was going to ask, did the surveillance pick up who was in the car when she got in it, besides like the driver, the passenger?
We gotta wait to see that because
Right.
I haven't seen it yet.
Right. So, all this extra DNA being found, that could go two ways. It could be like the Kobe Bryant rape case, where they're like, oh, they found multiple semen samples inside of this woman, right? It's either she didn't like to take showers, or she fucked a whole bunch of dudes that night, right? So, I hope the defense doesn't try to go down the road of she was dealing with multiple men, because that's disrespectful as fuck. But I hope it leans more towards, well, maybe he had help. I've never murdered anybody, but like I said, I watched a lot of movies, and when I was in the military, we used to do a lot of training exercises where we would have to pick up our buddy and put him on our back, and he was instructed to be like dead weight, to not provide us any help of moving him. You just have to be like, act like you're limp, like you're injured. And so you carry him on your back. You probably take him like 20, 25, 30 yards. You make a little makeshift gurney, and motherfuckers, people are heavy, and dead weight is even more heavy because they're not, none of their muscles are helping with the movement, right? So to drag she was 65 miles out, so to get a body out that far, and they were like, oh, it indicates that there was the jacket came into contact with something that left abrasions. And the dude was like, oh, like dragging? They were like, yeah, we're not implying that, but yes, dragging something across the ground could cause those abrasions. So I'm thinking like maybe to make it easier, it seemed like maybe a swampy, dirty, muddy area. So maybe he put her on the jacket and like drag. That's why they did the ankle swabs, because I think they might have dragged her from her feet. Because if she was laying like this, wherever they pulled up at, they opened one side of the door and like pulled her out, and start dragging by the feet. Because dragging by the arms is harder. Because the wrist, you're pulling somebody that heavy. The feet are easier because the feet are like an L shape. So when you're holding it, you got a little bit more grip, I would think, So he might have been helped, or his homeboys just ride around with him so much, their DNA just happened to be in the car. But they were talking about underneath her fingernails were a couple of other people's DNA under her fingernail. So maybe his homeboys' DNA was like, maybe like, putting your head on the back seat or touching stuff in the car. Maybe she maybe she scraped the seat cushions, and that's what got other people's DNA under it. I don't know. My brain is doing a lot of things right now. I consider myself a fairly intelligent individual, but it's a lot of holes in this.
It's too bad they weren't in the system.
Right.
I think another thing I wanted to say, what you were talking about, her being dragged, they mentioned that her shirt was lifted, so that would be consistent with that.
Yeah, if they're dragging her from that way, it's gonna come up. The ground is gonna automatically force it. It said it was up over, so it was like dragging, and by the time she got there, it was like that or something. Yeah.
It's crazy. Alright, it says, Roland's attorneys have said that although Josephson appeared to fight back against her attacker, none of Roland's DNA was found on her body, and no visible marks were found on Roland after his arrest. Then it says, SLED agent Eric Grabsky testified earlier Friday on cell phone data showing Roland's phone connected with cell towers in the 5 Points area at the time of Josephson's disappearance. The data showed Roland's phone then moved toward the area where Josephson's body was eventually found. Done.
Wait, say that one more time?
It says SLED agent Eric Grabsky testified earlier Friday
no,
on cell phone data. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to read it as you were reading it.
Oh.
In my head, though. So go ahead.
Data showing Roland's phone connected with cell phone towers in the 5 Points area at the time of Josephson's disappearance. The data showed Roland's phone then moved towards the area where Josephson's body was eventually found.
Okay. Yeah, and I heard them talking about like the cell phone. They quickly tried to like the defense quickly tried to like take all validity from that. They're like, yeah, if you got processes running in the background, of course, yeah, phones do a lot of things. They're smartphones. That doesn't change the fact that that fucking phone pinged to those towers once it got there. That it triangulates. You know what I mean? So how do you think your GPS works when you turn your GPS on? It's already always working, but when you turn it off, it just, it stops the phone from telling you where you are. You see what I'm saying? But you're still connecting to those towers because even if your GPS isn't on, you're still using your cell phone, so you're still using data if you have internet, and everyone's phone has internet. So even if you know how Xfinity and AT&T Wi-Fi hotspots can be places, that too.
Yeah.
You know, they use towers and shit. So yeah.
It's been a crazy
You
case.
gotta go through it to get through it.
Yes. I wouldn't be surprised if they turned this into a movie. Some kind of cautionary tale.
Yeah. Like for example, I got a wound cooking. Where is it? It's right here. Is it on my arm? You see that?
Yeah. That's a
Wait.
burn mark right there.
Yeah. Yeah. It was plastic because I was holding the pot, but I didn't realize the holder was close to the burner, so it caught on
Oh.
fire and the plastic like laid on my arm for a couple of seconds.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Now I got a nice little bruise, but you know.
I have a story like that. My grandma one time was cooking tacos, and we had a fire stove, like not an electric one, but a gas one. And she had the plate, like on one of the burners. It was off, but like the burner in back of it was on. So when she handed me the plate, she grabbed the cold part and handed me the hot part. And I got burned like right here, right in between my thumb and my forefinger, and I could hear the sizzle. It was like, and I was like, oh my gosh, and I put the plate down, and I remember she was like, wow, you didn't drop the plate, and I was like, really, Grandma? Really? You don't feel bad at all that you just burnt me? It's all about the plate and how I saved the plate. Okay. That's what it was like growing up. Anyways. Alright, so I guess I will try to come back tomorrow so we could stay caught up, more or less, with this case, because it is very intriguing, and I do want to see it all the way through. It's very important that we stay committed and we find out what happens.
Sounds good.
Thank you so much for joining me and keeping me company and
no problem.
And providing commentary. It means a lot. Emmanuel Briggs says, peace. Peace, Emmanuel Briggs. Thank you so much for being here. It's always a pleasure. Daniel Williams, if you're still here, thank you so much for being here. It means a lot. And everybody else, I'm pretty sure nobody's here anymore. It's been like almost 7 hours.
Yeah, it's cool.
Oh, Sweet Vampy was here. That was awesome. And Sarah Brown said hello, and that was really cool of him. So I will catch you all next time. Thank you very much.
Later.
Alright. Gonna go ahead and head out. Thanks everybody. Have a good night. Have a really good tomorrow. I will see you all soon.